You are now listening to the Sae Bae Cast, the #1 old school RuneScape podcast featuring guests from all across Galanor. To support this podcast, visit the Patreon link in the description.
All right, welcome to the Sae Bae Cast, number 123 with Olive.
Especially 123 too.
I totally threw off your vibe right there. I always try to butt in right at the beginning. How you doing, dude?
I'm doing great, man. Just like I said earlier, now feeling peachy, feeling like a good Wednesday now. Almost forgot it again.
Yeah, we've already been talking for a good, maybe half hour or so. So, yeah, but I just had cut you off because I was like, we got to get this recording started. We're talking about Forestry, which just...
About camping and everything, too.
Yeah. I mean, just everything that's been going on in my life. You guys missed it. I'm sorry. But, yeah, I had interrupted you because Forestry that dropped today. So what are your thoughts on that whole update?
I think it's kind of cool. I like the events, but like I was saying, it just seems like just world hopping simulator, And the whole point of the Forestry was just to kind of have everyone all together, chatting, being wholesome peoples, and hanging out. But if everyone's world hopping, there's no time to chit chat and actually hang out. So
yeah.
Your idea was to get an event, or for you to actually partake in the event, you would have to be at least on the tree for a certain amount of time. So then you can kind of just stay invested in one world, right? Was that your...
It wouldn't even necessarily be you have to be on a tree for a certain amount of time. It just means you have to have been chopping that tree when the event spawns. So even if you were chopping it for a second, as long as you were already on that world and you chopped it and then the event starts, then you can do the event. But if somebody gives you a call out hey, there's an event here, you couldn't hop and then go do it. But it's I don't actually know if people like the world hopping mechanic. If people like it, I mean, it's not like it's any better than the best XP you can already get. I don't think I've seen any rates that are exceeding 1.5 tick woodcutting or anything.
Oh, yeah,
It just doesn't feel like their vision for Forestry was to just world hop a million times. But I don't know.
No, I think it's just us being outsmarting the system again, like usual, and just funny, loopholes and just being hyper efficient and stuff. But there is some sort of community though when it comes to actually world hopping, because there's 2 streams now that have couple 200 viewers and they're just spamming worlds. I mean, I know it's just spam of worlds, but I don't know, it gets people chatting and it makes it in that stream it's wholesome, right? Because it's oh nice, we're all woodcutting, we're all hopping worlds. But in the actual game itself, it's not that wholesome because it's we're just hopping and not, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yep, totally. No, I've only like I was telling you, I've only done about half an hour of Forestry so far. I was just literally chopping magics at the Sorcerer's Tower by Sherlock, just those 4 magic trees. I got a few events. I had no idea what I was doing, but it was chill. I was literally just hanging out because I was on Twitter and stuff. But
because I just been in Draenor and I already got. So I've been here for I think since I woke up what time is it? 5. So I did for a couple hours and I already have the lumberjack outfit, which is actually huge because peers couldn't. They used to not be able to get it because we couldn't do temple trekking.
Oh, true.
But now we can for this master clue step. So that was.
Oh, that's nice.
So I already got that, and I'm about to already get the log basket, which is the same thing as fishing burrow. So it just helps more AFK with having 2 inventories now. So I'm curious. I mean, it's kind of very fast to be done with the content already. I mean, I guess it depends because if you're a main, then you would go for all the rewards or most of them. But I guess I have to wait for part 2 for the rest of the rewards.
Yeah, I didn't take a good enough look to see what I know. The 2-handed axes are coming out later, right? They're not already out. Is that the part 2?
Yeah, I think the 2-handed axe is part 2, but I don't know what's the need for that or why is it better.
There was something I pretty much was making rambles on Forestry several months ago, and then I just was this is so convoluted and overwhelming. I just need to actually play it to understand what's going on.
But I mean, the events are kind of cool though. The roots is cool. I think I like the roots the most. The seed I think is bugged because sometimes I'll do barely anything. I'll put a couple leaves in there, and that's it. I'll get 100 bark. And I did it once versus someone who's been spamming the supplies over and over again. And then sometimes you don't like you put in all that work, and then sometimes you don't even get 100 bark. So it's like inconsistent, and I don't know if it's buggy or if it's just part of like the RNG of like it. There's like maybe 20 MVPs that get like the extra 100 bark. But
Yeah,
I don't know. We'll see what happens.
So how many people are like at the events with you? Are like because you said you were in that hopping stream.
Well, like with Entity Hider, I just look at the mini map and it's just like a bunch of white dots. So I think it's yeah, just a couple of hundred. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, and I've been averaging like what 70K an hour, which is what lazy, like super lazy way, which I think is pretty good compared to before.
Yeah,
So
I mean, compared to whatever else you're doing, like
I mean,
I think Redwood's kind of caps out at that point.
Oh, really?
I think I mean, if you're like AFKing Redwoods, I think it's probably like 60, 70K, like, you know, just chilling. But
dang,
yeah, at least you're getting rewards and stuff, and probably having a better time than just sitting there.
Yeah, the thing that does suck though, I mean, not like I don't have the beaver pet, but the transmogs are actually sick. Like the white one looks so cool.
Oh, do you have them yet?
I mean, so I don't have beaver, but I don't really care about this. But if I did have the beaver, I couldn't get the transmog because I need like those Arctic logs, but I can't get them because it's like from the quest.
That's obnoxious. You really just can't get them. Oh my
God. I can't even get the transmog, which it's not the first time like peers can't get the transmog because, for example, like the squirrel, dark squirrel, I couldn't get that. But I mean, so I guess it's whatever, right? It's like I chose to restrict the account. Like I don't have the beaver, so I'm not that sad about it. But I was like, dang it, there's another pet transmog that I wouldn't be able to get. But the white beaver looks so cool though. Like it doesn't it takes like I don't know. I don't always boast about like a cool looking pet, but when I do, it's like wow. Like like red panda, like there's ones that really do stand out.
Damn. Okay, so. You've been playing a pure Ironman for like it feels like just forever, like since you started old school. Is that correct, or did you play like a main beforehand?
I actually started back in so the pure Iron I started 2015, so it's like 8 years. But before that, I was in college and I was just PKing in like Edgeville, like pre EOC. No, this is post EOC. Because there's some video on YouTube that like Bounty Hunter is back, and I was like, no way. And then so that was like what 2013, 2014 when it got released, when old school came back. I don't know.
Yeah, 2013.
2013 then. So that's when all I did was like Bounty Hunter, like 24/7 nonstop, just Edgeville. There was an EP system back then, and yeah, I just like spammed that. But I was also still like just a pure like range.
Oh, so you've you've always been dedicated to one defense, like
yeah. I've always thought it was like I mean so I first started off with PKing, right? I've always enjoyed like that like dark bow PKing, and I never really enjoyed any other methods like melee or there's like the mage whatnot. But yeah, and so then because of that, I was like, well, let's see if I can actually like replicate that same like PK as like an Ironman, and like see like we had a theory craft everything with Chad. It's like, okay, can I get a dark bow? Like, oh, I couldn't because I got to do this quest. Oh, wait, I could do the quest that doesn't give defense. Like, I could actually like copy my exact gear setup and like nice supplies and like actually go further. And at the time too, like Hayfield was like rank 1 on the high scores for like Ironman Bounty Hunter, but he de-ironed, and so I was like, holy shit, there's like this rank is free. And so I was like, okay, I'll go for like 1,000 kills, be rank 1, and then series completed. And then so we like achieved that like years ago. Let me see. Took a screenshot. I was like, okay, there's proof. This was let's see. Oh, clip was outdated. No, I don't know. Is there a date on this? There's no date on this. But anyway, so this was a couple of years ago, and then at that point there was like being rank 1 for like about a year and a half or so gave people time to like make their own Ironman accounts that were more like efficient, you know what I mean? So like there are people that would be like 10 HP rushers that wouldn't like spend any supplies, so they would just like rush specs and then get kills, and so they were getting more kills per day or per hour than me, where I would like actually like I would fight like 1v1 like and use supplies and stuff. So naturally, I was gonna lose my rank no matter what. So we had like the 10. It was like a 10 HP rusher. Was like rank 1. I think rank 2 was an obby mauler. Um, so I was pretty much just trying to compete and like stay at like rank 3 at least. But then by then, like there was like a huge epidemic of like boosters, like just maxed out mains. That like boosted the exact same amount of kill count. It was like so weird, like on the high scores. So I got down to like rank like 14 or rank 17. But it's kind of crazy because now like that high score is like legacy, so like it's permanent. Like I'm there for like ever.
Oh shit! Wait, are you still ranked
Yeah,
17ish?
yeah, like permanently, dude.
That's pretty cool.
And I
Little relic.
yeah, and I stopped at like 1337. So it's just like the elite number. It's
Oh
like
hell
perfect.
yeah!
So what was I saying? But yeah, so it's just been like kind of 8 years of just progressing, and in the meantime, I was like waiting for Bounty Hunter for so long, so I was just going for best in slot like PVM gear and just occupy myself with that. And then BH came out, and I was like, well, now I'm 90 combat, and it's a shit bracket for against like Voiders and the imbued Darkvo. So I was getting wrecked. So I was like, I just got to get my kits, and that's it.
Yeah.
But it was
Damn.
still fun.
So, and you, I mean, because I've never played a pure Iron Man. I've always played accounts that are like unrestricted completely. I'll just max out everything.
Yeah.
But there tends to be a lot of just content you just can never do because of your restrictions. So, is there anything that like you would like to see be lifted? I mean, I can imagine how annoying it would be to just never get to use like you could never have a Blood Fury, right? Because you just can't even get to Dark Mayor.
Yeah, correct.
That sucks. That thing's fucking busted.
Yeah, I was like kind of bummed out. I get bummed out a few times when I'm like, dude, I only imagine if I actually had like a maxed out account like with defense or like with like tank gear. I think I've been restricting myself. Like I've had like the weighted the weighted ankle bracelets, like in Naruto, like for all my whole life. And like imagine if I took them off and like had like a maxed out main and did PVM, the potential, you know what I mean? Like holy crap. And I feel like about that with Inferno. I haven't done it yet. I've been waiting for this TiVo, but I can only imagine what it'd be like, after I get my pure Inferno, imagine like a max main Inferno. I'll be like, wow, this is like so easy.
It's so much different. Like I've never even, I'm still, I mean, yes, I've done the Grandmaster tasks. I struggled through them on Inferno, but like Inferno still for me, like I'm a noob when I get in there. Like, and I can't even imagine having that restriction of literally just getting, if you don't pray correctly, you will get hit, basically. Like that's the one defense.
And that's kind of the part that I like about restricting an account like that. It's like where I really can't make any mistakes. I can't make mistakes. If I do, I take a lot of damage or I die. So it just, I feel like I enjoy the game way more that way, like just being, playing it like that. But
now, do you have any other accounts that you play that don't have a restriction?
Yeah, I have like a side main, like an alt main. It's like garbage. I think it has base 80 combats. It's just I use it for like my pack yak. I just use it for split money and split raids and.
But you never actually like play it really.
I'll play on it if like for example like a streamer's like if I'm not live or if it's like off stream and a streamer's like, yo, want to do raids like like an event raid with like base or something fun like that. I would go on that account and raid because I am a very anti off-stream Andy, like strict. Like, dude, I have not done a single raid off-stream because I am scared it's gonna be TiVo. I swear it's gonna be TiVo, dude. I can't. I literally can't.
Honestly, that's amazing. Like that is so dedicated for your viewers. Like that is literally how you should be as a streamer. Like saving it all for the live stream. Because I am like the complete opposite. I'll just get stuff off stream. And I'm like, sorry.
It was Ignoble. Ignoble Solid is the biggest off-stream Andy I've ever known. Like he finished next log, but me and Tasty were like going out on a night out, right? And like Tasty was like checking Twitter, and he was like, "Yeah, dude, Ignoble got van braces. He got helmet." And then all of a sudden it got quiet, and I'm like, "Okay, well, what happened?" And then the next day, Ignoble just posted a screenshot like, "Oh yeah, I'm green log now." And I'm like, "What the heck?"
Yep. All off stream. Yeah, that's me for a lot of things. I mean, at least when I did like heavy PVM, like, I mean, I got my first harmonized orb off stream, and like that sucked, you know, because like, you're spending months there at Nightmare, and then you just,
Yeah.
but like I couldn't just save everything for. I mean, I could have technically saved everything for stream, but it would have taken much longer because there's something about like energy levels. Like I can stream for like, well, back then I could stream for like, you know, 6-7 hours, and then I am just toasted, but I still want to play. So I'm like, you know, I just want to play and chill, and then I don't want to just do skilling or just do something super boring. I'd rather, you know.
I feel like if I want to play, it'd be just prep, which is, I guess, not having fun. Like, not having fun, just like prepping and like just getting supplies ready for the stream to do the actual fun stuff. But it just feels weird, dude. I don't know. Like after like just starting like streaming and stuff, I don't know like if I could ever play a game off stream. You know what I mean? Like it's like that weird feeling. Like unless it's like maybe a different game where people don't really care about watching. Like, I don't know. Like it had to be a very like different game where now it's like, dang, like I don't know, people might want to still watch that and like just be a part of that like adventure. Like that's just, it's so addicting to just want to share that with people versus just being by myself and like being like, oh my god. Okay, so I guess if there's a game that's like there's something that's rare that could happen, I would have to stream it. But if it's like a game of like just playing it like a story mode, a campaign mode, then I just probably wouldn't stream it because it's like there's nothing. I mean, I guess things could happen, right? But an RNG game, I would have to always like share that memory with someone if I get something like really rare, like if I play WoW or if I play like, I don't know, it could be anything.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good mindset to have, like as a creator, I think.
Yeah. Dude, it could also like I had PTSD too because like when I do stuff like off stream, I did Volcano. I did 50 kills on stream. I turned off. I went offline, right, and then I did one more kill count, and I got the tool seed, and I was like, God damn! I did one more kill count, and I got the drop, and I was like, well, we're done with Volcano.
Oh my god!
So now I have like I'm just scared that I'll get, you know what, like I'll get like if I did one TOA with Jake C off stream, it'd be staff. Like, guaranteed.
Yeah. And now you've completely just cursed yourself. It's just like it will happen now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, I don't know. I think, I mean, I've even opened Third Age off stream. That was painful.
What?
Yeah. No, I mean, okay, so the first Third Age piece I wasn't even streaming yet. And then the second piece I got, it was on stream. The third piece, I got it off stream because I just like, I get impatient. I'm just like, I just want to freaking open the casket. Like, you know, when you're just like, you've been playing all day or whatever. And then in the evening, you're like, you didn't get any of the dopamine for yourself. You've just been grinding and you're just like, you know, I can just open a few caskets. Like, let's just open a few, like just for me. And of course, like the first casket you open is Third Age. You're like, God damn it.
Bro, I just let it marinate, you know? That dopamine, it's not for you. You think it's for you, but it's actually for them. It's always for them.
Yeah, exactly.
You
got
get
that
nothing
mindset
out of this. When you play this game, you get nothing. You just give it to them.
Yeah, it really did kind of, I mean, at least I had my YouTube where like, as soon as I opened it, I started recording. I made like a ramble on it, but it's just like, it's not the same. I mean, on stream Third Age is like the coolest clips. Like I love watching people get Third Age live on stream.
Yeah. Oh my god!
It was like a couple months ago.
Who was the last one? Was it Hey Jace that got it? The last got like the most recent Third Age from a clue, or maybe
I want to think. Okay, well, to be honest, I saw Hanner get a piece of Third Age, which was like 2 months ago or something.
What'd you get?
I'm trying to remember what you got. I can't even remember what piece it was, but I just remember like watching it. And when you're not like me, I'm addicted to I'm addicted to clues. I'm addicted to Third Age. Like I value Third Age as it should be valued, but other people, like it's like that's just not on their mind ever. So when they get it, they're just surprised, but they're not like holy fuck. Like,
yeah, well, I don't think they understand how rare it is.
I know, like, that's the thing. They're like, oh my god, I just got Third Age. Awesome. Okay, moving on. It's like, what? Like, what are you doing? Be happy. Be happier.
Let's see. Over the 8 years on this account, right?
Yeah.
This is 4,400 clues. Well, I guess I can't really say that number because you get 30 from hards through masters.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say 353 hards, 170 elites, and 74 masters. I've gotten 3 gilded as of recently. So it was like the full helm, the scimitar, and the spear. And between the scimitar and the spear was like 2 years apart. Or
Yep.
3 years apart.
Mm-hmm.
That was ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean,
it'd be cool to get at least 1/3 age on this account.
Yeah, getting one piece really is like that alone is enough to just feel like, okay, I've done it, because there's just it's completely unfeasible to actually like.
There is, I think there's two. Yeah. There's like two iconic things or three iconic things in RuneScape. One is getting your first pet. That feeling is like one in a lifetime. It's like losing your virginity. You know, it's like holy crap, this pet is actually now following me after like it's this rare. It's that getting 3rd age and Zazima noticing you. Like are those three things like just typical iconic RuneScape just memories where you're like, wow.
Yep.
You know?
I'd even throw in a sigil there, but you know, maybe that's for me. Yeah. That's I would say that's even lesser than those three, but
no, that's a big deal though. It's like I guess maybe getting Rangers, like I don't know what it is, but when you get that first pair of Rangers, like oh my god.
Oh yeah, dude. Okay, when I started old school, I was just playing a normal main, and I was total dog shit because I played as a child, and then I came back to old school still with that child mindset of like, oh, I haven't played for 8 years. Let me, log in and just mess around. And I was like a member, and I remember being a member as a child, but I never really did clue scrolls ever. And so on my main on old school, like this is like month 1. By the end of the month, I had gotten 2 pairs of Ranger boots in 6 mediums.
What?
Yeah, I got a pair. I remember getting my first pair of Rangers on Clue Scroll 3. And I didn't even know what they were. I was like, oh, it's like I got some boots. Like, oh, like Ranger boots. Like that's probably kind of rare, like maybe. And then I looked it up, and at the time it was 19 mil, which was like, this is like 2015.
Wow.
And I was like, what the fuck? Because my bank was like 800K. It was like I was just dirt poor, and that like completely set me up. And then I got another pair at 6, and I was like, bro, like why isn't everyone? Because I didn't even understand the drop rates. I just thought like you could just get these like whenever. Yeah, and then I did like another like 500 or something, and just never got any more. But
I think like back in the day we look at the drop rates and we're just like, oh, it's like this rare, but we don't like
you don't internalize it. You're just like,
well, you also have to divide how many rolls you get too. Like I never used to do that. I never used to divide by like 4 rolls because it's like a medium clue or whatever. And I was like, dang. But so back then you're like, oh my gosh, it's like 1 in 3,000. No way. When it's not really,
like when people go on the wiki and they look up 3rd age, like 1 in 200 something thousand. Like yeah. I mean, to be honest, it still is incredibly rare, but you have to take all that into consideration.
I remember like back in when I was PKing like 2013 with like the EP system and stuff, I had like 6 mil bank, and like that back then was like that was rich, like that was like super, like I was eating good with just 6 mil. Had all my supplies, I was thriving. But it's wild how like it's way different now.
Yeah. So what was your best drop ever in I guess on your Iron account currently? Like what the best like feeling from a drop?
Ooh, like so like
I guess pets or drops or
the craziest drop?
I'm going to say the best feeling. Like what was like your best feeling from it?
I think it has to be. I think this goes for both answers. 1, best feeling, and 2, craziest thing was the 1 kill count dust from Chambers. That
fucking spoon, dude.
It was my absolute.
So
it was
lucky,
dude. There's like a clip of like the people like teaching me, and the whole raid. They're like, yeah, watch you get your dust. I was like, shut up, guys. Like, no, that's not happening. And then we're at home, and they repeat it again. I'm like, yeah, stop. And so like I hide like the public chat.
Yeah.
And I just see them freaking out. And I'm like, dude, they're freaking trolling, man.
Yeah.
And then I open the public chat. I see the text that it says dust. I was like, dude, we saw the dust. Like, dude, they weren't even kidding. And then I opened the chest, and it was in my name. And I was like, oh, I got it. I was like freaking out. And I was like, that was like my all-time goal to get the Maradao pet, because I think it's like the best pet in the game. So the fact that I already have part 1 done of the grind, I saved myself like hundreds, I don't know about maybe hundreds of hours.
Yeah.
And like fuck CMs because CMs, dude, like
I know,
Appear as well, like oh my
Appear
God.
Without a T-bow as well. Yeah. Like it's just
trying to make time and like dealing with Vespula. Vanguards I don't mind, but yeah, Vespula and like Yeah, that's probably the only one that, because like with Vespula, my prayer is at like 55, so the redemption, I can't heal as high as like maxed prayer mains, because 99 prayer you heal more, but 55 prayer I can heal more. So I have to like, it's never consistent with Vespula. I have to always like keep an eye on it and like eat and adjust, and oh yeah, it's super annoying.
Dude, getting that out of the way is
Yeah. Like that's been my, I don't normally have like a pet goal. Like years ago, I thought Callisto was like my favorite one. And of course, it's like the tankiest one. So it's like I go 2,700 kills dry. It's like 7 minutes per kill with like diamond bolts and ruby bolts. But I finally get it. And dude, and then now I'm like, it's too gray. It like blends with the floor. And so I gotta match the green aesthetic, you know. So yeah, Mudded is a respectable, it's a flex. It has a good like wiggle animation. It's perfect. It's the best pet, you know. So
do you have a TOA pet?
I do.
Do you have any of the dusts or whatever, or not dusts?
Yeah. Jake C like helped me out a lot. Like shout out to Jake C. Like he carried, and so did No Monkey too. Like they all tried helping me out with that. And I feel like if you do have a pet that has a transmog available, you kind of like owe it to yourself to get it. You know.
Yep.
So I'll have to go back to Tob and get the Sang Dust one day.
Yeah. Wait. So, cool. Like in regards to the TOA pet, do you have all of them? All the like dusts? Oh, that's
and,
nice.
And Fang Kit and stuff. I kind of went all out.
That's sick. That's really sick.
I would say like currently I'm rocking the Kefri pet, which I guess now is like my number 2 favorite because it's the animation's so good, like with like rolling on a ball and yeah, say that one.
What's a pet that you like? Is Dusted Omelet your all-time favorite if you get it?
Yeah. So I said this like the other day. I would say like Mudded first, maybe Kefriti for second, and I like rate these based on like how hard it is to get. You know what I mean? Like how much of a flex it is, like PVMing versus like a skilling pet. Like I think I have to always rate a PVM pet higher than a skilling one, no matter what, just because it's like more of like effort, I guess.
Yeah.
So I gotta say Mudded first, Kefriti second, and I think, well, and then now we go into like Fashionscape. So I gotta say Green Phoenix because it would just match everything perfectly with like a neon color. Fourth would be Red Panda, and fifth now would be like White Beaver. Like it looks really good.
And you can never get that, right? As of right now.
Yeah, I didn't even get that. And also I like a pet like a color that like stands out, you know? Like I'm also a big fan of like the red chin versus the gold chin. Everyone has gold chin. It's just, you know, redundant. But like a red chin kind of sticking out, it's red, bouncing around. Like I think it looks better.
Yeah.
But and then the White Beaver, like that will definitely stand out. Like there's actually not a lot of white pets in the game. Well, besides the heron, heron and White Phoenix.
Well, let me see the.
What are your favorite pets? Like is top 3 or top 5?
I think all-time favorite is probably the Zuck pet, which I don't have. If I get that, I mean, I don't know. That little nibbler following you has just always just been so cool, just bouncing behind you.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried about like the grayness. Like, it is kind of dark. There's a little bit of red, but
it's something. Like, I think part of it is like I like the simplicity of it. It's just exactly what the mob is, just a little bit bigger, and it's just like that's cool. I don't know. I actually prefer the nibbler over the Zuck.
Oh yeah, me too. I think it's like with like the chin is kind of like small, you know, and just to the point.
Yeah, though, and I've always been a fan of actual smaller pets. Like honestly, if it wasn't up to like difficulty or like, oh, this is a challenge to get this pet or whatever, honestly, I fucking love Kraken. I love the Kraken pet. It just swims behind you. It's tiny and it's festive. Like every single Christmas you get that Santa hat. Like that's dope.
Yep.
So I think the best feeling of getting a pet though that I've had was getting Vedion, because getting Vedion, like I wanted Vedion so bad, and this is before Rev weapons were even out yet. And I got a bludgeon, and I was like, dude, I'm literally just gonna go for this Vedion pet. So I was so inefficient back then. Like this is way before I started streaming and stuff. I was so inefficient that I would literally, and there was so many PKers around at the time. Like it's just like you stick around for 2 kills and you got a team of 4 just like on you. Like, dude. So I would do 1 kill trips. I would run out there with like no risk, basically, just like some monk's robe, just like 1 sip of combat, lure it, and then kill, and then run out. And it was just this constant cycle of getting 1 kill trips, which like honestly like. It actually was nice for my mental health, but it was extremely slow. But
what color would you have it?
I think I like purple, honestly. Yeah, even though there's too many purple pets in my opinion, but I still like the purple over the orange. I don't know. I think Jagex has an obsession with purple. I'm just looking at my pet tab and like.
Oh yeah. I think there's also too many spider pets. I mean, there's probably like 2, 3.
Yeah, Verzix, Arachnus, and Venenatus.
Yeah.
I love my Sarachnus. I have 10 Sarachnus pets. Those are
the Klugro.
Yeah. I like the Sarachnus pet. I like old Venenatus as well. I think the new version is just too creepy. It's got like actual hair growing out of it.
Oh yeah. I don't like the new Callisto one either. It looks like its neck is like, I don't know, or like
let me see.
He's like bowing or something. I don't know.
I have it. Let me just like take a look so people on YouTube's end can see it. Yeah, I don't like the whole I
like just the original. The original just looks like just a big bear and that's it. Like,
yeah, they turned them all Toontown-ish.
Yeah, Toontown, that's a good way to put it. And dude, but like I said, they're making way bigger pets now. Like the TOA Warden pet, that thing's like as tall as you. It's like half your size. Like that's massive.
Dude, they messed up with Temperos as well. The Temperos pet is just way too big.
Yeah, it should have been. It should have been the size of Kraken, you know?
Yes!
Yeah.
It's way too big. Oh, and the other thing that I'm glad they've actually been I feel like they've been addressing this sort of, like not addressing it, but just like straying away from the underglows of pets. I loved how the Hunlif looks, like the Younglif. But it has a fucking underglow. So if you're like zoomed out, it just looks like a big blob. Like it's just, I don't like underglows with pets. Like I want them to be like distinct. I want to be able to see like their legs, not just a big aura around it.
I agree.
So
what's been like your least favorite feeling of a grind?
Like just the grind itself. Like we're not talking like drops or anything. Just.
Like your worst grind. Like you hated it. You were burning out. It was too dry.
It was definitely Nightmare. I mean that like okay. So have you ever done like a solo Nightmare? Oh wait, no. Have you done a normal solo Nightmare? Like normal Nightmare?
I don't think. I think that was all group stuff.
Bro, it is so awful. It is nonstop chip damage. Like you're not getting hit 0s. You're getting hit 6s and stuff, just nonstop.
That's way too annoying.
And yeah, I did that for 9 months straight. I did 2,900 solos, and I had to run there every single kill. Run all the way there.
I had to do that too. Oh my god.
Yeah. It just imagine like it's not just a Fasani's kill. I don't know. I mean, it probably has to take significantly longer for you to get a kill than like a maxed main, but
yeah.
I mean, with Fasani's, I can get a kill in like 7 minutes sometimes. With normal Nightmare, it was like 16, 17, 18 minutes, and that was with like absolute max. When I first started the grind, it was like 23-minute kills.
What the heck, dude? That's probably the longest. Oh, besides Corp, right? Like,
dude, no, it's literally longer than Corp. Corp only takes like 10 minutes for a kill.
With all the specs and everything?
It actually takes. I've had a Corp kill that, I mean, I literally have gotten it down to basically like 8 minutes. If you're really speedy, you can get a Corp kill in 8 minutes.
Wow, dude, it's double. It's like doing 2 to 3 Corp kills.
It is so bad. It is so bad. In fact, I remember, so after 9 months of normal Nightmare, they announced Fasani's. And so that the minute it was announced, I stopped killing normal Nightmare. And then 2 months later, when they actually dropped Fasani's, I got it day 1. I got the mace day 1. That's what I wanted, yeah. So I had
Wow.
spent, it was like the worst feeling because it was like I had spent 9 months where I could have literally just skipped all of that pain and torture. And if who knows what RNG would have actually played out, but it's like,
Yeah.
I do literally 1 day of Fasani's and I get the thing I needed. Like, oh my
That's
God.
insane. So the drop rate is different though, I assume, right?
Yeah. So the mace at normal Nightmare in a solo was 1 in 1,200. And I had
The
done
mace.
Yeah,
What
and
about the pet?
I had done 2,900 solos with an additional like 400-ish just mixed teams kind of. So I
Yeah.
was at like 3,300 KC and I still didn't have a mace and I was like,
Oh my
it's the
gosh.
fucking worst. Yeah.
So then
Yeah.
pet is 1 in 800 to 4,000 from what the uh wiki says. So then what would the pet be different on
So
Dasani? 1 in 1,400.
yeah.
Okay, so it's like okay, so it's a little bit better.
They changed some of the drop rates because initially, like for the longest time, the Nightmare pet at normal Nightmare, regardless of team size, was 1 in 4,000. And then they came to their senses and were like, okay, if you're doing a solo, maybe we can make the rate 1 in 800.
Okay, yeah.
And so,
I mean, I
yeah.
think they should just flipped Fosani and Nightmare around. Like if Fosani is supposed to be like the harder, like the hard mode
It's
of like
literally
like
not
hard
the
mode
hard mode.
top.
It's literally not the hard
It's
mode. Like Fasani's
yeah.
is arguably like the easy mode of it.
Which is yeah, it was even with like the enrage phase too. It's like it seems like it's harder, but not really if
It's
you do
just
everything
fun
right.
mode. That's what I call it. It's like
Yeah,
this is
yeah.
actually fun. Like Arcane, like he was the main person that designed Fasani's Nightmare. He
Hmm.
nailed it. He just got all the good stuff and put it into, like his keeping the fight like pretty much the same, but keeping the fun aspects, shortening the fight. The only thing, honestly, that they could do to Nightmare at this point is been endlessly suggesting this is like, first of all, buff Inquisitors, or if you're not going to touch the items, just literally increase the drop rates of stuff. I think 1 in 160
Yeah.
for an item is just absurd.
Yeah. And the fact that like even if you do get an item, if it's not the right item, like let's say you get the orb or you get a staff, you still can't even use it in Nightmare because you have to get the two pieces, the two counterparts to even use the item. So it's just way too grindy. But
Yeah.
would it be a good idea to switch? Let's say regular Nightmare has no chip damage, and then Posani's does have chip damage, but they reduced it to like instead of sixes, it's like threes.
Honestly, at this point, I
Or
just say
no.
just delete normal Nightmare. Like,
Oh,
I mean, like you can keep it, I guess. I would literally just suggest normal Nightmare. Get rid of the chip. Get rid of. I mean, the chip damage isn't even a thing in Fasani's, but get rid of it as well in normal if you
yeah.
really want to keep it. Thing is, nobody does normal Nightmare unless you're like learning or you feel like I just want a
Like a
team
group,
around me.
yeah.
But it is a miserable experience. It's not fun. Like,
I'm not looking forward to it.
yeah.
But I mean, and well, I guess now I have Void Waker, so it's like I can use it there.
That's
But
true.
I'm like pretty much. I mean, there's no really reason for me to do it right now, just because it's like the drops aren't like super best in slot, you know.
Yeah, they're just really at this mid level where it's like, why do I even want this stuff?
Yeah. So I kind of have it saved as like kind of like after credit goals. Like
Yeah.
when I get this the shadow and like I have like best in slot gear to make it less painful.
Yeah, I've been suggesting like a buff. I know you can't use Inquisitors ever. That would be really cool if you could. If it was like
Yeah.
some like pure Inquisitors or something.
But I'm honestly very humble. I really don't even want Inquisitor because it's like I've won defense. I can't get greedy, you know. I feel like
Yeah.
there's some peers, Shawnee, that like keep pushing the envelope, and I'm like, dude, we have Zenites now. Like that's crazy. We have like blessed D'hide. Like I feel so I don't know. I feel lucky that being a peer in 2023 and we have these upgrades and I don't know.
That's good. I mean that's
Yeah.
a cool mindset to hear because I feel like most people that have restricted accounts are constantly on that.
They keep wanting more and more and more.
Yeah.
I'm like,
I mean, I
oh my
understand it
God.
as well. Like everybody wants. It seems I don't know. You're just built different, I guess. You fully understood what you're getting yourself
Yeah.
into by restricting, and you've kept with it. I think that's respectable.
Yeah, and I think it doesn't really help because I think a lot of people there's like maybe a negative connotation when it comes to like a snowflake account or a pure account or a UIM, and like they just kind of like hate those accounts, and I think people don't like those accounts because the people that do have them keep asking for like more and more, or like adjusting to like the updates and like, oh, like we should have these for peers. It's like, no, we don't need to be doing, like, we don't need to do Vorkath for like Dragon Bolts. Like we can do next, like now we can do Muspa, you know what I mean? Like, back to your question about if there's a content that I wish I could do that I couldn't do. There's actually not a lot of things that I can't do. Like it's just pretty much, what's it called? Sepulture I can do, which I don't really care to do, but I can do Vorkath, and I think, and I guess I could do Corp. I could do Corp, but I choose not to. So it's just honestly the only boss is just Vorkath.
Oh damn, yeah, that's
yeah. I'm looking at the boss log right now, and the zero kill count is Zuck, Vorkath, and Fusani.
Yeah,
everything else has a number.
I mean, I appreciate that they are like, they're very open. I don't know. Like whenever there's an update, they're trying to be very inclusive with like trying to see like, okay, we don't want to just exclude entire account builds because there is just like a ton of like UIM and Pures and all these other accounts, and they're trying to balance it pretty well.
I think it's fair.
Like
that it's like there's at least a reward that everyone could get, no matter, like at least one or even like a couple. Like for example, Forestry. Like I can't get everything, and I think it's fair, but I can get lumberjack outfit, or I could get like a log basket. Like that's totally okay, you know.
It's also, I just lost my train of thought right there.
Dude, I knew it. I should have let you continue.
No, you're good. I'll think of it in a second, probably, maybe. No, but yeah, god damn it.
All right, we'll sit here. We'll pause. We'll pause, and we'll skip to the part where we remember. All right, so we're talking about. I'm losing my train of thought of what I was just.
No, it's fine.
Okay. Restrictions. Vorkath not being able to wear everything.
That
rewards.
Was it. That was it. It was something about them being very like inclusive and stuff. And I've still lost it. It's like right there, but I just can't think of it.
I think I got this. I'll reel it in. UAMs, because I also had more to add, but then like I stopped myself, and then I lost my second train.
It's fine. It'll come to me eventually. This is actually a question coming from the Twitter topics from Flomple. It's brutal because he mentions charity. So it's not just like how much. It's like as you have now you have like that guilt if you don't. How much for charity to get 2 defense?
Yeah, I feel like you kind of have to answer, and if you don't, then like you're just a shit person.
You're just a piece of shit. Like yeah.
I would say like I would hope to like hit like a cool new record, or like an amount that I know any amount will make a big difference, right? But like a significant amount that would be like, whoa, like this facility or this hospital now can afford to buy like a new equipment completely, like like a crazy physical like improvement. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, of course, if I raise like $1,000, like it helps a lot, you know. But I think, and also for an account that I've had like 8 years, and it's like the main source of like what I do every day. So like if I had 2 defense, I think it'd be I mean, I guess I could continue the account, or I could restart it. But I think for the kids, right?
Yeah.
I would say like I think I can't remember like my last PBs with other charities. It's been like a couple thousand, but I think 10,000 would be just huge. It'd be like, whoa, like I did that. You know what I mean? Like we did that. We raised that much. Like that's like a 5-digit number. Like, okay, that's worth it.
Okay, yeah, I think that's respectable.
Yeah,
it's one of those things where it's like it is just a video game at the end of the day.
It is true, and like,
but it's but you got to draw the line somewhere, because what are you going to do it for? Just 50 cents? 50 cents is still 50 cents, but like, you gotta.
But then also like, imagine if I don't know. I feel like if I like declined that deal. Yeah. Imagine how many more charity streams I could do with this account to raise maybe more money in 3 or 4 charities than just one charity.
Yeah.
Or 3 or 4 streams for one charity versus doing one big stream for one charity. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Maybe not, but.
And I feel like, I mean, I think that is a good forfeit or whatever. I like the forfeits where it's like go bald, or I guess you're already bald, but or like do the
Go bald even more.
go scalp yourself. Yeah. Yeah. No. I mean, yeah. I don't know. When it comes to like I don't fucking know. I think that's cool though. Like just.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's like, well, because Exact, he kind of did the same thing. Like he had what was his forfeit? Like 20,000? I can't remember, but it was like a pretty big deal. And like he even not only did he get 2 defense, he lost hardcore as well.
Yeah, yeah, that was cool. It's kind of I don't know what Exact's been up to. I mean, he's just a brilliant dude, anyways. But I don't think he's been playing RuneScape. Which
I thought he was like doing a little. Yeah, I know. Once you get a girlfriend, I gotta naturally happen that way.
He's too good. Like he's too bright of a person to just play RuneScape his whole life. He needs to flourish. He needs to blossom into who he really needs to be.
That's very well said. I think when he does have a goal, like like solo hard top, he'll complete it and then be satisfied. And there's like, okay, well, like I did that. Like now,
yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, he was doing casual like duo, like I think 500s with his girlfriend for like the Fane kid and stuff. But yeah,
it was just more like casual.
I thought it would really bring him out and like do like a solo 600 or something crazy. You know what I mean? Like kind of like hard top. But
I don't think he has enough interest anymore.
Yeah.
It's weird to think. Okay, well, let me just ask you, what are your thoughts on TOA compared to the other raids?
Mm.
It seems to be. I mean, everyone's opinion's different, but I feel like it's pretty clear when people don't like TOA as much, or they really love it.
Yeah, people would ask like how I would rate the 3 raids, and I think, based on like the puzzles and stuff, like. I don't know. I think Tob has like the most like what's the word I'm thinking of? Interactive rate. Like there's no downtime. Like you're killing boss after boss and like you're done, Yeah. But then I'm kind of already done with Tob, so like I don't want to rate that because I still like I have to finish TOA, I have to finish Chambers. So now it's like those are my 2 like which one's first. And I really respect Chambers. I respect like the mechanics, and if you do it right, nothing should go wrong. I mean, I say that, but then Olm could just really be stubborn on setting that 4-1, and you just cannot set it. And you're like, oh my gosh, come on. So that's like the only RNG factor. But then now with TOA mechanics, you could make TOA consistent. Because back then, I hated TOA. Like Baba with no red X was a nightmare. It's just random on like if you're gonna die or not.
Yep.
But now once you learn red X, it is just a free room and. So then, yeah, I guess, I don't know. Now, so like Chambers has the puzzles, which is kind of annoying, but they don't. I'm not too phased. I don't really mind Crab Rune. Like that's kind of quick. Thieving's whatever. I guess I don't like Ice Demon. That's kind of more of like a super puzzle.
Yeah, Thieving and Ice just seem to just slow down the raid. It's like, what is going on here? Can we just move past this?
Yeah, I think I have to go Chambers. Chambers first.
Okay.
TOA second, then third Tob. But if I haven't completed any raid, it'd be like Chambers or Chamber. I'd be Tob first, then Chambers, then TOA. Another thing is, I don't know what it is with Jagex, but they love to incorporate falling rock mechanic. They have it everywhere, dude. Every raid, more in other bosses, like they just love to just drop rocks, and it drives me crazy. Like Chambers is freaking annoying.
The falling rocks at TOA at Warden piss me off.
Yes.
Because it's like, can you just at least visually represent this slightly better? Because it literally is it's like way up there, and you'll click away, but it just drops so quick, and then it kind of slows down at the end, but it's already hit you. It's like
it's inconsistent, and same with Olm. There's some Olm raids where.
Oh my god, dude! Don't even get me started.
The rock, I don't get it. It's like some rocks fall faster than others because it's like Olm's got PID. I don't know. Like the rocks fall faster in some raids than others. I'm like, that's ridiculous.
No, it's literally the unscuffed and scuffed Olm. Yeah, it's basically PID for Olm, and it's that.
But it's RNG, right? Like
yeah, it could switch. It could switch multiple times, like throughout the Olm. Yeah, it could literally. I've seen it like when I was grinding Chambers. It literally switched like 4 times just on head phase. It swapped from like being good to bad to good to bad. It's like, can you just fix this? It's weird because I've never actually heard it directly from a JMod, but I've heard rumors. It's like they don't even know what the problem is. So like they just keep it. Like they don't even know how to fix it.
If they tried fixing it, then it could break more stuff. And
it's like if you could just get it consistently, because literally it's really, I think one of the saddest things to see is when you see a new person at Chambers and they're trying their fucking darndest to dodge all of these crystals, and no matter what they do, they get fucked by them. No matter what, like you don't have the reaction time.
Rocks.
Yeah, like it's just like they see it, and because like like an advanced player has, very like just the more you play this game, the more just on your feet you are. Like you're just very reactive to things, and you know what's going on. But as a new player, when you have an unscuffed Olm that's literally just dropping, you see the shadow, and then the very next tick you're getting hit by it. It's like, dude, it's just actually obnoxious. It's literally obnoxious. They need to
there should be like a task of like how many rocks you can actually get hit by, and then there'd be a combat task. Like, oh wow, completed. PB.
No, that's what they did with Nex. The Nex CAs where you have to cough.
Oh, dude, but they didn't patch it, but now they there's an update now with like Slayer Helm or something works.
Yeah. If you wear any of that, you're good.
Yeah, but now people that are trying to get the task, they can't really do it unless they have like a team and they're all on board.
All you need is just 2 people, I'm pretty sure, right? And you just follow each other the whole time, like just keep coughing.
I did it accidentally in a mass world, and I had 1 range the entire kill, but I got MVP, and I'm like, this is impossible. I had 1 range the whole kill, and I don't remember procking. I mean, maybe I procced I had to. I procced a lot.
You had to
like Ruby Bolt.
I guess, yeah, but being 1 range. Wait. The proc the proc. I mean, I know you're still going to get the same percentage on the proc, but doesn't the proc still have an accuracy roll to see if you actually hit it, or is the proc with the Ruby guaranteed if you've rolled the 1 in 20 or whatever?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. I would assume its accuracy roll would help proc, but
that's what I would think too.
I'm not sure. But then I guess if everyone's coughing, like maybe their other range levels are also low, and so it just comes down to who procs the most. But so back to like Jagex with like recycled mechanics. They also like to recycle combining weapons, and it's driving me insane because let's count them. We have Venator Bow, we have Void Waker, and now this axe is going to be like multi-piece weapon. And I didn't mind Muspa until I went like 5 times drive for one of the shards. It was just one of them, and I was like, "Are you freaking kidding me?" Like the grind was way too long. I could have been, if they just made it like a bow, I don't know, like something that a string and you have to make into a bow, would have been way better. And then same with Void Waker. Well, Void Waker I didn't really go dry on, so I can't really complain. But I could have, and that could have been bad. And now this axe, I'm like, dang, there's gonna be like 3 pieces or something we would have to get. So I don't know what it is, like why they're like, well, Desert Treasure, there's like 4 bosses. I guess kind of like the first one. The first one had 3 bosses. I can't remember. But I guess they're trying to like make every boss have a reward. So that they probably assume just split up an axe 4 ways.
Yeah, I think
with the DK rings.
Yeah. I think each boss will have its own ring. I mean, that sounds.
Yeah. But that's fine. Like the upgraded ones now, and then and then there's each piece. I mean, similar to the Wally bosses. I hope they like. I kind of really appreciate the Wally boss mechanics. Like they were interactive. You had to pay attention, and like it wasn't annoying. Like it wasn't like you'd have to learn some crazy like red X way to be efficient.
Yeah, I've actually heard. I mean, I still have not killed even one of the new wildy bosses. I spent so long out in the wilderness. I completed the wilderness fully before the whole boss rework. Still haven't touched them, but everybody that I've talked to about it says they're great. It's just like interactive, fun, quick. You're not just hitting a bajillion zeros. It's like it's more.
So you would have been screwed during Tennessee Beer Olympics if you had to kill Callisto.
Oh yeah, probably. Yeah. I think I was like dead asleep during that.
Oh yeah.
The Beer Olympics.
I think me and you had a similar schedule. Like I did literally almost on the cookout night. The quick on that. After we ate at a Cold One's place, right? Like
Yeah.
that Airbnb. You went off to bed at like 1 a.m. And the
Yeah.
moment that I saw you leave, it was like my green light that I could leave too because I was tired.
Dude,
But I didn't want to be the first one to leave. So like anytime you would leave a party to go to sleep, I was like, oh dude, I can go to bed now. Like
yeah, you just can't be the first like party poo. You're basically I was like, dude, I can't. My eyes were so heavy. I was like, dude, I'm literally just here and I'm trying to be like, I'm gonna enjoy this because this vacation is gonna end at some point and I might as well just take advantage. But I'm just like, fuck, dude. Like I can't even hold like a proper conversation. I'm just so damn
And I don't
tired.
know what it was too, because I feel like when I was in Vegas with everyone, like I felt like I'd stay up till like 6 a.m. and stuff. But this trip was different. I don't know if we just maybe had more to drink or what, but
Yeah,
I think you get hungover on like day 1 or day 2, and then it just drags, and then you just kind of like just like hanging in there.
Yeah, it's also like I think for me, it's just like it was my first experience, not like first experience, but it was like just a big experience compared to like how my life usually is, which is pretty just low key, just not hanging around a bunch of people, and then instantaneously just partying for 5 days straight. It's like I am not used to this. Like my body needs rest.
Well, I think also like maybe like our social batteries were like they got shocked in a way because it's like complete 180 of the interaction and like just socializing, because I think my battery was running out faster than other trips, like I said, Vegas, like my social battery was like way higher. I could like just hang, but Tennessee, like my battery would like run out, and I'm like, dang, like I can't talk anymore, like I just don't know what to talk about, and I'm like, oh damn. And I'm like, I should just go to bed and like recharge or something.
Yeah, it always felt nice like dipping early, then you just realize like I could just fucking just relax for a little bit. That was so fun. That trip so that was my first time ever meeting up with streamers and stuff.
Really?
Yeah, that was so
you didn't
fun.
You didn't go to TwitchCon or anything?
No, I hadn't
RuneFest?
Nope, because I started streaming in 2019, which is the last RuneFest they had, and I was obviously like just too small of a streamer. That's all I got, is like you can never be too small of a streamer, but I was like, I'm not gonna go.
Dang.
And then RuneFests were all canceled, and then last year's TwitchCon I was considering going, but I just had like so much shit, going on, and I'm like, I'm not gonna go.
Yeah.
Money was a little bit tighter as well. I'm just like, but then when Prison Joe invited me out to Tennessee, I was like, I fucking gotta go to this.
Yeah, with like just the lineup of like who was going, and like there's like it wasn't just base, but it was also like other people that we haven't met, like Solo Mission. I was like, dude, like I have to at least meet him like once in my life. And it was just like there's a crazy difference of like how easy it was to mesh with like especially 2 people, and it was him and you, like me, like we just meshed naturally, and I was like, wow, like I would have never known if I didn't like meet them, so it was like I had to go to this. And Prison Joe did such a good job organizing and like having everything scheduled out, and it was just flawless. I mean, besides like we had a delayed Dollywood because it was raining, and like we just went the next day. But besides that, like everything worked out. We went to the restaurants. We had the moonshine tasting, go-kart. Like we literally did everything that we planned on doing.
Yep, it was literally like it was like really good balance too. Like we never planned too many things in one day. It was just like one big thing usually.
We couldn't go on that hike or on a trail that me and you and Nine Rain were like. Nine Rain was trying to make this happen for like days, and we're like, yeah, all right, well, in the morning, and when we wake up in the morning, we'll go, and like it just never happened.
I mean, whenever it was like early morning, I'm just like, I can't just wake up super early right now. It's like I always want to the night before, and then it's like actually the morning. I'm like, fuck, like that sounds.
Well, we quit with me honestly. With like we were sleeping in because no one would wake up till like 2 p.m. So I was like, well, we do actually have a lot of time. Like wake up at 12 and still make it.
Yeah, that place was so beautiful too. Like that, I was impressed, and it was affordable too. Like,
and I think it was like. Because it was I've never went on a trip where I flew and then had to drive another like 4 hours, like or 3 hours. I was like, I think. Keep going.
No, I was just gonna say, like, I literally had planned my flight to fly into Knoxville, which is literally like 45 minutes away from the cabin, and then I just basically got convinced, like, oh gee, just cancel that flight and go to Nashville. I'm like, I guess. I mean, it would literally wasn't even cheaper. Like they were like, it's going to be much cheaper. It wasn't even cheaper. And then I was just like, we're driving for 4 hours. Like, what was the point of this?
Dude, I didn't even think of it. I had no idea there was a closer airport.
Yeah,
I would have just went through yours and then just Ubered 45 minutes.
Yeah, it was generally, I think for most people it would have been more expensive because it's just a smaller airport.
Oh.
Yeah.
But I mean, it was fine. Like the road trip was cool, just mingling
cool.
and
yeah, I'm excited for future events. I really want a RuneFest to come because like there are so many people that would go to that probably wouldn't go to like Twitch cons and stuff. I feel like RuneFest you get to meet all your viewers.
Yeah, RuneFest is like the event that can combine the US and the UK people together, like whether it's streamers and viewers.
Yes.
And like it's like this game is prominently like UK. I don't know actually. This game is probably I don't know 50-50 with UK and US.
Probably
and
more
other
US
countries.
to be honest. Slightly.
Really?
Probably. Oh. I would say so.
So, but the fact that like
according to my YouTube analytics, which is probably not accurate, but seems to be accurate.
even Twitch analytics too. But well, regardless, like this game still has like a good chunk of people that are in the UK or in different countries that RuneFest would just tie everyone together versus like TwitchCon, which is like mostly US people.
Yeah.
But they got to do it. Are you gonna go to this TwitchCon this year in Vegas?
Yeah, most likely. It really depends because like.
On what?
I mean, it's pretty much just like I'm trying to save for my like. I just like the cost of living in Oregon since I've moved here is just like ridiculous, and I'm trying to like budget my expenses and stuff. So like a lot of it is just like I could save money by not going on an expensive trip, but that's literally the only downside is like just that where I have things I want to like save up for, like actually not just go on 2 trips a year or whatever and just I don't know. It depends. I'll probably go, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm the same way too. It's like my new, like, well, not new, but my next adult life goal will be to buy a house because I kind of hate renting and all that. And so, yeah. I feel like Oregon and Seattle are kind of the same, right? Cost of living?
Yeah, I'd probably say so. I mean, Eugene, like that's where I am, and yeah, I mean, it's like I just remember apartment hunting beforehand. It's like, dude, you cannot find a place for under like 1,300. Like just like impossible, and that's like a studio.
What?
Yeah, I mean,
I thought you were gonna say 1 bedroom. I'd be like, well, it's not like I go 1,300 max for 1 bedroom.
Yeah,
maybe 1,400 max.
No, but this is like, I mean, there was 1 bedroom apartments like at a nice place that were like 2,300, 2,200.
That's
like just
wild.
I mean, I got mine. I mean, this place is 1,500 for a 1 bedroom, and it's basically a studio. But it's like, and I think compared to most of the country, that's whatever. It's like, okay, like, you know, if you live in California or whatever, that's pretty normal.
Well,
but
yeah, I feel like Cali's like 2,300, like, you know, above 2K easily.
Yeah, Alabama. Coming from Alabama though, where literally you could get. I mean, I was living in a 2-bedroom for $520 a month.
What the heck?
And then we moved to another place, which was 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 2-story, and that was $1,000.
Wow.
3-bedroom. I was like, dude, this is like, you know, bigger than the home I grew up in. Like it was big square footage too. I'm like, this is like, yeah. And then you come back here and it's like, Jesus, like you just can't find a place that's cheap.
I feel like there wasn't. It's kind of weird. Well, first, like, are you like in the outskirts of like Oregon or like?
No,
so, for example,
I'm like right in the.
You're in downtown then.
I'm just like right outside of downtown, which is nice. It's like I'm in like literally like the most perfect area. Honestly, it's like peaceful, but it's still like around everything.
Okay. So like when you go out, let's say you go out like with friends to bars or something. How far away is the drive to like the go-to place, like go-to area?
Oh, like 2-3 miles. Like it's not like,
that's like
really
like
cool. Downtown Eugene is literally like 2 or 3 miles away from me.
Dang.
Yeah. Like
because like I just say Seattle just to not confuse people about like what the, you know, Washington DC whatever. But I'm actually I was in the outskirts of Seattle. So if I wanted to go to like downtown, like where all the like this, you know, like bars and clubs were, it'd be like 30 minutes, which it'd be way more expensive.
Seattle's huge though, right? Like
well, yeah.
Eugene isn't that big. It's
Yeah. But like the difference between Arizona living and Seattle, well, because I was in the outskirts, was similar. Like Arizona, back in college, I was paying like 1,100 for a one bedroom, and then Seattle, well, the north of it was like I'm paying like 1,200. So it was a slight difference, and it was like same one bedroom, but of course, if I was like living in downtown Seattle, it'd be like 2 grand or something wild for like a studio.
Yeah, I'm like still debating whether or not after this lease I move somewhere else in Oregon, because there's definitely cheaper places in Oregon. Eugene is pretty expensive. It's just nice because I just love the area. There's like a freaking we were talking in Tennessee. I was talking about like the bike path around here. It's just like,
oh yeah, about buying a. I was talking about like buying a bike and
yeah,
at least
like,
I was buying a bike.
It is beautiful around here if you're like active. If you want to like go on runs and you want to like have nice, very clean paved paths everywhere, it's fucking beautiful for that. So like that alone is, at least in my eyes, is worth being here.
Oh yeah. Didn't Hannah and Will live in Oregon? I wonder.
Yeah, I think they lived in Portland for a while.
Is that super expensive compared to where you're at?
It's probably pretty similar. I don't think they lived like in the city. I think like I have no idea. I'm literally just like
yeah.
But it's probably pretty similar. I think Eugene and Portland are probably the most expensive.
I've actually only been to Oregon, or like I've only been to Portland once in my life, and that was for a like a bachelor weekend with the guys. But so the thing with the bachelor stuff is like I wouldn't normally go to a bachelor stuff if it's like very, I don't know what the word is. I don't know, like if it's gonna be like raunchy. Like I'm not a fan of like strip clubs. You know what I mean? I'm kind of like, why are we gonna go and spend money and get blue balled and like what is this? Yeah, I just don't see the appeal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so this buddy who's getting married, he's a really cool dude. Like he's not like, there's two types of people. We have my cousin who is like the opposite of me, and he's like the wild bunch. He loves strip clubs, you know, he's just like the wild one, right? And I bring him down a level. But it's a good balance because he brings me up a level. You know what I mean? Like I'm the one that has like the head between my shoulders kind of thing. Like, he's kind of like YOLO, live life, you know, like come move in with me, and I did, and like that's how I got to Seattle, is because of him, you know. But so he would be like all for that. And this guy that I met through one of like my cousin's like house parties, he like with his girlfriend and like these other two cousins that he has, that they like to do other stuff besides party. They like to play soccer and like frisbee and surfing. And I'm like, this is awesome. I need like variety. I can't just like party. I need to do like other things to build like this friendship, or like to, you know, to do more things. It'd be too repetitive. And so this guy loves, like, he doesn't even like strip clubs too. Like he was also grew up like he's like ex-Mormon. So his girlfriend was also like kind of like ex-Mormon. Like they were Mormon, but as they get older, you know, they kind of
sound like me.
Yeah, right. They just kind of drift away more on that.
Yeah.
And so he was like, yeah, this bachelor weekend we're gonna be going like surfing, and one I was like, oh, okay, I'll go. If my cousin was gonna have a bachelor weekend, I would not go, because I for sure know it's strip clubs and paying for hookers, and I'm like, oh, bro, what the heck is this? You know, like, come on, we could do genuine, wholesome things without spending money, getting teased, and like, you know, it's just there's so many different ways, you know. And I'm like a hype man. I don't normally say no to anything. I'm someone that would be down, but I'm like, out of all the things, I'd be like, I choose like not to go. Yeah. So we go to Portland, right? And I already know this guy is not down for strip clubs. After we drive, we finally show up. The first place, we're like hungry, and we try to like find somewhere to find a place to eat. First place we just walk into, it's like a dive bar. It's like not a dive bar, it's a strip club, and I'm like, oh, what the heck is this?
Isn't Portland like the most strip clubs, like per whatever? Like they're just Portland, everywhere apparently.
Yeah, but Portland's also like the place, I guess, for surfing too. Like I guess there's like this beach there that's like really good for surf, like good waves. I forgot the name of it, but it's like iconic for like really good surfing, and so that's why he wanted to go there. But yeah, we first show up in this rundown ratchet like strip club dive bar, and I guess they have a menu, and I look at the menu, and there's like chicken tenders and stuff, and we're starving. We're like, okay, well, my first concern was, where's the kitchen? Like I see food coming out, but I don't see the chef. I don't see where they're cooking this. I just see more naked women come out with the food, and I'm like, bro, this is not even sanitary. Like, bro, what is this? And so there was that. I was like, okay, we popped everyone's cherries about going to a strip club. Woohoo! And then we did like the next day we did go surfing. And then I think after surfing, they're like, okay, you had a like the buddy, like the guy's getting married. He's like, okay, you had a bad experience with a strip club. We have to give you the real experience. And I was like, oh God, no. So we go to this luxury strip club, like bougie, rich luxury strip club. And I'm like, what the heck? Like this is completely out of my,
Scene,
expert
basically.
scene. Yeah, out of my scene. Like I don't normally do this. So we book a table, and I guess if you book a table and like you're below the age of 30, you get all the attention from like the waitresses and the dancers, which was kind of cool because I was like, oh, like these girls like to hang out. They'd like to like kind of hang out with you and like they actually drink with you. I was like, aren't you like on the clock? And they're like, oh, they don't care. And so it was kind of like a little get together, little party. And but I didn't come prepared, so I didn't have any cash. I didn't have any dollars. And I also
Oh
am not a big fan
God.
of cash.
Yeah.
Like I just use credit or I use yeah, either credit card and stuff just because I can keep track of it when I do taxes. And like as a streamer, like when you can track it, you can deduct everything. Like, dude, that trip was a business expense. Okay, not that one. Tennessee was and TwitchCon was. That one I lost money. But you know what I mean?
Yeah. So what's it like not having cash at a strip? I mean, to be honest, I've never been to a strip club, so.
Oh, you have it? Okay,
No, I've never
great.
been.
Because
Yeah.
dang, so I can't wait until like if you actually end up being in one. So I had no cash, and so I was like, dude, I feel so bad. And so one of the guys there like gave me like several dollar bills, and he's like, all right, like, kind of here you go, like enjoy.
Yeah.
Dude, these felt like tokens at Peter Piper Pizza. I was like, oh, thanks, mom, give me some tokens. Like, whoa, I can't wait to have some fun. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I go to like the stage and like I just don't know the behavior. I don't know the meta of this. So
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
just like, okay, when do I pay? Do I pay after the show? Do I pay during the show? Like, what do I do? And so they were like, you just throw on the floor. They love it. They like to crawl and pick it up with their butt. And I'm like, what the heck? And I could not do it. I was like, I'm not gonna like derogatory, or I'm not gonna like, what's the word? Starts with the D. I don't know. I can't think of it, but I can't like be like that, you know? So I was like
Yeah.
just sliding the dollar bill on the table, like, yo, like good job, like that was nice. Like I sound like Borat, like I don't fucking know. I was just like, that was good. Like I don't know, thank you for your service. That was
Yeah.
so awkward, dude. And
Oh, I can only imagine how awkward I'd be. Like,
I was
oh my
like,
God. Yeah.
wow, okay, like here you go, like I don't know. And then throughout the day, they were like some of the dancers or some of the waitresses were hanging out at our table a lot, and one of them was like really like into me, and like dude, like she was like sitting on me, and I was like, oh my gosh, like this is crazy, dude. And I got her Snapchat, and I told, and like when when we left, I was like, guys, I got her Snapchat, like I'm in, dude. I'm actually like I'm getting feelings. And dude, and they were like, nah, man. She gives Snapchat to everyone. And I was like, dude, it's her personal one. Like, dude, I just saw her story. It's a real one. It's not like a fake stripper one. And they're like, dude, that's what they do to everyone. And I was so convinced. And like, I actually fell in love with a stripper, like with the song and everything.
Oh my God.
And then like a week later, I saw her story and she has a boyfriend. And I was like,
Oh, fuck.
yeah,
Oh,
I know.
fuck.
But that was wild. First time at a strip club, and I still wouldn't really go to one.
Yeah, especially falling in love that quickly. Yeah, that's my fear. So, so you live now near like Tasty.
Yeah. So now I'm back in Arizona with the family. Was in Seattle for like 5 years, but yeah. So
Is
now
it
like
better in Arizona? Do you like it there more?
I was missing the sun. I was missing the sun a lot. Is
Yeah.
that an issue with Oregon?
I mean, I
Like the
personally,
rain?
I am not bothered by it. I mean, I grew up in Oregon, so like it's
Oh,
just normal for me. But I mean, I've lived in Houston and I've lived in Huntsville, so like they're both super sunny, and it's nice. But for most of the time I was in Huntsville, I was just camped in my room anyway because I was
yeah.
streaming a lot. But
Playing RuneScape, yeah.
yeah, but no,
I feel like
I don't think I get affected by like the not having too much sun.
dang.
So, and I mean I mean literally the past month and a half has been absolutely beautiful here. Like right now there's not a cloud in the sky and
Oh
it's like
yeah.
80.
Oh yeah. I mean, and especially like now, like in both Oregon or Seattle, it's like gotta be so perfect.
Oh
Just
yeah,
like now,
perfect.
it was nice in Arizona, but now it's like getting like too hot. Like right, it's like 106 Fahrenheit right now.
Jesus, yeah, yeah, that's too much. That's too much.
Dude,
It's
it was 109 last night at 9 o'clock. 109 at night, dude.
bruh,
It's like, what? How's that possible?
and it's dry there, right?
Well, yeah, yeah. So I mean, like, it's nice. I would still say Florida is the worst because not only do you have like 80-degree, 90-degree weather, but you also have like the 90% humidity. So
Hmm.
you're not only are you sweating, but it's like sticky. At least in Arizona, you're just sweating. So you just change shirts, you just jump in a pool, shower again, like I don't know,
Yeah.
or
Now
have the
that's
fans on.
like Houston was super super humid during the summer. Like the summers were pretty brutal. But the thing is like so I'm like really pale, and if I get because I also lived in Vegas, and that's extremely dry heat, and it's
Oh
like
yeah.
I would if I got sunburned in Vegas, like it was bad. Like I would literally get like I would just start like instantly peeling basically because it's so dry, it's like flaky. But I would get sunburn in Houston or in Huntsville to be for that matter because they're both pretty humid. And it's like I don't get affected as much. I feel like there's something like with the mixture of the humidity, even though it's like nastier and sweatier. I
Yeah.
kind of actually appreciate the humidity a little bit more. Like,
Really?
yeah, I don't know what it is. It feels, and if it's like a good temperature, it actually feels better. Like if it's like 75 and humid, it's like I kind of like it. It just feels like a blanket almost. Like
Yeah, I would
maybe I'm
say
weird
like,
though, because I don't think like most people agree with that.
well, the thing also with like Florida, because I was just in Florida with family recently.
Yeah.
If there's a breeze, then yeah, I agree. I agree with you. Like it's perfect. It's fine. Like you
Hmm.
don't feel the humid as much, the humidity or like the stickiness, because it's like just like a calming breeze. Like, dude, it's just insane how the beach in Florida is like all the beaches, the water is just insanely warm. Like, I'm someone that walks into water, and
Hmm.
slowly gets used to it. But over there, I could actually just jump in,
Yep.
and I know it was going to be like lukewarm.
Yeah.
Like, that's insane. I guess that and Mexico have like the two best temperature. I think Hawaii.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dude, I went to Miami a couple years ago with my brothers and my dad. That was like
Hmm.
the first time there. Yeah, we were like right on the beach of Miami, and that was so perfect. And we went to Cancun last Christmas.
Oh, Cancun's
And
gotta be good.
dude, I mean, it was even bad weather. Like it was literally like raining for like 3 of the days we were there. But I mean, even so, like you step into the beach and it's just the water feels amazing. It actually
Dang.
it probably even felt better because it was like a cooler day out and the water is like still warm from like just the sun beating on it nonstop.
It's crazy. I was like, wow, like how is this like the ocean right now? Like it just
Yeah.
feels like a heated pool.
Especially when you grow like I grew up in Oregon, so when we go to the coast, it is just
Hmm.
gross. Like there's seaweed and bugs everywhere, like in
Oh
all
yeah.
and like foam just
All
everywhere.
the
The
there's
fucking
some
foam
yeah,
everywhere.
there's some bad beaches in Florida that have like seaweed and foam and the sand is like seashells completely. So you're just
Yes,
like
yes, and the water, like, dude, I remember, I even had a wetsuit on. One of like, I was like 14 or 15. I went with my friend to the coast. We were like there, like a beach house, like in Oregon, and dude, when you are in the ocean, like in the Pacific Ocean in Oregon, like you get so like you it's like sandpaper when you go like and take like if
uh,
you have sand in your suit or something, it's like you're so
mhm.
fucking like I don't even know how to describe it because you feel hot, but you're actually really cold. And like when you take a hot shower after being in like the Pacific Ocean, like for like up in Oregon, it burns like
Oh
because you
really?
were so cold
Oh
basically.
dang.
Yeah, it's
I remember like just Cali, like San Diego, we'd visit, like just the water's just always cold. It's like, oh man, I don't even want to get in.
yeah.
But
Um, yeah, that's cool though. Like you get to kind of hang out with like streamer friends like
yeah.
here and there.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. So with like Seattle, it's like on the weekend when you like want to like, I don't know, go out and like get some like sun. Like at one point, I was listening to audiobooks,
Hmm.
and I would go to like this like lake that's kind of like a beach and just kind of like just hang out there. But if you plan it on the weekend, it could rain, and then your whole weekend plan are kind of like screwed.
Mm,
So that's the only part where I would miss like the sun.
yeah, that's a good
But
point. You
yeah,
here it could just like randomly rain when it's like, especially like springtime. Like spring is just bipolar here.
Mm-hmm.
Like it'll say it'll literally say it's gonna rain all day, and then it won't rain at all the whole day. And like you could have planned something, but you just were like preparing for rain and it never did.
Well, that's like Florida too.
Opposite.
And like if it does rain in Florida, it'd be like for maybe an hour or less, and it just stops.
Yep. Yeah, and then
But yeah, it's been fun though. Like going out with like Tasty and whenever like Prison Joe would visit and.
Yeah, I saw your guys' excursion to that Renaissance fair or whatever.
Oh yeah. It's like
cool.
been like the most interactive I've ever been with streamers just by being in Arizona. Like
that's so fun.
Mm-hmm. Like Seattle, there wasn't really anyone that I knew. Well, actually, Aloha lived in Seattle, and I met up with him once and like had a beer.
Oh shit! How was that?
Yeah, that was cool. He's so smart. He's way smarter than me. So like I could tell the difference of intellect, and like the conversation was limiting at times. You know?
Yeah.
He's just on a whole other level. It's like, you know, he's on a whole other level of like I'm just like, dang. He starts talking about like math or just
dude
stuff.
that dude was like he graced the OSRS scene because like did you see him like a few months ago? I literally popped into his stream.
He came back.
He looked like the physical embodiment of Giga Chad. Like like he literally had the Giga Chad beard. Like everything. Like he's just like sitting there and just like what the like we literally have Giga Chad playing RuneScape right now. But yeah, a funny story actually about Aloha is he was in my DMs on the screenshot I got my twisted bow at 20k.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we were just casually just talking.
So you've known him for how many? So for how many years?
The thing is, like, we're almost like it's like I haven't even reconnected with him at all. But like, we were just like acquaintance player friend. Like I would pop into his stream. This is way before I started streaming, so I think we like added each other. We were both like kind of decent. I mean, he was a higher level Ironman than me at the time, but like I think I just had like a bunch of Iron friends added, and we would just talk here and there about like drops and stuff. So it's not like we were like close at all, but
yeah,
we'd chat here.
No, but he was like a nice guy. Like it was great having just a beer, and I think that same time we hung out, there was a viewer of ours that also wanted to see us. So like it was kind of like just a little trio. But I mean, it was a great time. Like I don't know, like he was at the time that I met up with him. He was in school getting his like PhD, or
Jesus Christ.
he was like he was in getting his master's. I think getting his master's, but I think he wanted to get his PhD. Like he was going like big. I was like, whoa.
Yeah. Now he's definitely a really bright guy. It's always strange when you see like somebody playing like streaming RuneScape and you just know they're like above this. Like, you know what I mean? Like just like you could be so much more than this.
Well, I mean that's why Exact is so smart too.
I know, but it's the same thing. It's like how are we graced with your presence? You do not belong here. Like you are better than this. Basically.
This is the bro. Like I think XQC said this on a interview. It's like we're XQC is like the king of the sewer rats, and I was like, bro, I feel like we're in the sewers, dude. Like we're just.
Dude, I mean,
this is like what we're doing.
It's that is something honestly that kind of, I don't know. It's like when reality hits. I feel like it's like you. Okay, how do I word this? You can live any life you want, and you can be very happy. I think when I dropped out of college and I started streaming. Like I just wanted to stream, and I felt like if I kept. Like I had to put all my eggs into one basket. If I really wanted streaming to work, I couldn't just stream 2 hours here and there, whatever, and try to do school and whatever work. And I just wanted to just dive into streaming. And then I obviously got sucked into it. And of course, like things kind of ended up being pretty good for me for the most part, which is lucky. But, I look at like my Instagram, I barely go on Instagram, but I'll just look at that. I don't even have Facebook anymore, but I'll just see like my friends that, we were on the same life trajectory sort of, and they have like families and like careers and all this, like, it's just, they seem to have like a different life than me now. I think we completely separated paths almost. And it's just strange to think like, I don't know what life would have been like if I just never streamed and I actually just got like a normal job and you're just not online all day and stuff.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
I feel
Like,
that I feel sometimes like that too, but I also try to like remind myself that like I feel like there's like a need for people like society to like just fit in a glove to like oh like we have to have a full-time good paying job, have family, have kids, house, like just the prerequisites of like a good life. And I was like
mm-hmm.
maybe like that's not you don't have to do that or need that. And then I guess there's an exception, right? With like if you're into sports, it's like well if you go pro, like you're not gonna have or you could kind of have that life, but it's a different route. And I think streaming and like or YouTube career is just a different route, like being a pro sport player. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yep.
Because even at that point, you're all in. Like you're all your eggs are in the same basket. If you're like I dropped out of tennis after high school. Like I was like my dad was like my coach, and so same thing too. It's what if I chose a different route.
Mm.
So like I played tennis since I was 5 with my sister. My dad was a coach, and like we played club and all that. We were both like in varsity, like number one and stuff. I mean, high
Oh
school was like a
shit.
different level. It's like completely different. It's like bad level. So like if you were any good, you're number one.
Yeah.
So I can't even like boast about that because it was like free. You know what I mean? It's just
Okay.
if you play club in any sport, typically if you play club in any sport, if you go into high school, you're going to be varsity automatically.
Mm.
You know what I mean? But it was really cool though because it's like that high school they at the time like they thought like tennis was like a gay sport and they thought it was only for girls and stuff and no one would try out like no one and so but when I show up little protege like little skinny scrawny boy like beating the seniors on day one and like I was making the newspaper on like
Oh
tournaments and
shit.
like it was like my little spotlight of like my little what's it called like yeah spotlight I guess of like whoa this feels like kind of crazy
Yeah. What? So
um
what happened? What did you
so
just?
like so I just did all that right and then
Yeah.
like it was senior year and we were like in state every year but it's your last year and so I was in the quarterfinals and I was up against another player who I knew from like club like just growing up and this guy's way better than me like he was gonna beat me but I was playing really well that tournament like that day like I was playing out of my mind everything was like with like the serves were good I was on fire but I would still lose like I knew 100% I would still lose.
Mm.
But I had scouts watching. I had like a couple scouts that my coach was saying they're there, and this could be for like a college, but like thing. But then around that time though, I was like, dude, like what am I doing? Like I feel like I'm burning out of tennis. Been doing it all my life, but I've been doing it for like my parents and like making them feel proud. And
Mm.
I was like walking in my dad's footsteps instead of creating my own footsteps. Like, what do I want to do? You know what I mean?
Oh
And
shit.
so I was like, do I see myself going pro? If I do go pro, am I going to be like enslaved to like this coliseum of like every day tournaments, 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 and like or weekends is tournaments, weekdays is training. Like that would be my
Mm.
life. And like unless if you have a complete true passion and you are obsessed with tennis as much as we are with RuneScape, then yes, I could go. I then I should continue. But if I don't have this passion and I always have this second thought of like, oh, I wish I could enjoy my childhood. I wish I could go out and like with friends or do things, like I always have that like, that need, then I had to just stop. And so that same senior state tournament, I had like a prom to go to, or there was like two of them. It was like my prom with like uh one of our good like friends that she's a girl. She asked me, and I was like, yeah, I'll go. But then I was dating a girl at the time where she wanted me to go to her high school. So I had two proms the same like day of state. I was like, I don't know. Do I want to like really miss another memory, another like childhood memory, like prom, which is like iconic? And
Yeah. Yeah.
honestly, it doesn't really matter if you go or don't go.
Yeah.
Like back then, back then you think it's like a big deal, a big
Yeah.
like life moment, So it's like, man, am I if I sacrifice prom for tennis, I better go pro. I better make it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if I don't see myself making it, then I'm like wasting memory. I'm like wasting memories or missing out on memories. So yeah, I dropped out of the tournament, and then
Wow.
yeah, and then like college was the thing of like, do I go to Grand Canyon to get a scholarship? But that's like a Christian private college, so they were giving me like 10 grand, but it's a private college, so the tuition is like a 90, it's like 60 grand, so it wouldn't do anything.
Mm.
So that's why I went to ASU and got like an academic scholarship, because ASU, they like to stack their ladder with like European tennis players. So I'd be in JV, but but still, so fast forward, right? I always wondered, okay, there's two life paths. What would happen if I didn't stream? I mean, stream never got in the way of this, but like, what if I chose the tennis path instead of the
just
normal
nonstop tennis? That's your life.
Yeah, versus like just normal, like,
Do
typical,
what you
like,
want.
yeah, normal life, like ASU, and like it's the parties and all that, like just that whole, But I guess there was like ASU team that would party and like they'd still play tennis, but it was like a club, so you could have best of both worlds. But I
So
don't know.
were your parents like disappointed, or were they pretty understanding?
I know my coach was sad because it was like his final year, because he was like, if once this protege like leaves, he can't, like, he couldn't like best those 4 years, so he retired after I left, after I graduated.
Oh, damn.
He was sad about it, because I think he just wanted to see me like just go like full send it, and like he didn't understand the context between me and this player, like, you know what I mean? And I feel like I'd play even better knowing that I was gonna lose this match, because it's like I got nothing to lose. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I play out of my mind. I would put on a good show. Like I think I would win the crowd, but I would lose, which is fine, which is totally cool, But I think my parents were like, at least my dad was bummed out too, but I think he was also understanding because it was prom. And my dad is someone that's like there for like, I don't know. I think he was heartbroken too about the tennis, but
Yeah.
he also understood at the same time about enjoying life and embracing like these vital memories that happen once in a lifetime kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
So do you still like play tennis casually and stuff?
Yeah, like with like family, like we'll play that, or we'll play like pickleball, which has been like huge lately.
Dude, I've been picking up pickleball like the
You
past.
do?
Yeah,
No
the
way,
past
you say that now.
just the past few weeks though, because my little brother came out here and he's been playing pickleball for like a year or two.
I actually like it more. It's more like
it's perfect. It's like tennis, bro. It takes years to like legitimately get proficient. I feel like just to have a good rally. In pickleball, it's like day one. You're like, okay,
Yes.
like I got this.
like once you understand like the depth perception of like between the paddle and the ball, because I know like if you go back and forth with tennis and pickleball, like it's like, oh, you just swing and you miss. But once you get used to pickleball, it's like it's a smaller version of tennis, and it's more there's more rallies, there's more action, and it's just so easy to pick up, like.
It's so
And teach
fun, dude. I've been getting pretty good too lately. Like it's only been a couple weeks, but I go hard.
Dude, if you would have told me this in Tennessee, I would have brought like my paddle boards.
I didn't
and,
play
like,
it back then. That's the thing. Like I didn't know about it until literally like a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. No, it's actually been. I actually like it more than tennis. Like it's just.
Yeah, it's so fast paced. It's just like, and like you said, you get amazing rallies, and you just get like. It's just nonstop action. With tennis,
you get, like, really into it,
yeah. And if you're playing somebody, I feel with tennis, like, so my little brother played tennis in high school, but he wasn't anything like amazing. He just kind of learned in high school and then played all 4 years. But he was just saying like, yeah, if you're not against somebody that's literally your level, it's either you're just dominating them or it's not fun because they're dominating you.
Oh yeah,
true. With pickleball, it's just like, I don't know. It seems to be like if you've played for a few months, or just, I mean, it feels like for me just like a few weeks. It's like you could have a really competitive match like pretty quickly.
You have like, it's like you get a good cardio in. Like you actually you like sweat bullets too. And and the difference with like tennis is there's a lot of pressure when it comes to like serving. Like the point can't continue unless you make it in the court. But pickleball, the serve is way you just underhand it, and that's it. Like the ball's already in play.
Yep.
And the more that the ball's in play, then that's like more fun with it versus double faulting, and like you just serve doesn't go in, and it's just like, oh god.
Yeah, I've been having a fucking great time playing. Like
dang.
And we have it's like I don't know, like a 10-minute drive from here. They're outside courts, but they're like newly redone.
Or like brand new ones.
Yeah, they're just so nice.
But do you play doubles though, right? Because I feel like I haven't played singles. Really?
I play single. I play doubles like twice with like just some strangers that are there when the courts are pretty packed. But dude, I mean, singles. I mean, I actually think I would enjoy doubles more as long. The problem with doubles is we'll double up with strangers who are like not as competitive, and then it's just not as fun. It's just like, okay, we kind of have to like take it slower. Like just, I want to go out there and go hard. Like I want a competitive match. Like that's what I like. That's what makes it fun. When I'm
There's
just
like a
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, like there's like an indoor pickleball place that I go to, and there's like different rankings. There's like 2.0, it goes up to like 4.0, and you can like that's like perfect because you can like put yourself in a either better if you're like doing way better than them, right? You can like keep moving up until you're comfy at a level where it's hard enough for like, and you know, like you were saying, like there's some sort of challenge and it's more intense. But dude, I heard solos is like really hard. Like it's a lot of running compared to like doubles.
Yeah, no, it's a workout. It's so fun though. Like, yeah. The problem with the courts that we're at is like like over half the courts have a fence pretty close by, like within like 6 feet of the boundaries. So like you can't like really dive, or not like you're diving for
You
it.
can't like really commit. Like we have the
you
same
can't commit
issue.
because you will nail yourself. Like, and I
Dude.
did that.
Dude, there's so many times too, like the indoor place, like they need to extend the back gate because you can't like sometimes you have to run around. You know, you gotta kind of run around and like you can still. It's crazy how like you should never give up in pickleball. Like you can pretty much always make it to the ball, because it's just a different kind of ball. It's not like tennis, right?
Yeah,
Where it's more like
they don't
whatever.
go flying. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's so many like shots where like I just barely just reached my paddle. Like I somehow touched. I got the the connect and I just went back over. I was like, wow, it's just crazy.
Yeah.
But and he's like, they definitely need bigger courts though.
Yeah,
like, more space.
Just, you can't have these blockades basically within just like 6 feet. Like, yeah, and I even heard like my brother, because he used to play in Alabama. I never went. But yeah, he was kind of like playing over there when we both lived over there. But yeah, he had an indoor court, and the back wall was like 3 feet away from the boundary. So it's like if somebody does a really great serve, like you just have no room to hit it.
Yeah,
like that sounds awful.
I've actually thought about like bringing like just my phone and like a tripod and like maybe just streaming like pickleball.
Dude, I would watch that.
Dude, it wouldn't be like there's zero chat interaction, right? Because like obviously I'm playing, but it would just be like just displaying that out there, like on like maybe a weekend, like every Sunday I used to go. I thought about having that as like a channel point redemption. Like if we reach 100K points, then I'll do like one of those streams.
Dude, just the fact that you literally played tennis since you were 5, like you've got to be mad good at pickleball. Like I'm just imagining, you got to have like that perfect touch where it's just.
I mean, there's like some crazy so the thing is like when you don't give up on a shot, crazy things happen. So like I won't give up on something, and like then a miracle will happen. I'm like, wow, like if I stopped running, then this would never have happened. So like it's just a lot of fun.
You go for everything. Yeah.
Yeah, and like there's nothing that's like I could reach it. I mean, there's obviously some shots where it's like, okay, he just smashed it, like okay, GG, you know.
Yeah.
But like if he'll like do like an overhead over my head, right? I'm booking it. I'm going all the way around. Like I'll try between my legs, and I'll just try to have fun with it and
yep.
see what happens.
Yeah,
I like how there's so much less pressure versus tennis. It's like you can still be competitive, but tennis is like I mean, there's also doubles, but it's very like internal and mental. And I don't know, I don't feel that mental game like in pickleball. Like pickleball, it's like, oh, if I mess up, like, oh, no big deal.
Yeah,
and I think it's because the scoring's different too. Like you can only score when you serve.
Exactly. There's that, and I've noticed that. Like I will get very competitive with things, but pickleball is nice because it's like I don't get angry at myself. I don't get like, oh my gosh, like frick, like I just getting pissed off because you missed something. It's like it's so lax, but it's still fun and competitive. It's like the perfect balance.
Yeah, and I think like a key secret where I actually apply this to like my entire life when it comes to like everything, like dating, whatever, is like I don't have any, like when it comes to pickleball, I have no expectations. So therefore I get like surprised by everything. And so like I can't expect anything from pickleball because I didn't play that much, right?
Mm-hmm.
But tennis, I played it my whole life, so I expect a lot. And so if I don't perform, then I get really, I get down, I get mad, and like, you know what I mean? But
Yeah.
pickleball, if you just pick it up, you're like, oh, like I can't expect anything, like, and then you just have some crazy shots. You're like, wow, this is so much fun. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah,
You know?
it's good. It's a good time. I've been enjoying it. All right, let's cover some of these Twitter topics that I'm seeing.
Oh yeah.
Ian asks, what quality of life would you like to see come for pures and pure Ironmen?
Oh, that's a tough question. I was like last night thinking about these like deep ones. I was like, what would I answer? Like, so I think Ian had, well, because Ian asked like the favorite and least favorite grinds, which we kind of went over.
That's true.
Quality of life. Back to the whole point of like, I don't know if I can't really ask for anything. You know what I mean? Because I already chose to restrict myself. So if I ask for anything, then it's like, then you know, people are like, oh, wow, like, you know, like you're one defense.
What were your thoughts on? They had like proposed something where there was like official modes. Did you have any thoughts on that when they were like loosely proposing that? I know Ian
that was
kind
where
of for that.
yeah, like you can like lock in your XP, your defense XP or something like that.
Yeah, it was like you could be permanently like 10 HP or permanently 1 defense or permanently. I don't know the full scope of it, but it was something like that.
Yeah, I think that would be there's two things, right? There's two opinions. One is like it'd be cool to like just lock in your defense and like not have a single worry at all that you would get 2 defense. The other thing was it was pretty overpowered and ridiculous with 10 HP being locked in like that and like having a crazy account. But that's literally Bounty Hunter though. Like Bounty Hunter you don't get XP in there. So you can have a cracked account that you know it's just leveled up and steroided completely. And yeah, so you kind of already have that. But okay, I figured it out. Quality of life, I would say I was really bummed out that the negative XP lamps didn't get passed. I think that was the only thing that failed. Everything else, I think, went
Really,
through.
you were bummed. So why were you bummed about it?
Because I feel like like there was some X peers that probably quit the game when they got their 2 defense, and so if they brought these lamps, and it'd be like a very strict kind of rule. So like, let's say if you want negative XP, it's like 1 lamp per player or per year, and it's like maybe 500 XP. And I'd say like 500 because it's like whatever your max hit, like what's like the biggest max hit XP you could get. Like I guess people say double Gmaul into defense. That I think is like 300 XP. I don't know, maybe I'd say 500 because I think that's like the most that if you made like a massive mistake, that should cover any mistake you do, like any hit, you know. Obviously, if you go AFK and you're attacking something and you clicked on defense and you're like level 5, okay, like that sucks. Like, what the heck are you doing? You know what I mean? But if it's for like those moments where like you misclicked like by a second, especially in PKing when you're going between LMS, which you have to, there's rune light settings, right, where you like hide the defense attack style. And my life savior, honestly, that's probably how I haven't gotten 2 defense yet. I'm currently 81 XP into 2 defense.
Oh god! So you messed up a few times.
I messed up twice.
Holy shit! That's 2 terrifying.
Yeah, dude, 2 XP left. The first mistake was at Stronghold. I was catching an imp, and I would grab the butterfly net, catch the imp, and then bank the net. So that's what I normally do. So I did that, but I clicked on the stairs. I guess I double clicked, and I technically gnomed myself before it was a meme because there was like a level 1 gnome that's right upstairs, and the second click was on him. But level 1 gnome has like I think like 1 HP, so you can't hit hard. Okay. So that's how I got 2 XP into it. But the biggest mistake where I actually chanced was at raids. I was just I was getting into chambers, and I would always avoid Guardian room because chat was like, that's the only room you could get defense if you know you use the wrong pickaxe style. So I was using OS Buddy at the time, and I had those attack styles hidden, you know, like for years. So I never knew which one was defense or which one was it. But then I started getting like point hungry, and I was like, man, like I have to do Guardian room now to get more points and speed this up. So I go into Guardian room, I put on my pickaxe, and I'm like, you know, you're kind of like in the moment, you're like racing with mains, and you're trying to be fast. And I know you could just hover over your mouse over like the attack style to see if it's defense or whatever.
Yeah.
But I was just going fast mode. I wasn't even thinking. I was like, oh, is it like block? Okay, I clicked on block and I hit the Guardian. I hit a 15, and at the moment, I think I was like my melee stats were like in the 80s. So like it wasn't even a max hit. Like if I hit like even a 16, it would have been GG. It would have been 2 defense.
Oh my god.
So like I like super chanced. But
holy shit. Did you
yeah.
like freak out?
Well, at the time,
Or did you
this
just
might go back. At the time, I was dating someone, and I would change my schedule to make it all work. You know, like I had a full-time job, girlfriend, and stream, and so I would do like 4 hours, but I would schedule it like in the morning. Like I'd wake up at 4 a.m. and end at 8 a.m. and then go to work at like 9 or 8:30. So those streams, I did that for like 8 months, 10 months to like make it all work. I would obviously wake up, right? And I was like, it's 5 a.m. I'm like kind of tired. I not really fully awake. And so when that happened, it didn't even register what I just did. I saw the XP floating up, like that number, and I was like, oh, that's like, oh my god. And I didn't see the alert that I got 2 defense, and I was like pale, dude.
Oh.
Like at that time, I think I was like a couple years into the account. Like maybe it was like my 3-year mark or something like that. But it was crazy, dude.
That's yeah, that is just terrifying. Have you ever had nightmares about it?
Yeah, I've had a couple nightmares. I think I've had more hardcore nightmares than defense nightmares. Yep. I've had more hardcore. But yeah, I mean, people ask me like, what would happen if I got 2 defense? Would I get 13? You know, would I get all this stuff? And I would just leave it. I would leave it alone. I would just wait until lamps hopefully come back in the game or come in the game.
Yeah.
And also if I got more defense levels and I got 13 and I unlocked Fire Rings and Slayer Helmet, it would like devalue the entire struggle of all the years. Like it would just devalue it all. Like it's like
exactly.
if I got 13 defense, then a new viewer who shows up is like, oh, this guy had Fire Rings from day one. You know what I mean? Like they would assume that. So
no, yeah, that's a good point. That reminded me of like being a hardcore and not being able to really use like the Chaos Altar. And just like literally the prayer skill is literally twice as slow because of it as a hardcore.
Yep.
Just like stupid things like that. Whereas, yeah,
there's no point risking like even like hard clues in the wildy, like unless it's very I don't know if it's like less than 20 wild. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what sucks is like, but if you lose your hardcore status, then it's like you think of all the clues you dropped for no reason now at this point, and all the XP you know maybe missed out on or whatever.
I think that's why people restart.
Yeah.
So then it's like a fresh like new account. But I think if you have your first hardcore, or if you don't have an Ironman, you should start off hardcore first, see how long you can last. If you die, then continue the Ironman. You know. But yeah, I think someone in the thread was asking if I have like a pure hardcore, and I do. I actually died. I had one, and I died at Ispori, and the goal was to I gave myself like a checkpoint. It was if I pass Zora, which is like Zora's like my checkpoint. If I get like a blowpipe, then I'm done because I'm going like more like speed run mode. Like I'm going to skip Slayer, rush Top, get Sang Staff, like screw Trident. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I just need blowpipe and that's it. So if I complete Zora, then I don't remake any hardcores ever again. If I die before Zora, I have to remake. And supposedly Hespori has like the mechanic of Hespori is actually pretty new, where even I think BF Rocket was like cheering me up, and he was like, "Dude, I didn't know about that. I would have died on my hardcore." And I was like, "Okay, thank you," because I was like attacking it, and I'm a spam clicker. Okay, like if people watch my stuff, they know I click a million times on the boss for no reason. I just PTSD from dead clicks, yellow clicks, all that. So I'm also like an ex PKer. So like even as a PKer, you're always clicking, trying to whatever. But the fact that I was like reading chat and I was entangled by the vines, and naturally I would just spam click even while I'm glancing just to free myself. But I was like one click too short of freeing myself, and if I knew that if you're stuck in vines and you take damage, the next mage attack would be big. It'd be big damage. But that's what I thought. So if I made the mistake, I would just quickly pray mage.
Yeah.
That didn't happen. if you don't get out of the vines, this damage just appears. You can't tick eat it. It's just boom, 30 damage. You're dead. And that's, or it was like 40. I don't know what it was, but like that's what happened. And I was like, wait a
Jesus
minute.
Christ.
Like there wasn't even like an attack animation. It was like boom, number dead. I was like, oh my god. But it's kind of embarrassing. It is a shitty boss to die to.
Yeah, that's really embarrassing. But
but now at least okay. If I can learn something new about a dumb mistake, then so be it.
yeah,
Like it wasn't like an AFK one.
Yeah.
There's I think there's worse deaths. Or it wasn't a DC, which thank God there's that new teleport thing is in the game now.
Oh yeah, true.
Because I made like a new hardcore pure, and it's been stuck at Wintertot trying to get Tome, and now I can just get the crystal. Oh, you actually you have to unlock Mauritania to get the crystal. I thought you had to complete Song of the Elves to get the like the crystal, but it's the TOB crystal without unlocking TOB.
Oh dang.
So
yeah,
cool.
to be honest, I don't even understand the mechanics of Hispori, like, to this day. It's just, like, I go in there because I've always just been a max man. This would be the fear if I ever made, because this account used to be a hardcore, but, like, years and years ago. But if I were to remake an account, I just don't understand actual mechanics for a lot of things, and I don't understand the risks involved, because when you don't play as a hardcore, you don't think of this shit. You're just like, oh, if you die, who cares? Like, just go back and get your stuff.
Oh, yeah.
So playing as a hardcore, you have to be so careful about, like, everything. Like, that would be something I would probably die to. I would probably die to a bunch of random stuff, to be honest.
Yeah. I feel like that's why a lot of people, like, they'll just do it on their main first. Like, I think, like Mutz would just go on his main account, do his Tobs or whatever, and then go on his hardcore to experience it, at least. But it is kind of cool, though, too, like, either being a hardcore or being a pure, how, like, different the path is compared to, like, a normal account or just a normal Ironman main, Like, there's even, like, you learn the mechanics on a boss, but the strategy could be different than a normal account, which is really cool. But it's like a double-edged sword, though, because it's cool because it's fresh and, like, no one else does it this way, but also you get, like, the backseaters that tell you to do something as, like, a maxed main, and I'm like, okay, well, first of all, I can't do it this way because my accuracy, because my gear, or because, like, I take too much damage, Like, people were backseating me about Vespula, but I'm like, I have 55 prayer, and they're like, oh, and I'm like, yeah. But I would repeat it, like, a million times. I'm like, oh,
yeah. Because people just don't understand. Like, that wouldn't be
Yeah,
something I understand either.
Well, because it's like, it sucks. It's like they get invested into, like, your progress and, like, you learning the boss and learning everything. So, like, it's so hard to not backseat you. But then they don't realize it's like, oh, you can't use this gear, you can't use this weapon, you can't do it this way.
Yep.
But yeah, it's been, like, back and forth of, like, oh, like, could I do this? Could I not do this? And then, like, I'll get sucked into, like, this void of, like, DPS checking something, and then it's completely, like, out the window because it's not even viable.
Yeah.
But no, but it's still cool. Like, there's the route you take is, like, not usual. Like, the gear upgrades is different. Like, you get excited for every clue reward because that's most of your best in slot stuff, and you can avoid some of the grinds, like the crazy God War stuff. I'll still go for the swords, but I don't have to worry about Bandos armor. I don't have to worry about Torva or grind Vorkath or anything like that.
That's true.
But
it is cool. Like, just your best in slots are completely different than what most people think are best in slots.
Yeah. But the fact that it's behind clues, it takes so long. Like, I'm still missing a tunic, and this is like 8
Wait,
years.
but you have the kilt.
Yeah. I have like 3 kilts.
That is so dope.
But it's crazy. Like, it's like 8 years playing this account with 170 elites, and it's like I'm still missing, like, a really like prime, like, type of, like,
iconic
tunic. Iconic, like, range, like best in slot range gear.
Yeah.
So it's literally just that in Inferno. My last 2, like, gear. The rest is just weapons.
I know Ranger gloves aren't best in slot, but I think they're tied with it. But do you have Ranger gloves?
Yeah, Ranger gloves, Ranger tights. I have all the Ranger stuff except the tunic.
Dude, this is not to scare you at all, but Ranger tights took me over 1,000 elites to get. Now, to be fair, I think I had already done like 400 and something before they even came out. So I guess technically it's not like 1,000, but yeah, it took me a long time.
I think I have, like, literally I have 3 Ranger tights too. I have, like, 3 kilts, 3 Ranger tights. I'll double check. I have, like, 3 gloves.
Let me see what mine shows.
But it's like,
Because okay, so listen to this. I've done 1,600 elites. I have 2 ranger tights.
wow. I only have 1 ranger tights, 3 gloves.
Yeah, I've had 5 gloves, 5 ranger tunics, and 1,600. So I only get one like every 300 basically.
Yeah. I have like 3 kilts too. Like you're pretty much just rolling the same. Like any unique on a collection log is the same roll as tunic, correct?
Yeah, I think they're all the same rate, except for tuxedo.
Oh, really? Or
Tuxedo's
30
10 times as rare. I think every unique item is 1 in 250. I think that's how it works, except for tuxedo, which is 1 in 2,500. This is per casket, not per roll.
Oh, wow.
So technically, you're not dry of a ranger's tunic until 250.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
And Ring of Third Age it's the same?
Ring of Third Age is 1 in 42 or 1 in 44. Oh yeah, I think it's 1 in 44 from a mimic.
Dude, okay, but so it's like really. So I remember when Mimic got released, like the ring was like really common. Like a lot of people were just getting it. But obviously, Mimic is as rare as Third Age. Like, prove me wrong. Like, it's just like I know it's a bad take.
Mimics
but,
are
like,
mimics are horribly rare. Oh,
ridiculous.
I mean, when the mimics first came out, the rates were really bad. It was like 1 in 75 elites to get 1 mimic. They lowered it to 1 in 35, which was originally what the master rate was, but then they lowered the master rate to 1 in 15, which is nice. I honestly wish they would just lower the rate from elites to, or I guess raise the rates technically to 1 in 25 for a mimic, because I think they're
Dude,
too rare.
I literally waited a year. Like the last Mimic I had, I think when Mimic first came out, I had 5 kill count. I have 7 total kills, and my 6th kill was this year, and my 5th kill was like last year. It was a huge gap.
I've done 74 mimics, and I still don't have the ring. Yeah.
And the ring from Mimic is what'd you say it was?
I think because I'm gonna mix in my masters with my elites. I think the rate is like 1 in 40 or 1 in 42 or something, like on average. Wow. I think it's 1 in 40 for masters, 1 in 44 for elites, or something. It's like different for each one, but it's something around there. So I'm not quite 2 times the rate, but yeah, it feels like everybody gets lucky on a Ring of Third Age.
Yeah. Which would that count as a Third Age or no?
Nah, I don't think people count it.
I don't think I would count either. It's not like the iconic like.
Yeah, it's still cool to have though. I wish I had.
Yeah.
I also wish I had a Ring of Nature or Ring of Coins.
Yeah. What's I forgot to ask you.
Yeah.
We're gonna ask you earlier. What's your favorite Third Age item?
Bow, 100%.
Yeah, me too,
dude. The bow, like, it's just so sexy. It is so sexy. It's the sexiest item in this entire game. Now, so here's the problem: is people are like, "What Third Age piece would you want most?" Because I have 4 pieces, which is plate body, kite shield, mage robe, bottom, and van braces.
Wow.
And because I have the kite shield and the plate body, I honestly think I would actually want the long sword over the bow, simply because I have the kite shield. Like I think the combination of a kite shield and a longsword on an Ironman, like this is just for looks wise. Like I still think like utility and everything, the bow would actually be cooler. But just the simple fact that I couldn't flex the kite shield and the bow at the same time would make me want the longsword, because then I could flex the kite shield and it's all about the flex at the end of the day.
It is. Dude, I feel like a lot of people would say axe, because they could flex the axe in raids.
Yeah.
But I would say bow, because like that's the only one that I can wear. Like that I can actually, wear as a pure. Dude, like I think all the other Third Age is all defense.
Dude, you know what's crazy is Iron Cub or Arland?
Oh yeah.
Dude, that guy got within like 120 elites total. And this was like 7 years ago or some shit. He got both a long sword and a Third Age bow within like 10 elites.
The heck? Yeah. Dude, I wonder how many bows are in the game, like 30.
Yeah, who knows? Cool. There can't be that many.
No, I would say less than triple digit. Like I'd say double digit.
No, I would say there's triple digit. I think, okay, the only reason I say I know, I for sure it's in triple digits is because, first of all, the bow came out in 2014, and there was a statistic somewhere that was saying that the amount of druidic sets in the game, which druidic didn't come out until 2019, I think somebody said total druidic sets was like 40 in the game. Like 40 full sets were in the game. I don't know where they got that number from, but yeah, so that makes me think, okay, there's four pieces to that, which means there's at least 120 druidic pieces in the game. And you can get a bow from both elites and masters, which means it would be hard to say if there's more than 1,000 bows in the game, but I'm pretty sure there's got to be at least several hundred.
Oh yeah,
total.
Dude, yeah.
But
dude, it's actually the same stats as a crystal bow too. So I mean, it's decent. I mean, it's not like your best in slot, but I mean,
no, it's powerful.
It doesn't look. It's not just doesn't look pretty. It can do some work too.
It was I mean, it was best in slot. I think before Venator bow, it was best in slot at Barbarian Assault.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, it's it's just
how much is it even going for? Third age bow. 800 mil.
Yeah.
Oh my.
That thing is.
Dude, there's some third age that's like garbage though. There's some third age that's like worth like 100 mil. Which I'm like,
third age my third age Van braces are worth 7 mil.
What?
I mean, they're literally Van braces. You can barely see them. They're just like.
But I feel like any third age should be a couple 100 mil minimum. Like it's not by how rare it is.
None of my pieces are 100 mil actually. The plate body. Oh, actually, okay, that actually raised. That used to be 70 mil. That plate body is 104 mil. Kite shield is. Okay, Kite shield used to be 20 mil. Now it's 39 mil. Jesus Christ, what's happening?
Dang.
Row bottom is 23 mil.
Okay. So I could do a chunk. But dude, Ancestral is skyrocketing, man. Like, oh my god.
What is it?
Dude, it's like 160 mil for a piece. Let me double check.
Woo! 172 and 140.
Yes,
and the hat.
That's the highest ever been.
The hat is 47 mil. Wow. It must just be because the shadow is just so insane, and you need to get as many bonuses as possible to make the shadow better.
And maybe Desert Treasure might up it up a little bit.
Oh yeah, 100%. And it's summertime.
And it's crazy that for Tob, the hilt, the most common purple, is like 100 mil.
Yeah, it literally makes it so hard mode Tob. Don't you literally make less at hard mode Tob now because hilts are less common?
Another thing where it's like Nex and Fasani where they just around like that. Like it should be more common to get hilts in hard Tob.
Literally. Yeah, that's cool. I've always been a third age hunter. I mean, you can't really just actively you can actively hunt third age, but you can't just get it consistently. I mean, it literally took 3 years between my third piece and my fourth piece. So.
Oh yeah, I was gonna kind of follow your strat. Like there's gonna be a point where I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get the tunic and do clues all day every day. At that time you were killing Seracnus, and so I was kind of like watching, tuning in, kind of keeping track of like how the kills are, how the clues are. But now Muspa might be the strat for elites, I think. Or okay, besides like raids, like hopefully I can naturally get it from raiding, because then with raids I do like this thing where I drop an elite clue, I open the chest, if it's in there, then I can have 2 elite clues in my inventory, and I can actually juggle like way easier. And it's like, I don't know if it's a glitch, it might be a glitch, I don't know. But then there's a further glitch where when you have 2 elite clues in your inventory, and the first one is an early casket, meaning if you get the casket on the 5th step, right? Because it's like, what, 5 to 7? Yeah, Masters 6 to 9?
Yeah.
6 to 8?
Masters, 6 to 8.
So if you get the elite casket on the 5th or 6th step, then you keep the casket, you do your second elite clue that's in the inventory. That next step is an automatic casket. And Exact was doing this a while back, and that's how I learned it. And it's extremely like OP for like peers to avoid defense steps. And you knew about that, or
I remember seeing Exact streaming something like that. I couldn't remember exactly how it worked, but now I'm recalling what he was trying to do.
And you can pretty much have 2 elite clues in like Gauntlet, Tob, Chambers, and Toa. So. I'm hoping that like by juggling those elite clues that way, that I can get it easier versus like grinding out a spider, getting a clue, doing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I could maybe try to juggle. Like, imagine if I killed Strachnus, got another clue, dropped it, killed Strachnus until I got a second one. That'd just be really annoying.
Yeah. Megan asks, "Hello, Olive. What do you feed your jellyfish?"
So these are Ethiopian jellyfish, right? Even though Ethiopia has no bodies of water connected. But anyways, I pretty much tell people I feed them my RNG. So if I go dry, they're eating pretty well, you know. But yeah, but a lot of people say that they're like real or fake, and I'm like, it's up to your imagination, you know. I like to keep the immersion alive and pretend they're real, but no, they're definitely not real. And I think she found out like midstream too. She's like, "What? They're fake."
You just gotta keep believing.
Yeah,
I
gotta just play the act, you know.
Yeah. Furry Wall asks, green olives or black olives? The question we've all been waiting for.
Oh, I would have to say neither. Well, I would say purple olives actually are my favorite.
Purple olives.
Yeah, they're Kalamata. They're called Kalamata olives. Yep, I would say those first. If I had to choose,
I've
like
never even seen those.
Really?
Do they taste like olives?
Yeah, I mean it's like it's more like maybe might be like more of a Spanish olive. Like I eat them all the time when I visit over there, and they're part of like tapas and like I don't know. It's definitely in the Spanish culture, but you got to try it at least once. Like just try like one of them, and it's definitely way different flavor than green or black.
If it was up to just green or black, what would you say?
I like the green one the most.
Okay.
But because it's like it goes well with appetizers, martinis. Like I guess one of my favorite martinis is like dirty martini, which has like olive juice in it and olives. Black olives is pretty much only for what, like salads and pizza
and sandwiches, I guess. If you
and
are a psychopath, I don't.
Yeah, but I don't know. The flavor of black olives is like I don't know.
Okay, so I am not an olive person whatsoever.
You don't like them at all? Dude, who was it? Tedious made a post. Oh, I gotta read this out now. Like, I was very offended. Like, this is about to start some crazy drama right now, you know? He said on Twitter, he was like, people that say they love olives have to be pretending. It has to be some running joke of a group they're all in. I refuse to believe otherwise. I was like, out of nowhere, dude. Just throwing strays, man.
Here's the problem with me. I'll fully admit this is my problem. Is there are certain foods that I decided at a young age that I didn't like, and I have not reevaluated them in adulthood. So olives are one of them. Now, I've had pizza with olives on it several times, but I need to what I need to do is just get like a legitimate just olive and just eat it alone and be very unbiased and just be like, okay, is this good? It goes the same thing with like cottage cheese. Literally, when I was a kid, I decided I didn't like cottage cheese, but I literally have not eaten cottage cheese in like 15 years. So I don't even know if I like it actually, but I'm still under that impression that it's gross.
Yeah. I'm the same way with I grew up, my mom would make me, so like growing up as a kid, right, where your friends had chicken nuggets, that not just chicken nuggets, that dino nuggets, okay, and they had pizza rolls, right? They were living the good life. My mom was giving me lentil soup, or like what the fuck, lentils, dude, those are disgusting. And
I like lentil soup nowadays, but yeah, as a kid,
no, even nowadays, dude, and garbanzo beans, man. Like,
I don't mind a good like lentil soup if it's flavorful. I'm all for it. You know,
okay.
Some bread with it.
I'm not really crazy about soup. Like, I like to have a very filling kind of meal.
Oh yeah, no. Let me reiterate. I am not a soup person. I'll still eat a soup and enjoy it though. Like, I will never just go out of my way to be like, I'm getting a soup. I will never get a soup from a restaurant, never. But I'll still eat soup. I still
same thing with salads too. Salads, I'm like, oh, there's nothing here. Like, but there's a couple exceptions with salads. If there's like fruits and nuts. And cheese, it's good. It's really good.
Thank you. You're a man of culture right there.
Yes. And soup, the exception would be tomato basil with grilled cheese. That
Ooh,
slaps.
Yeah, that
and
is really good.
French onion is good. Broccoli and cheddar. And I think I might be missing another one. Oh, dude, the seafood one is amazing. Clam chowder.
Clam chowder's good.
Dude, or lobster bisque.
Yep.
Lobster bisque blew my mind in San Diego. Like, it was delicious. So yeah, there's some soups that are good, but yeah, I had to be really in the mood for it.
Yeah, I wouldn't just be like, "Oh, I'm craving a soup." But
Yeah.
if there's like homemade bread and homemade soup, just it really doesn't matter what the soup is as long as it's good, as long as it's just not gross. I mean, I'm all for it, but it's never going to be like my top pick. There's always something that I would prefer to not drink my food, but I'll still do it and I'll still
Oh
enjoy it.
yeah,
You know what I
yeah.
mean?
I like to enjoy and like chew and like I don't
Yeah, I like the textures and I like the
know.
soups are just they're I don't know. And dude, I always spill on myself. Plus I have a beard and like you just get stuff like you're slurping. It's the same thing with cereal. I mean, and I'm a fast eater, which is a problem as well. Like, dude, I'll make a bowl of cereal and I will get milk just in my beard. It's gross.
Oh
I have to
yeah, yeah.
shower afterward.
No, yeah. Bro, what is it with when you eat pizza? Depends on the kind of pizza, but
Mhm.
with a beard or even with no beard, you eat the pizza and then like afterwards you just the oils have never left. Like you wash your
Oh,
face, but the oils are still there and you're like, "Man, I feel greasy. I got to shower after
yeah.
eating pizza."
Yep. No,
Like,
dude, I will
ugh.
literally, if I'm here and I eat pizza, I go to the kitchen. If I don't want to shower, I will go to the kitchen sink, get some Dawn soap and some water, wash my hands kind of off, and then like with that soapy water, like run it through my beard basically because I have to get like it just fully clean. Just yeah, that grease
Yeah, yeah,
lingers
yeah.
if you don't like get some soap.
But it's not all kinds of pizza. I think it's only some that they just make it really greasy and
Mm.
I don't know. I recently had a pizza in San Diego where there was no tomato sauce or white sauce. It was honey, and it blew my mind how good it
Mm.
was. Like
Interesting.
it was really good.
See, I can imagine like drizzling honey on a tomato based like
I
pizza
think it was
like that.
I think it was a honey base. I don't
Interesting.
know.
So there's just yeah, no sauce, just honey as the
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The base was honey, and it's from like a legit Italian place
okay.
because every person that worked there was 100% pure Italian. Like from like just you can just tell by how they talk to you and stuff.
Yeah. No, I could
But
see that being pretty good. What were the toppings?
um,
Just cheese and basil
yeah,
or
I think it was
whatever.
just normal. I think it was just cheese, maybe pepperoni.
Okay, because I was gonna say like if you can, I mean you can really pimp out a pizza if
Oh yeah,
I'm okay with like some I would say honey's like on that like exotic pizza list like just
yeah.
some weird stuff, but you can make pizzas really good with some crazy ingredients.
I feel like prosciutto's another like type of like another quality ingredient where it's like, bougie.
Hmm.
Are you like a texture person?
Like, do I have problems with textures?
Yeah.
No, like are you saying like generally like people with texture problems don't like bananas and stuff?
Oh, really? I would say I don't textures usually bother me. Like my sister gets, grossed out by like seeing red or green things in her food, but that's not really a texture thing. That's just being picky. But
Yeah.
like the only texture thing I might have an issue is tofu. I hate tofu. Like I just
Oh, I actually like tofu.
what?
Yeah, I enjoy
Dude,
it.
I would have to get a syringe of flavor juice and just put it in the tofu and then I could taste flavor. But people are like, "Oh yeah, if you just marinate the tofu in the sauce, like that's flavored." And I'm like, "Yeah, right." But unless I physically injected it with juice of flavor, then
Hmm.
maybe. But
Yeah,
and
but
then and
well,
then you're chewing on it, and it's like plastic cube.
yeah,
I can't get behind it.
it's a little weird, don't get me wrong, but so my sister and my brother-in-law that live here, they're full vegan and my mom and my dad are like we did not grow up vegan at all, but now because of like my dad and my mom are not vegan, but they're like whole food plant-based now kind of. So they'll still eat like meat here and there because they're not like it's not like strict about it. But whenever I go to eat now with them, if my whole family's there or whatever, it's vegan. Like we're eating vegan, and I
Okay.
swear like the only protein they ever get is like tofu. Like that's just like or impossible burgers if we like eat burgers. It's just like I don't know, but I've never had a problem with tofu necessarily. It's just I would prefer almost any meat over it personally,
Yeah,
but like
yeah.
I'm not gonna be like, oh no, I'm not gonna eat this.
But there's like not a food out there like that's kind of like we ooh anchovies, dude. Oh my
Dude,
God,
I
like
love anchovies. I love. Here's the thing with anchovies: you can't have too much of it, clearly, because they're the
yeah.
saltiest motherfuckers in the world. But if I have an anchovy pizza and it's done right, dude, I am all about that.
What the heck, dude? But
I
just
love.
feeling the hairs.
Yeah,
Oh
no, I'm.
my
Dude,
God.
listen, I used to eat canned sardines as a kid.
What?
Yeah, I
Is
don't
it
really enjoy that as
okay?
much. I
Canned
don't.
sardines, I don't mind. I kind of enjoy sardines. Like I'm a very
Hmm.
fish person. Like I love seafood. That's my favorite. And so like canned sardines, fine. You know,
Hmm.
or fried sardines are good too.
Yep.
Fried trout, like
Oh
oh yeah,
yeah, anything
with like
seafood is
the
amazing.
whole head too. Like just yeah.
Yeah. No, anchovies, but the thing is, like, you can quickly overdo anchovies where it becomes nauseating. It's just like
Oh
this is
really?
way too much is going on here. Like, you can overdo it very quickly. It's got to be done right, very minimal. But yeah, oh my God, I'm all about that. And if you have like any sauces with like anchovy paste in it, like it just has that extra
Maybe
saltiness to
anchovy
it.
paste, like if it's blended well, like if like
Hmm.
they made something with anchovy paste, so I can't actually taste just chewing on an anchovy, then
Yeah,
maybe.
but because you're
I don't
saying like
like
the texture, or are you
yeah,
saying
yeah. That's
everything
like
about
texture.
anchovies you don't
No,
like?
I mean I'd say texture. Like I feel like you can really get me to eat anything if it's well blended in.
Hmm.
Like mushrooms, you know? Like I'm not I could eat mushrooms by themselves or like a portobello mushroom, but I would even like it even more if it was blended in a burger and without me even noticing it, or in a pasta. You know, it was
Yeah,
just
yeah,
like
yeah.
blended in. Like I won't really go out of my way to just eat just mushrooms or cooked mushrooms like just as a side, but in
Yeah.
something, it's way better.
Mushrooms, I've had like portobellos. We're not talking other mushrooms here. But like
Yeah.
but like mushrooms, I've had bad experiences with the food mushroom as well as the psychedelic. But
Oh,
the
really?
food but the food mushroom, I made a mistake of like just cooking way too many mushrooms with a steak. Like at home, I just like had a steak and I had like a just like one of those Walmart containers of portobello, like already chopped mushrooms, and I ate a lot of them. Like I ate like just probably like 2 or 3 servings of it just unnecessarily.
Wow.
Like I just because I like mushrooms, I don't mind them. But
Yeah.
man, they fucked my stomach up so hard because you're
Really?
really not supposed to like overdo it with mushroom consumption. Like I had a stomach ache for like 2 days. Like it was bad.
Dang,
Like it was
dude.
not good.
Same thing with happened to my mom. Like okay, my mom is like love her to death, right?
Hmm.
But she would prove a point and die on the hill just to prove a point. And I'm like, really? So I guess she had a bunch of carrots, right? A
Hmm.
bunch of carrots. And she goes to the market and like gets free stuff because it's at a market or something. So she's like, "Oh, free stuff. Like this is great. Save money." Like she's super frugal, like
Hmm.
insanely frugal. And so she always grabs everything. She just like stocks up the fridge with like a bunch of random stuff. But this time was carrots, and they were going to go bad, or they were like borderline bad. So my mom's like, "Well, we can't throw it away. It's a waste of food. There's kids in Africa." So she goes and eats like maybe a pound of just carrots. She's just
Oh no.
munching on them,
Oh
right? Like just
no.
eating all of them. And maybe it wasn't maybe because they were going to be bad, but I think the consumption, like you said with mushrooms, they can't eat too much.
Yeah.
I think with carrots, you can't eat too much. She
Yeah.
had this stomach ache and like it was bad. Like I think she had to go maybe to the doctor and like double check everything's fine and like
Yeah. It's not,
but
you cannot overdo. Like, even if something's marked as super healthy, don't eat a pound of broccoli. You mess
oh
yourself up.
yeah, that
Like,
too.
just,
But
yeah.
I feel like that goes with everything.
Yeah, it's
Like they
everything.
say,
It's
like with
everything.
milk, like you can't chug a gallon of milk because
Oh,
then
yeah. Don't
you
do
get
that.
sick and
Dude,
yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I had well, I'll just tell just briefly, but so I served a mission for like the Mormon church.
Mm-hmm.
And during one of my stunts there, like or stints there, I should say, is I was with a companion and we like went to the supermarket and there was like super good price deals of cereal. Like
Uh-huh.
I think it was like 50 cents for a box of cereal randomly. It was just like they were just trying to like clear out all these cereals, I think, that were just there. And so we bought like 20 boxes of cereal for like $10.
Wow.
And then we just loaded up with milk, obviously. and I was eating milk and cereal for like a week straight. Like that's like almost all I ate because it was just like cheap, just like living frugally as possible. Dude, I fucked my stomach up so hard from all from all the milk. It was like I was probably like I'm like legitimately like fearful of too much milk consumption now. It's like I'm not even lactose intolerant. I'm not even lactose intolerant, but I think like on the spectrum of lactose intolerance, I'm like probably a little bit like
maybe sensitive to it.
Yeah, like just kind of sensitive to it. And bro, I was like 19 or something, so I didn't really care whatever I put in my body. I was young, just like whatever. But dude, that was horrible. I remember just feeling like I was sweating milk and sugar. Like it was just the worst experience.
I was gonna say, dude, it's kind of weird because like me growing up, like in middle school and high school, were you a breakfast kid?
Oh yeah, I was all about breakfast. Yeah, absolute. Growing up, I never skipped breakfast.
Dude, I learned like in school that people didn't have breakfast. I was like, what? Like, or I learned after school, like like nowadays that people didn't have breakfast like back then. And I was like, that's so weird. Like, I would always wake up and I would always have breakfast, and like 85% of the time is cereal. Like, I always made sure I had breakfast no matter what. Yeah, and then I make the bus.
I was a real like sugary breakfast kind of guy. Like I would either my mom would make waffles, like. My least favorite breakfast. This is completely shifted now. I actually enjoy a savory breakfast now because I just understand like the nutrients for the most part, or just it's better to get like some actual eggs and
I mean, I used to never eat eggs as a kid. Like for breakfast, I was like, hell no. Like it was always, like either cereal,
I would rather have cereal, or crepes or pancakes or waffles, but I could do that as a kid. I could just eat like a freaking cup of sugar and just be chilling. Yeah. Nowadays, if I have a super sweet breakfast that doesn't have some sort of protein or some sort of substance, like I feel gross. Like
really?
It like ruins my day. I'll still do it because obviously the craving's there. Like, but yeah, if I were to eat a bowl of Captain Crunch in the morning, like right now, like it just like as a 28-year-old, it would completely throw off my day. Like I would just not feel good. I'd probably take a nap later and just be like, ugh, like I feel gross.
Dude, don't say that, man, because I'm 29 and like I'm like, what the heck?
Maybe you're just gifted, but like, dude, I can't be like just throwing sugar into my body first thing in the morning. I'll just ruin my day.
Wow. I
still do it all the time, don't get me wrong, but it ruins my day.
I feel like 29, I don't feel the effects of age yet. You know what I mean? Like I still feel like I'm in I feel like my mind is still the mind. Okay, maybe not the mind, but I feel like my body is still the body of a teenage, college kid. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like I feel like I can still eat mostly anything. I'd be fine. Like I could eat cereal. I get like sweet cereal in the morning. And there wouldn't be much of a difference. But I mean, like, if I eat unhealthy, like really badly, like pizza every day for a month, I'll probably gain like 10, 20 pounds. But I mean, I still have some like OP metabolism, but it's getting slowly nerfed. I can tell. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's. I mean, you are just like a healthy dude. Like I
think I grew up like tennis, so I think that maybe
you grew up physically active, eating good. Like just the fact that your mom was making lentils while everyone else is eating hot pockets, like that alone, like you were in a better place, nutrition wise, exercise wise. Like me growing up, like it was a hassle to get my dad to come out and like play catch. Like my dad, like
what?
It's just like he would go to work, come home, we'd watch TV, and whatever. That's it. It's like he wasn't like. And I remember going to my friend's house, like and we'd go to the park and like just go run around or do whatever, or plan some activity, go hiking, or just it was more active. Where my dad was more just like chill, didn't want to really do much. So it was up to me and my siblings to go out and like have exercise and stuff. But like I didn't have a like parents that were like, oh yeah, like the benefits of daily physical activity. It's just like I had to learn this stuff from like school and friends and things. It wasn't ingrained in me, and our diets were not good. I mean, like we'd come our they were fine, but they weren't good. Like our cold lunches, if my mom made us lunches, they were like little bag of Doritos in there, sandwich with just meat and cheese and mustard, and then
I
we
mean,
get
that's basic. That's pretty good. That's like
yeah,
that's
but it was just
solid.
like, and then we get like my mom would have like a fruit snack, and then we'd get greedy and like take 2 fruit snacks. It's just like sugar and like it's just like maybe my mom would put like some carrots in there, but then you're at lunch, you're like, I don't want these carrots, just throw them away. It's like,
well, because when you go to lunch, like you don't really have good trades. Like you have shit trades. But if you go in to school with like let's say Twinkie, bro, you got like you can trade anything at that. Like that is like the golden ticket. But if you could get anyone to trade you. Like it was
dude,
bro, it felt like Yu-Gi-Oh back then, man. Like with the things in your lunchbox, they're like, yo, what do you have?
Oh yeah. That was 6th grade for me. 6th grade we did a lot of trading. So you're 29, so you probably grew up at least in Oregon where I grew up, like me entering middle school was the shift of where the country started being like, okay, why are we selling literal just candy and junk food in schools? Like we need to start replacing it with healthy stuff. And I remember that was like the worst because we used to be able to just like get pizza and soda and candy like at the lunch place, and then they started replacing it with like fruit and
oh god, I think
I remember as a kid that was the worst. Now I look back and I'm like, thank God they started making some changes, because Jesus Christ, like
I think my memory was more like elementary lunches where like you would have a good day is like those like you get only two. It's like these pizza sticks. There's just 2. It's like maybe
I
sticks,
remember
like,
pizza sticks.
It's 2 cheese sticks.
Yeah,
I think it's cheese. That's it. Cheese and like this. I don't know how they made it, but it was so freaking good.
Yeah.
And if you got double like that, like you were like eating like a king. Like man, bro. And you remember like the chocolate milk carton that you would fold, you'd fold, open it up.
Oh
and then,
yeah.
Oh
dude,
yeah, dude. That was good, bro. If a kid got white milk, they were a freak, actual freak. If they didn't get chocolate milk,
oh yeah, like what are you doing? Like
bro, that milk it tasted vile.
Who wants to drink a carton of normal milk that's just sitting there? Like,
but why the chocolate was so much better? It
was loaded with sugar. Loaded. It was so good. That was the creamiest chocolate milk.
Oh
yeah, that shit slapped. Yeah, we'd have Figaro's Pizza Day, which was like the pizza chain around. And every Friday in our elementary school, we'd get a slice of pizza, and I think there was like a certain way you could get 2 slices. And then you get a chocolate milk.
Yeah, there's some rule about getting double or seconds, but I don't know.
I can't remember.
What's your all-time favorite cereal?
Ooh, okay, it just depends because it depends on moods. But I'll say like my top 5.
Okay.
Reese's Puffs.
Yeah.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Ooh, okay.
I really love Captain Crunch Berries.
Ooh, I like the only berry one.
Yeah, I think I actually prefer having the little yellow squares as well.
Yeah, actually adds good different flavor to it too.
It's just slightly different texture. And then I love Fruity Pebbles as well. Fruity Pebbles are up there, but it just depends. It depends because like that's kind of one of those like I have to be in the mood for. And just like a few others, I think is like Golden Grams, Apple Jacks.
Okay.
I mean, I still love like the kind of like healthier ones. Like I loved like Honey Bunches of Oats with almonds, like here and there, and like just my mom would get like Special K sometimes, and like that would slap. And,
dude, Special K had no flavor though.
No, it was Special K with like the yogurt berries and shit. Like just Oh, I also loved yogurt Cheerios. You ever get those?
No.
Dude.
Yogurt? What the heck?
It was like half like kind of like semi-sweetened Cheerios, and then the other ones were like coated in this like yogurt, like hardened yogurt stuff. Like
that would be good. I would eat that. Really like there's some healthy cereals that have like yogurt clusters, and those are like
those are that's what I think of like when I think of like Special K stuff, like that kind of yogurt clusters stuff.
I would say favorite like Reese's, for sure Reese's. I would say maybe second I don't know. Like that was my only go-to like favorite all
Yeah,
kind.
Reese's Puffs is so good. So
Yeah.
good.
I like, or even the chocolate Rice Krispies was good too.
Yep, Cocoa Pebbles. I even liked Cocoa Puffs, believe it or not. Like Cocoa Puffs seemed like the clearance version of Reese's Puffs because like
Yeah.
why not just go with Reese's Puffs? But honestly, Cocoa Puffs here and there would just like hit different sometimes.
Dude, I used to also love that cookie cereal with like the wolf
Cookie Crisp?
as Cookie Crisp. But then I had it like years later, and like the flavor was different. It wasn't how I
Mm,
remembered it. It was like gross. It wasn't actually. It couldn't even taste like cookie. I was like, I used to. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know if they made it differently now, but
I think
it used to be good.
Cookie Crisp is fine. It's like if I see it there and the other options are kind of bad, like I'm all for it. Like I'll pour myself a bowl of Cookie Crisp. Like I would never choose that over the goats, you know.
Yeah. True.
Did you ever like Golden Grams?
Mm, if I had to
Dude,
choose between Golden Grams or Cinnamon Toast Crunch, it's always Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
yeah, dude, Golden Grams I didn't ever really have as a kid, and then I had them like when I was 20. I just had like a
Uh,
big bowl of it. I was like, damn, these slap. Like these are like I don't remember these being that good.
huh.
They're not as sweet, but they're like addicting. They're like still just as addicting.
Huh. I nowadays I actually eat a lot of Honey Nut Cheerios. Like
I love yeah, Honey Nut Cheerios are just
it's
really good.
solid. It's
Oh,
solid amount of like it's a perfect blend of like pretty healthy, good for your cholesterol, and has some sweetness to it. It's not like Kicks would if I had to eat Kicks, it would drive me insane. Like there's
mhm.
just zero flavor. It's just
Yep.
puffs.
Yeah, or
Like
just
oh
like
god.
normal Cheerios. It's like you got to get a little bit of sweetness.
Yeah.
Dude, do you like Cinnamon Life?
Cinnamon Life. What is that?
What? You never had
I,
Life?
I gotta Google this. Cinnamon Life cereal.
Come on. You're kidding me. You're
Oh,
Googling it.
the Life. I remember the
Yeah.
Life box,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I
you've
didn't
had.
know about cinnamon.
Did
I
you
never.
never eat Life?
Oh no, Life. I would categorize it with Kick. It's just kind of like the
Yeah,
same
but
type of.
that's normal Life. You got to get the Cinnamon Life. The Cinnamon Life was significantly more sweet, and it was
Oh yeah,
and it
I
was
mean the
cinnamon.
fact that it's cinnamon, I definitely if I would have seen it, then I'd be like,
Bro,
all right.
Cinnamon Life was goaded. Also, I like the Chex cereals. I like the Honey Nut
Dude,
Chex.
the Frosted Chex was good.
Frosted Chex were goaded.
Yeah.
Cinnamon Chex, chocolate Chex, like all those Chex are just those slap different.
hmm
Yeah,
No, we ate
I like
pretty good as a kid, man. We had a good upbringing. I feel like, dude, it's gonna be different like with the newer generation. With maybe not. They might have other sugary stuff that they would enjoy, but
yeah. I wonder, you know, because I don't even know what it's gonna be like to have kids. I just have zero plans right now, like obviously, but I would like to have kids eventually.
yeah.
And I just wondered, like, yeah, what would I do differently in my childhood? There's a lot of things I do differently, but like like
Yeah.
in regards to nutrition and stuff, like I'm just like, dude, honestly, like I'd want to like try to get my kids to enjoy like a really like whole food kind of
hmm
diet, not just processed shit. Like that's
Yeah,
easy.
like
Like
the processed stuff would be like a treat every once in a while.
exactly. That's
Like,
the way you have
I
to
don't
do
want to.
it.
Yeah, I don't want to like ban the good
Yeah,
stuff from my
banning stuff is
kids.
bad. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
just it's like the 80-20 rule. Like 80% really good, healthy,
Yeah,
nutritious, and then 20% you can just have fun.
yeah. Twitch should do the same, you know, like just.
Yeah, what the hell? Quit Twitch. 80-20
Well,
split.
now that I think about it, is a full-time job 80/20? It kind of is if you think about it, because it's like 20 is the taxes. That you, I mean, you might get refund, right?
Yeah,
How would what
yeah.
what would be the percentage of a full-time job?
Well, it just depends on your tax bracket, but like, I mean, I know being a self-employed significantly worse than that. Like, just
Oh yeah, but let's say you have a full-time job, like I don't know,
Mhm.
maybe salary or hourly, based on the percentage of tax that usually takes out of your check.
Oh, mine. Yeah, I mean, when I worked at like
Would it be like
Target.
a 60/40? Would it be a 50? It's not fifty
Oh no,
fifty,
mine was
but
probably an 80-20 when I was
an
working like a
80/20.
normal like seasonal jobs and stuff.
Mhm.
Like just because you're just not making enough to have like a 65
Yeah,
35. Like once you start making a lot more, it goes up.
yeah. Back to the kid thing. I feel like because I was raised I guess like normal middle class picket fence kind of like parents were together,
Yeah,
had two kids.
yeah,
I look at that as like a um something that I had to do growing up. But then as you get older, you start like get more like I don't know, more woke, I guess. And you're like, well, I could go both routes. Like I pictured myself having a kid, like at least a boy that I can like pass on like stories and memories and skills and like have them like how they develop and seeing the characteristics that are mine in him. Like that'd be really cool to see. But then also being very like open-minded to like if I do meet a girl that doesn't want to have kids. I guess I back in the day I'm like back in the day I would be so strict. I'd be like, yep, we gotta I don't know, like you know, as a kid you used to have all these like restrictions. Like I would never date a blonde, you know, things like that, right? But then as you get older, like you're just like, well, at this point, you know, I'm still single. If anyone looks at me, all right.
That is, yeah, it's
You
crazy
know?
how, I'm with you there.
So if a girl like came up to me and was like, okay, like no kids, I normally would have been like no, but now it's like, well, that could be a life path that I didn't think about, but it could be good. It could be fine. That could be fun. Traveling,
Yeah.
just doing great, like, the fun stuff, and I don't know.
It
Or maybe
depends.
adopting. You could still
It
adopt
depends on like the reasons for it, because
yeah.
like, I mean, if I really loved a person and they really had like some really strong reasons for why they don't want to have this I don't know what the reasons would be, but like for me, it's like, it's not like like my life is ruined if I don't have kids or anything, but it just seems like that's such a fulfilling thing in one's life. It can't, it's not like you need to have it. I mean, you can, like even for people like, that die young from like some disease or something, it's like you just didn't get that opportunity, but like you still had a good life, I guess. Like, but it's just, I think when I really think about it, I'm like, dude, and who knows, maybe it was the way I was kind of brought up, because I was also brought up religious, like super religious, and that was kind of like always on the table. It's like you get this idea in your mind, and then it kind of just
no, same. Like my mom's Catholic, dad was like spiritual, you know, and like yeah. But I guess I think it might have changed my answer now, because now that I think about it, I would say I would have to be with someone that has kids, because if you go through the life process, right? If you're with someone that doesn't want to have kids, you go through your whole life without experiencing that. And then like you might feel like, oh man, I wish I could, you know? But if you date someone that does want to have kids and you do have kids, that is a period that you can like at least I want to experience that. You know what I mean? Like I said earlier, I want to experience like having like that boy kid, and like I don't mind a girl kid either, but you know, I feel that bonding of a father and son
because
would
it's
be
like
awesome.
it's
You know, and like and they look up to you and stuff. But then once they grow up, then like yeah, they're still in your life, but like then I mean you could still do the traveling, and like you could still have like the no kid life that you wanted. You know what I mean? Still, you could have best of both worlds once they get older. So there's, I guess that would have to be like, I think for me, like it's the best route.
Yeah, that's what it kind of, that's what I think. And it's, who knows what my life is going to play out like. But that is like on the agenda, I guess, is like, I would like to have a kid at some point.
Yeah.
It does sound rough though. Like it doesn't sound like it's going to be all like butterflies and rainbows. It sounds pretty awful at some points. But like,
yeah, well, it's
still,
like,
it's just one of those, like the older I've gotten as well, I realize like, dude, like challenges and things that are tough and things that are going to like, just, it's like a challenge in your life, like something like a hurdle that you have to go through. Like it's just it's literally going to make you happier. Like generally speaking, like if you just have a perfectly chill life where you just, have everything go, it's just like, yeah, you can still have a good time, but it's not as fulfilling. Like it's just like you facing a challenge and overcoming it. Like that is very fulfilling is what I've learned.
yeah.
And
I think like it's like with having kids, it's like a chaotic, it's like an organized chaos kind of thing. But then when there's moments, it's like there's moments where like describe it as like a sunrise they don't happen all the time, but when you do see that sunset or that sunrise, it's like when your kid is sleeping or whatever. And it's like this is precious, and like you get those precious moments every now and then through the chaos and like the craziness and like how hard it is. And I think those moments are it's like what is valuable and like what matters. And like I think
totally.
But how many would you have? I think I'd have maybe 2, and if the second one is twins, then 3 max.
Yeah, I think 2 is like, I mean, I think when I grew up, I was thinking like, oh, like 4 would be cool, just have like, just bigger. But I'm just like, I don't necessarily just want to have 1. I think 2 is like a really good number.
Yeah.
But that who know that is something that I don't care as much about. Like I just want a kid or just whatever.
Yeah, at least
the numbers
one,
stuff like that can be the woman's.
Would it matter a guy or a girl or no?
I would prefer a son. I mean, it's not like I would just like to have a son. I think that's what I generally tend to visualize when I think of having a kid is like having a son. But I would be fine with.
I feel like a lot of guys have that. But I mean, like I feel like a lot of guys just like want the kid. But I feel like I'd be a pretty cool dad for the girl. You know what I mean? Like I think I'd be like the dad that'd be like, all right, like just tell me you're at a party, I'll pick you up, like no big deal. You know what I mean? Like just a chill.
Yeah, I would be. Yeah, I wouldn't mind either way, but just
like I don't see myself being the shotgun dad.
What do you mean by that?
Like the shotgun dad, where it's like, oh, if I see a boy near my daughter, like, hey Kona, you know what I mean? Like,
hey Kona,
get out to the bag. Like like, I don't see myself like that.
Okay, let's see. Ant asks for Sae Bae and Olive. Us two? Really? Out of the people on the podcast? Okay. How would you guys feel about fresh 2007 servers?
I think we already had it already, like now, right?
Yeah.
I don't think we need to go through this again. Like we already had our second. We already had our second chance. We're living it in the moment, and if the game disappears, then farewell. I don't know. Like I enjoyed it while it lasted. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I mean, I would like an old school RuneScape, but it would be clearly not popular, and that's kind of the purpose of it. It would be like just for those that want to relive the, I guess, quote unquote, magic of the release of old school. But my idea of an old school is exactly what was the exact content that was 2013, like when old school came out. Except you get all the quality of life that we enjoy with continued quality of life, but with a promise that there will never be a content update. So bots will be banned, bugs will be fixed, all this stuff. But it's just like, hey, this is the classic RuneScape that you guys enjoy content-wise. And the reason I say give us the quality of life is because there's going to be no way to enforce some sort of like purist quality of life, because there's such thing as RuneLite nowadays. And so if you make a rule like, no, it's got to be this way, it's like people are just gonna not do that. They're just gonna use their plugins. Like, So that's why I think in my perfect ideal world, I would play that too. I would literally play an old school version with the promise that there's no content updates, and just it's going to be forever classic. It's just forever classic experience. You don't have to worry about something getting devalued or whatnot, or something changing and ruining something. It's just I don't know, something about that just sounds nice.
I think if I wanted to, like you said, experience that magic again, I think it would just come down to like, okay, well, I'm sure there's a private server that just does that right then and there. So like, I don't know. I mean, because like I don't know if I can go through this journey a second time, because then I'll be 40 years old. You know what I mean? Like I feel like if I'm 40 years old and I want to feel that magic, at that point I'll be like, okay, there's a private server. Maybe I'll enjoy it for what it is. I'll sell my lobsters at the Varrock bank, and it'd be a private server, but I'm selling lobsters for like 200 each. So like, all right. But
now that's like, I just like the idea of an official mode, so there's not some random shady dude that like sells it and leaks all. I just goes under. It's like the idea of an official mode that's never gonna change. You don't have to go crazy on it. It's not like it's not even gonna be that popular, so you can just go in, log in. There's no grand exchange. You have to trade players. There's no Ironman mode. It's like everyone's just there, and you just it's just a classic version of it.
So you're saying that, like, could that be like a game mode?
I mean, it could, like that. I mean, I don't know if it could be a game mode, because you wouldn't be able to...
there's like, well, there's UIM, right? There's Iron, there's Hardcore, and then there'd be like a Legacy, or there'd be like there'd be like a, I don't know what the name would be, but
Well, that was the idea of Mithril Man mode, where like you can't use a grand exchange. But the problem is like if you're going to be playing in the world with everybody, you're still going to have all the updates that have come out and continue to come out. So this whole idea is like, and there is a niche portion of this player base that really is like purist toward this game, and so this old school would really appeal to them because there's a promise that none of your grinds will be devalued. It's like just everything will stay the way it is, with the only thing is like the only updates are like quality of life and just fixing bugs and stuff.
That would be interesting.
Yeah. It'd be, I don't know, it'd just be like cool for those that just want a simple experience, that just enjoy RuneScape for what it originally was, not just some it's getting crazy fantasy and crazy, like it's not like it's getting crazy, it's just like there's
But I guess both of us were not really like against it if that was a thing. Like it'd be like
okay. I'm actually pro for it. The thing is like they're like nobody's for it. Like basically nobody actually wants it. So I don't see it ever coming into the game. But it would be a very simple thing to just come out with, and you have to be a member.
Just make it, some rules, exceptions that you couldn't, disable GE and stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay. Hobbit or a Blade asks, how do you always keep smiling and staying positive through ups and downs IRL and when dumb shit happens in the game? I've never seen you truly annoyed. It's admirable to see how positive and happy you are all the time. Keep it up.
I mean, that's actually such a wholesome, like, just love.
It's true.
It's
like, true. When I met, let me just say this before you answer. Like when I met you in real life, like you were literally more wholesome than like I had seen you on stream and stuff. Like you're a pleasant person to be around, truly. Like it was really nice. It was really nice meeting you in person. Yeah.
Thanks. I mean on stream it's like it's not like I'm always happy. I start raging, like dumb
raging
stuff.
with a smile though.
Raging with a smile. That's a good way to put it. Because at the end of the day it's still a game, right? But it's I don't know, I guess.
Were you always like this? Let me just ask you. Like, have you always been just for the most part, a pretty happy person and not like pessimistic about stuff?
Yeah, no, I think just growing up with like just hanging out with friends, playing Mario Party, playing Super Smash Bros. I've always been like a happy-go-lucky kind of guy. I don't know. It's not like I ever felt the need to like hide sadness or anger. Or, you know what I mean? I never felt the need to hide negative emotions from anyone, whether on the internet or in person. But I do feel like streaming, I kind of feel like I do want to brighten someone else's day. It's like that thing where it's like the streamer makes the viewers happy, but then who makes, like, at the end of the day, when the streamer goes offline, like, who makes the streamer happy? But that part, I've had some sad times where it's like I'm happy on stream, and then like after stream, it's like, oh man, that breakup really sucked, or like, damn, losing that job really did suck. But
you're not trying to push that on to other people.
No, or like I don't know. I mean, maybe I do. Maybe I mean, there's a part where I just vent, and there's a stream where I will vent, and I get it off my chest. I'm like, all right. But it's almost like I guess I look forward to stream, and like they probably cheer me up naturally without even me knowing. Gets like my mind off of things, I guess, IRL. And then like in-game's in-game. It's like if something bad happens in game, it turns into a behemoth feature. It's like a meme. It's like the part of the journey, the story. You know what I mean? It adds personality to the account or to the goals. So that's how I pretty much look at it. And I feel like, I don't know, I mean, there's the mindset of just being more positive than pessimistic is always better in any situation. Although I've learned through college with my longest relationship that I went from an optimistic person to a realistic person. And it was at a time where me and her were dating throughout college, right? We're like all 4 years, and this is like ASC, which is like #1 party school. So that was kind of crazy that we did that, but we had like a midlife crisis in college of like, do we want to are we staying together because it's like easy and comfy, or are we staying together because like we actually want to? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that challenge of, I think I heard this from Tasty. It's like the two pivotal, is that the word? I can't think of it.
Pivotal?
Pivotal moments of a relationship, whether they make it or break it, is the 2 year mark and the 4 year mark. And
Mm.
and both my breakups were on both of those marks. So I kind of think it's pretty true. But yeah, we dated for like 4 years, right? But I think college was like maybe our 2 year part moment. And we were like, maybe we should take a break, see if we, want to do something different or not, work on ourselves. So I looked at it as like, oh, I'm just gonna like work on myself, and like I don't feel the need to hook up with anyone. Usually when people want to break, they just want to like just fuck someone else. But I never like had that feeling of like wanting to do that. And I just assumed the same for her. So like Friday nights, Saturday nights, there might be parties, but I'm like, nah, she's probably at her dorm, like she's just having girls' night. Like nothing's. I would convince myself, dude, of being optimistic and like just being so positive all the time. And then we eventually got back together, and she was like, I gotta tell you something. And she ended up like being with like 3 guys in a month, and I was like, I was like just shocked. I was like, what? And it wasn't shocked because I didn't blame her. Like she was single, she could do whatever
Yeah,
she wanted.
yeah.
Like she wasn't a slut. Like it was just natural. Like she explored other people. But I think because I didn't do that, I don't know if I was like missing. It was either missing out on that or the positive assumption that I had of her, and it got crushed. So then,
Mm.
ever since that moment, I just became more of like a realistic person instead of just being always optimistic or always positive. Because it's like, well, you never
Or
really
like thinking
know.
the best, like about
Yeah, I would
people.
always think the best, but yeah, no, just being
Interesting.
realistic. Yeah,
Yeah.
but yep.
Well, I think it's cool. Like it's nice, going into a stream and like you just for the most part can basically it's like almost like a guarantee if I'm popping into your stream, it's like you're gonna be having a good time.
Yeah. But
So
is there like a lot of streamers that I don't know. I don't really see anyone
I
like
don't know, man. There's a lot of
that are
people
just always mad. Like,
not like always mad, but it's like you can catch them on a bad day, and like
really?
obviously that's everyone, but like I feel like don't know. I don't know. It's just you just tend to bring good vibes consistently. I think that's
Yeah.
the good thing. So keep it
There's
up,
like
as he says.
I honestly I really that's a good question. That was very nice of him. And that was good. There's definitely some like I guess similar people too that are like that. Like Ian, Jake C and Donator. Like these streamers, like these guys, they're just always happy. They're just got
Oh
really
yeah,
good
yeah,
vibes. I'm like, wow, like just genuine.
yeah,
But
yeah, for
sometimes
sure,
I
for
get
sure.
worried that um by being like that too much, it almost feel I don't want to come across like not genuine. And that's like I feel like every streamer's not every streamer's like fear, but
Hmm.
just trying to be as genuine as possible without being like fluffy or I don't know,
See
like
that's what was crazy about meeting you in person is like maybe there was a part of me that maybe thought like you on stream was like trying to be just like always happy or something, but like when you and if somebody were to think that about you, like if you meet you in real life, it's like no, you just know that you're like genuinely just a fun person to be around and like tries to make the best of situations and tries to be happy. So it's
that's good
yeah,
because
it was refreshing. It was a refreshing meeting you in person. It was nice. Like seriously, like it
that
was
was good because like if we like really analyzed like the whole like Twitch scene and stuff, it's like technically if you're starting out as a streamer or if you're a streamer and like you have this persona of like always being happy and like being happy towards your viewers and stuff and like there's something mischievous about that where like you just act happy and act like in a
yeah,
good mood
yeah.
just to get more money and to get more subs and to always like there's like that
Mhm.
that thing of like especially when it comes to like being a brand new streamer and being a brand new streamer like you're those usually streamers are the ones that are like always happy no matter what because they're like, oh, I love this, I love streaming, I love you, Chad. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
you just smell it, and you're like, oh man. So that's why I go back to like, I'm glad that even in person or that I'm still the same versus like just streaming and like just being. I don't want to be like I said, too fluffy or too like, yeah, like too I don't know if it's like cringy. I don't know. I mean, or too. I guess the word is fluffy. I don't be too fluffy.
Yeah.
Like I like my moments where I am mad or I am like serious because it's like I still want to be real. As real as possible without like affecting the overall like vibe or your own like persona. But
yeah, that's it's really easy for me to be real, generally speaking.
yeah,
I think I don't know. It just depends. Like for a creator, like some creators literally will do so much better by just putting on a show every time. Like,
oh yeah, true.
People want a show, and
But I think you have a really good balance though. Like I think on my spectrum, I might sometimes people might see me as maybe too happy, but you have like maybe the really good balance of like you're in a good mood, you're chilling, you're also like you can be like calm and serious. Where maybe I might sometimes I overreact too. I overreact on clips and like I get really into it and some people like don't like the scream or like I don't know.
Yeah.
But
yeah, no, that's same.
Yeah,
same. No, I'm flattered you say that because like sometimes I worry about like I feel like I'm bipolar on stream. Like sometimes I'll just be like super serious, and sometimes I'll just be like the goofiest.
Oh no, but that's a really good twist to like.
That's
just,
nice though, but
yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Daddy Issy's got a few.
Oh yeah.
Topics. Why can't you just get the drop?
Dude, I was just saying this yesterday because I spooned my Void Waker. So to tell you some kill counts, Calvarion was 155 for the blade. Got a second blade from 600 Vedion, and then I got the hilt at RTO at 49, and the gem from Venenatus at 15. So 155, 49, and 15 is completely spooned. And now, like, when people are like, "Can you just get the drop?" It's like, "Yes, I can," and I just spooned the Void Waker. There you go. You're welcome. But
that's
yeah,
crazy.
That
was
was
crazy
very
luck.
satisfying. Well, because it's like I feel like any goal that I go for, there's gonna be some sort of dry streak.
Yeah.
And then kind of the Void Waker still kind of did have one with like I wanted to get the Rev weapons upgraded. So I went really dry on the skull. So it was like 700 700 Calvarion and like 600 Vedion. Just for the upgrade of the weapon, not even like the Void Waker itself. So it was annoying that I got spooned on a piece of Void Waker, but then I still had to do all those kills, so I didn't really feel spooned. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But then obviously later on, like RTO and Venenatus. But I just did 1,000 spindle, and then that's when I switched to Venenatus to at least reach that drop rate. And I was like, wow, I should just start off with Venenatus then. But yeah, it's like refreshing because still no T-bow, almost like 2,000 raids, and yeah, I'm like 400 TOA, no staff, but I don't know if that's dry yet. But
yeah, I don't know. The TOA seems to be like you almost expect purples more. Like obviously the drop rates are better.
Yeah,
and you just see people pulling stabs. Like I got an early staff as well. I got like mine
really?
like 150 or something, just totally off stream, of course. I literally woke up, did one raid before I went live, and I was like, just to warm up, and just like instantly get it. I'm like, okay.
Wow.
It was weird because getting the staff does not feel the same as getting a T-bow or a scythe.
Really?
I feel like, well, at least for me, because it was just so unexpected, I guess. And maybe it's just because, it's not like the first time I felt that feeling, but like getting the staff, it was like, I didn't even freak out. I was like, oh, nice. Like, let's go. Like, it was like the first month of TOA release.
Let's go. You're like the same person that gets the third age and doesn't like know what to do.
It's just because like early on, you're seeing all the lucky people on Twitter pulling staves. And so when you get one yourself, it almost feels like, oh, like, I deserve this, even though I wasn't, like, I didn't deserve it. But just, you're only seeing the people that are getting lucky on it.
Yeah.
So it didn't seem like that big of a deal, I guess. And to be honest, it didn't quite have that same like appeal like as a T-bow did. Like when you think of a T-bow, like even to this day, it's like holy
or even like a scythe. I feel like scythe has a similar feeling.
Yeah.
I don't know why T-bow feels so up there. Like it feels like it's T-bow and then scythe and then shadow.
It's because T-bow is just, you can use it at like everywhere. It's like
Yeah.
it has no cost to use. It's always been over a bill. Like it's just this iconic item that is, I don't know, and it's incredibly rare too.
I thought Shadow can be used a lot of places now.
It can,
Like
but I
people.
think at the time I just didn't realize that. I was just like, oh, it'll help at Nightmare and help at
Oh
Zora,
yeah.
and like that's cool.
Yeah.
So
I feel like as a raid, because it's like a raid, I feel like to finish a raid, it should at least take minimum, like, I don't know. I mean, 1,000 might be a lot, but maybe 500 or maybe 750 to 1,000 raids. Like that sounds like a normal completion, like kill count. Like I
it's
don't know.
it's just the
I feel
way
like
that,
TOA people finish it within 500.
yeah, it's just because of the invocation system. It's like if
Yeah,
you were to do 300s the whole way, yeah, it'd probably take over 1,000.
yeah, true. But if
But
you're, I guess you get it's a payoff when you go full sweat mode and then you can
yeah,
speed run
yeah.
it. Because I'm at 14 purples and 400 kill count, and the only thing I'm missing is staff. Like it's a ridiculous log for if I was like a main iron. Um,
Damn.
yeah.
What is your biggest regret ever?
So I was thinking, I let this like marinate a little bit, and I was like, I don't know if I can truly say I'm living in a life of regret or of having a regret. Like I did talk about earlier, choosing the path of like the normie, like college experience instead of
Hmm.
tennis mode. But I don't think that was regret because I think it's just a different life path. I mean, I am curious to see what it would be. Like if I could look at a at a crystal
Alternate
ball, yeah, like a crystal
reality.
ball. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
I think if I could like go to the alternate universe and like look at my doppelganger with like if he was is he a tennis player? Is he homeless? Like who knows what that result would have been? You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah. Literally.
Like at 29 years old, at 29 right now, would I even be streaming at that path or not? Like probably not. Like I don't know. So back to that. I don't think I have a moment of regret. Even like with like relationship stuff, like breakups, and I don't think I regret any. Like I can't say I don't regret anything. I mean, there's mistakes and stuff, but I don't feel that feeling of regret. I feel like it's all learning, and I think it's you get put in a better place by going through something that is like traumatizing or like painful. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like you become a better person no matter what. So like living through regret is actually like not a good thing at all. But that's a kind of cheesy answer. I
No,
would
well,
say,
well said. I totally agree. Like you only become who you are and a better person because of your failures and because of your
yeah.
mistakes. Like that's what teaches you.
But like to not give such an easy answer, one of my biggest fears is taking something for granted without knowing it. Now
Yeah,
that could be
that's
applied in a
dangerous.
lot of situations, relationships, like just friendships. I don't know, like just IRL stuff. Like it's so scary to not know you're taking something for granted, and like you're like living in a memory without you knowing you're in a memory, and then like 5 years later you're like, dang, that was such a good time, like watching anime with Rice Cup, like years ago, like oh dude, I fucking miss, you know what I mean, like just
Yeah.
like I took that for granted, but like maybe I didn't, maybe I just lived in the moment. I appreciate it, I enjoyed it, but it's like I guess there's always that ongoing feeling of like I wish I I could like embrace more of every memory I had. And like there's always you're gonna take something for granted no matter what. Like it's
Yeah.
gonna happen. Like I'm taking something for granted right now and I don't even know it. And I'm like tilted. But it's just trying to like always self check and like just I don't know, like that's my biggest fear. It's like shit, am I missing out? Am I missing something? Like I don't know. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? That
Yep.
drives you crazy.
Yeah,
But
that's a really good point. And it really, if you look at life that way of like trying to avoid, taking things for granted, it helps you to understand what you actually do have, like the good stuff in
yeah,
your life. Like,
exactly.
yeah.
Like I think by having this fear, it gives me an extra second that I mean I already spend some seconds, right? But it gives me an extra second to like smell the roses.
Mm-hmm.
Just to make sure that if this is a memory, then I can now go back and be like, "Yep, I paused and I appreciated this. So therefore I acknowledged it. I didn't take it for granted." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like a self check. But I don't know.
Yeah, I've been trying to get into meditation lately.
Really?
I tried getting into meditation like a year ago, but it was like tough for me. Like I don't think I was like fully into it, but I think I'm like making it's like a revival of it. I'm trying to get back into it because it can just help me not be so compulsive about certain things. Like where you just kind of, it's like going through the motions of life without even realizing you're conscious about it. It's like,
Oh yeah.
for example, I tend to like eat if I'm stressed out, or I'll just like I want like my first feeling if I'm like stressed out or something is not to go work out or something and get that energy. Or it's like the first thing is like let's just eat junk food or something.
Yeah, or
And
like
so
sleep or whatever.
yeah, or just like take a nap or just do something that's lazy. And so when you're in that mode of like not being consciously aware of what you're feeling and like why that's affecting you negatively, it can just come into this vicious cycle, which I've experienced, of like having days pass and you're just not even like fully living. You're like immediately being taken over by your immediate emotions that are like out of your control. It's like you'll just feel sad or you'll feel something, and instead of like sitting there and thinking about it, like why am I feeling this way, or like what can I do to be more in the moment, you just instantly become zombie mode and just do what your physical body just wants to do to get over that feeling immediately.
I feel like that's like really easy to do with your job, because like I felt like I did a speed run with my job. Like it was like my first like salary job, and I was like driving 30 minutes, and I was doing graphic design for like this financial investment company.
Mm-hmm.
But like 10 months kind of zoomed by, and I just remember the routine: wake up at 7, get ready, leave at 7:30, get there at 8, get off at 5, get home at 5:30, workout, stream. Like there was like that schedule Monday through Friday, 10 months. Then I got laid off, and then I was like, wow, like that was 10 months. I did the exact same thing, kind of thing. Like, wow, that's kind of crazy, you know?
Yeah, you don't like just take a moment to like, I don't know. Like you can take a moment, like you can have a busy lifestyle and still like
Yeah.
be appreciative of your moments and stuff, but like it's so easy to go zombie mode, I feel like. And so
Oh yeah.
especially for me, so I'm like trying to get back into meditation and just taking moments throughout my day to just sit and breathe and like just close my eyes and think about like how I'm feeling, like what is my plan, for the rest of the day. What's my plan? Like what are my goals, and like really try to like focus in on those. Cause man, I go so blind mode sometimes where it's just like I forget what I'm doing. Like I forget like why I'm doing the things I'm doing. Like,
Yeah.
you know.
I feel like I do that too. Like I close my eyes and I think about like what to do for the next day, like when it's time to sleep.
Yeah.
I think the worst time to do that, but
No, I mean,
yeah,
you can do it whenever. It's just me, like I can literally have a bad day by not just sitting and thinking for a second. Like I can instantly go down a worse path for my day. It's like if I were just to wake up and just immediately go to my first craving, like, oh, let's just eat some freaking just like 2 bowls of cereal right now. And like, as I was saying earlier, just like just ruin my natural energy. I do that, and then I'm like, I don't really want to go on a walk now because I'm kind of feeling a little bit like, stomach irritation a little bit. And then it's like that leads into the next thing, that leads into the next thing. And it's like, if I could just take a moment and do a reset and be like, okay, what can actually help me have a good day today? And that would be like, get my shoes on, go out, get some fresh air, do like, clean the apartment, like just things that are going to involve a little bit of energy, but I know for a fact I'm going to feel a lot better afterward.
Yeah, I think that self-reflection is not very common. Like it's kind of crazy, right now at our age, for you to realize and like kind of take the steps to do that. It's like a huge plus, I think.
Yeah, it's so easy, but it's so easy to get distracted. Like there's so many distractions in life, and there's so much that can just I just call it zombie mode, where you just become a zombie, just doing the same repetitive stuff and motions and not realizing what you're doing it for. So
That's exactly like that. Just really felt like my job right there. Which I mean, I didn't. It was. I mean, I didn't mind the job, right? But I was like, you get at a certain age. I was saying this on stream yesterday too. You get at a certain age where like your next job or like your current job like could be your last. You know, like you could have those. Like my parents have those like my dad was like a flight attendant for like 20, 30 years, and I was like, wow, like, dude, this job, like this financial investment company, like this could be my retirement job, like for life. You know, so me driving 30 minutes there and back were like my quiet moments of like, oh, like, just taking it in and stuff. But I was like, dude, this is it. I'm locked in now for life. And I was like, wow, I felt like a zombie, just like doing it day in, day out, which I feel like I couldn't complain just because like the money was good. So I was like, well, I really have no reason to complain. I'm taking this for granted right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And you can go through phases in your life where you're like building up something, like there's a purpose to it. Like I'm going to work really hard for this long and go, but there's always like, you can take a breather and realize like, what am I doing this for? Like, what's the overall like vision of what I want in life and stuff. And that I get clouded by that all the time of like,
dude, yeah. And then I got laid off and I was like, well, that's not my retirement job. Like, all right. Like the journey continues, I guess, But so then now I'm like deciding, I'm like, how can I avoid feeling that zombie mode?
Yeah,
And
it's just having clear visions of what you want in life, and everyone's vision's completely different.
but like you literally kind of have to like you have to wake up, and it's just it's like literally when you wake up, it's like you change your mindset the moment like that alarm hits, um, and then when you get out of bed, like that's it. And I was watching this show called like The Bear recently. Have you seen it? It's like
No.
a culinary and it's like a culinary show. It's kind of like Shameless on Netflix, like as chaotic. And if you have anxiety, like this is going to spike anxiety even more. It's just like it's like Shameless. You know how like just crazy it is. It's like Jesus. But in this show, this guy like wakes up at like 5:30 every morning and like you said, zombie mode, and I'm like, dang. But then at one point, like he gets really excited about this job or about what he's accomplishing with his career being a chef or whatever, and so he like looks forward to waking up at 5:30. And so I think it's like kind of like a mindset, like you said, like a plan that you have in mind. So the day to day doesn't feel like a zombie day to day. There's like an actual purpose, and then it changes your mood. Then you're more happy, and then you're like in a better mood when you're at the job. And then the day goes by faster, so there's gonna be a lot of perks.
Yeah, I mean it's the same thing. Like I have been trying to work on like my physical fitness, like just slowly but surely. It's like just because I realize like I'm more happy working on something that's gonna, compound over time. It's like that's just another thing, and it's just something where like if I put in the effort, which, some days I just won't because I'm just lazy. But it's like if I put in the effort, like this is going to pay dividends later. Like I'll feel better, I'll be stronger,
Even when you get older, like in your 50s or 60s, when like you might not work out as much, or
like
at
you're not
all,
going to be able to as much.
Yeah, but you already put in that work that like it's your cholesterol won't be as high as if you didn't work out. You know what I mean? Or your heart, you wouldn't have heart problems until like maybe you're 80 or 90.
Yep. Joint pain and stuff, like, oh my gosh,
oh
like,
yeah, dude, I'm scared for arthritis or something, man. Like, oh man,
dude, when I see like my dad's side, like I mean, my dad grew up in North Carolina. Like my grandparents on that side are like really southern, and like they have like that southern accent and stuff, and like they're kind of obese. Like my grandparents are kind of obese, and it's like sad because I remember like the last time I went to like a family reunion, it's just like pain. I was like, they're just like, everything's painful. Like just they're moving like slowly and just like, my back. Like, like just,
jeez.
It's just like, man, I really don't want to spend the last 20, 30 years of my life just in pain.
Yeah.
Like,
I was, I think I was on a date, and the question was like, what would you prefer, like for your end of life kind of thing? And I think I wouldn't mind shaving off like 5, 10 years just to be put out of my misery versus just trying to milk it and
Yeah.
like just I'm in the
Be
deathbed. I'm in the
miserable.
hospital. I'm in pain. I can't walk.
Yeah.
I have a tube in my ass for food. Like it's just no thanks. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
no, it's true. It's like just be like what's the value of life if you're a literal vegetable? Like obviously that's an extreme
Yeah.
case of just being a literal vegetable with your brain fried and everything. But like
Yeah, yeah.
you want to enjoy life.
Like
But
if I start losing my memory, then all right, that's it. Pull the plug because it'd be painful to just hang out with your family and like forget about like your
it's so
granddaughter. Like,
heartbreaking. It's
oh
it
yeah,
and it's not even about you. It's like it's heartbreaking for them. Like,
yep.
geez
Because they're
Louise.
like they're taking care of you and they just see you dying and it's like I don't want them to see that. Like,
Yeah.
oh.
Yeah,
Uh,
I just want to live like a long, healthy life where I can be as healthy as I can be for as long as I can be. And
mhm.
then, because I don't know, I think, as I don't know,
Like
I think
I don't want
life,
to like keep going.
I was just going to say, like, I think life gets better as you get older. Now, obviously, you're going to have ups and downs with life, like happiness and just sadness and just, but I feel like for the most part, the older you get, the more fulfilled you'll feel throughout life. And it would be a shame to realize, by the time you're 60, 70, 80 years old, or like, 70, and then realize like I didn't take care of my health and I'm going to die in the next few years because I just smoked every day or whatever the problem is. But it's like, and then you realize how much you actually value life. Because when you're like 20, 30, you think you're immortal kind of, and
Yeah.
you just think like you're going to live forever. And then when you actually get to that point where like, I could actually die like any
Oh
year
shit.
now. Like I feel like at that point, that is when you're going to value life the very most. And it's going to be the time
Hmm.
where you can't pay those, you can't start, you can't like it
You can't really
depends on
enjoy
your
it as much
lifestyle in the
either.
past. Yeah.
Yeah. But then you can't enjoy it as much because you're not doing as like daring things as you would in your like 20s and 30s. Because
Yeah. No,
then
I mean
you're gonna be
that.
at a phase where you're like, oh, I'm not going skydiving. Hell no. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's just like appreciate. It doesn't even matter what you're doing. I think like the happiness and fulfillment and just your overall outlook on life is just more deep and full when you're old. And so you don't need to be doing daring stuff. Like just the fact that you're alive and you can see the people you love and like
Yeah.
that enough is like, is worth just as much as going and having a great time in your 20s and 30s.
Hmm. Would you have a funeral or no?
Yeah. I mean, why not? What do you
Because I
what do you
feel
mean?
like I don't know. Because I feel like I don't know if I want to have a funeral. I think I'd rather just like if I do pass, I just have a party, like host. Like I think I would want them to host a
So
party
like
and
the
like have
difference
everyone.
between just like
Yeah.
celebrating, like not having like we have to be sad and
Yeah, like I just kind of want everyone to like just be like I don't know, I just picture it like just a nice like a part like imagine having it being a funeral, but then it's like an actual party, like everyone's like laughing and like we're just as weird as it is, right? Where everyone's like, oh, wow, he's gone, but like this party's a lot of fun and we're all happy. I don't know, like maybe that's kind of weird, but
no, I mean
um,
I think I mean to be honest, like I've been to a few funerals in my life and there's a time to be like, kind of like pay your respects or whatever,
yeah,
but like
yeah,
by
yeah.
the end you're just laughing and having a good time with people that are there. Like that, at least that was my experience. Maybe I'm
I
just a
guess,
psycho
yeah,
for
I guess
laughing. But
yeah,
like,
that'd be a better answer. Yeah, I feel like there's a space for like just like the saying goodbye part and like the
yeah,
crying and all
yeah,
that,
yeah,
and
yeah.
then like at the end of it, it's like we're sharing memories with like me and like and stuff and like the funny
Yeah,
stuff, and then it's on a good note, you
yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. It's just
Wild.
yeah, it's weird. Just I hate bringing this up because I feel like people like just hate hearing this, but like it's crazy that we're all gonna die one day. Like it's just
Like just
like
just the one of the possibilities that we just close our eyes and we just see black, or maybe not because our brain doesn't even know what we're looking like. Our brain turns off,
yeah.
so like it's
I
just nothing is like we're nothing. Like it just be
I just
like I
think
can't even grasp that idea.
I know no, but here's like I guess if we're going to like the whole spiritual region, like I actually do think there's something beyond this, but I think it's so and the only reason I think this is because like this is my argument. Like I'm not really religious anymore. Like I grew up religious, but like I'm very agnostic now. I can't even claim I'm atheist. I'm just like agnostic. Like I don't want to believe in any sort of like dogma or something that you can't. It's just like this is a guaranteed truth that can't be changed. Like I think that's like a mistake in my opinion. But I think just the simple fact that we're alive right now, and out of our control, out of our choice, like we just spawned into existence. Literally, we're just like a baby human all of a sudden, and we just live a life. Like, what is to say that doesn't happen again, or what's to say? Like, just the simple fact that we're alive right now almost makes me feel like we're immortal in a strange sense. Or, as somebody put, I think this, like, I really like this. Like, this little quote. Of course, there's no like evidence based on any of this, but it makes me feel good. Is thinking like you are the universe having a human experience. It's like,
wait, say that again.
You are the universe having a human experience. So
what the heck?
It's like this idea. Wait, have you ever done psychedelics?
I've done weed.
Okay. Well,
no, I have not.
Technically, that's kind of a little bit of a.
Oh wait, no, actually, no. I did Molly like for the first time last year at a festival.
Did you like? Well, I don't know if we want to go into that whole like rabbit hole, but
psychedelics. Oh, okay.
No, it is. I guess technically it's not classified as a psychedelic, but it's still like.
So I haven't done shrooms. Yeah, I haven't done shrooms or acid or anything.
Yeah.
Which I think like you said, mind altering would be under that different category. I think Molly or weed is more just feeling. You're just feeling good.
Yeah, I've never done Molly, so. I don't know. I don't think it's considered a classic psychedelic. I think there's a different name for it, but it gets. I've never experienced it. I know you can have a mind altering experience and on weed as well, but like
I thought shrooms or acid is on a different level of like
those are like classic psychedelics. Like you'll literally like. There seems to be a general sense that you feel this interconnectedness with everything. Like that's what I've felt. It's like you are one with the universe, the world, the conscious creatures. Like you are just one with everything. And it's impossible to like talk about in normal sober reality because it makes no sense. But in the moment, it makes perfect sense. And it's like, why can't I see this normally? Like, so I guess that's like that phrase of like, we're the universe having a human experience. It makes me feel like there's so much more to this. And we are just having a very, very like basic experience on Earth that really doesn't mean much in the grand picture of things. It's just us.
That's crazy though. Like
I have some weird beliefs now because of what I've experienced and what I've felt and like. So I don't think it's the end when you die. I think that's like the most unlikely scenario is that you just fade to black permanently for eternity.
Yeah, and that's okay. That's cool. I'm glad you have that opinion because I think life would be just so boring if that was the case. Like life would be so dull if there wasn't something else afterwards. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Like,
it doesn't make any sense.
We're gonna spawn as humans, and like then like we just fade away. Like, that'd be lame. That'd be a lame ending. You know, the story, to a book. Like, come on. You know,
the idea. Well, here's the the devil's advocate for that is like life has meaning because there's an end, and I actually really like that. I like that there's ends to things. The idea of living forever is kind of like actually one of the most scary thoughts is like being eternal with no way to end it. Like, holy shit, that would be terrifying. But I think this is just my idea is like I just think our idea of life is so limited because we're just a literal animal on a planet. Like we're so limited in our thinking, and like there's so much more.
Well, and plus with our brain not being fully like I guess it's not fully not developed, but it's not full. It's not like what's it called? It's not fully opened or whatever.
Yeah, like
that. But I also think like we're like a different time slot. Like the first time slot was like the dinosaurs, and like now it's like the humans, and like the third time slot is going to be, I don't know,
AI.
plant people or AI robots maybe.
Literally.
Dude, and then robots are going to be like ruling the world, and then some catastrophe happens, and then it's like plant people, and then we're just different phases maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah. No, I
That'd
think
be
we
kind of
have
crazy.
this.
Imagine that. Like we go very industrial, right, with like technology and robots.
Yeah.
So then they have a period, but then like it all comes back to full circle to being all plants, and then plants take over again.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
bro, like, dude, The Last of Us with fungi, like that shit was crazy, dude.
Yeah.
Like that idea of like it, like not idea, but like the fact
Reset,
that
like a
fungi,
reset.
well, that and like just fungi can like take control, and then you have like these plant zombies or whatever. But no, so because I like grew up like not super religious. I mean, I went to church and all that, but
Mm-hmm.
I think I can't really say I'm Christian because I don't really follow like everything about Christianity, so it'd be like a hypocrite thing to say. So
Mm-hmm.
I just have to lean towards like spiritual with like just believing in a God or in like Jesus and stuff. But I would say what Christian spiritual because I more believe in that God than like any other God.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's just because of me growing up too, and like just like hearing about the stories of the Bible, and like those stories are actually really cool though. Like
Mm-hmm.
just fascinating how if it was true, like that would be awesome. Like dude, this guy split the ocean, like split the Red Sea. You know what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm.
that's just wild. Or like turned food into fish and wine, or bread into fish and wine. Like that's just so cool. And that's why I
Yeah.
say it's like, dude, if the end is really the end, there's nothing there. That'd be so boring. Like, there's like the stories were never true. Like, if this is all a lie, like I sound like that girl. Is this all truly the, like that meme with the Modern Warfare edit?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
It'd just be lame that if it was really the end and like everything was a lie and it would
Yeah.
suck.
That's like I think that's like the value of hope and faith is like this. It can help you live a more
But
fulfilling
no,
life
but that
because it's just like nobody knows. Like
yeah.
nobody knows, and anybody that claims to know, like you can have really strong beliefs and stuff, but like you can't. Like nobody really knows what happens after this. And
Yeah.
so I think that's like the idea where like, faith can be valuable and hope and like all this stuff. But yeah.
But that's kind of cool though, like the other side of things of like if it is the actual end, like the real value is like you living the life. So like don't take it for granted. Like
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
like
That's a,
tell
yeah.
like that is wild. That actually makes people like want to, I don't know, tell that girl that you like her, like ask her out or whatever. Like just really,
Oh yeah. And even if you do believe or something after this, just the simple fact that this does end, it's a guarantee that this
yeah,
life right now will end for you. It's
yeah,
like, it's so hard for us to internalize because we're so like stupid as people. Like we can't just suck up like the fact that nobody like just, yeah, like what you said, ask the girl out. Like what
yeah,
we're all going to die one day. Who cares? Like
yeah,
just ask. Like,
yeah.
yeah.
Like just enjoy it while you can. And the thing is too, it's like we're gonna look at our life like it's just like high school. Like right now, we're like, dang, dude, high school went by so fast. Like that's crazy, right? We're gonna
Yeah.
be in our 80s, 90s, be like, damn, yo, life hit like
Yeah.
came by fast, like damn.
Everything's the snap of a finger. Like I even think
Like
right now, like I'm 28, dude. I can literally think I can like basically categorize my life in like a second. Like just
yeah.
thinking of my whole life, just
You,
boom.
you can
Okay.
think of your life as different chunks, like middle school, high school, college, post college, like or like, oh damn, like I'm
Yeah,
going through all these phases right now. Like that's kind of crazy.
and they flew by. It's
Yep.
over. It's a snap of a finger and it's over. So
Like this is gonna be a memory in 10 years or 40 years. Like, dude, I used to be on Discord calls with people on the internet, and like that was a phase.
I know
And now we have like 4 kids or something.
that is one of the really cool things. Like I think about this sometimes is like just recording. Like I love doing these podcasts. Like I love the idea of like making a record, like kind of what you were saying with streaming, like recording everything you do on your account. It's like
Yeah.
this record that's immortalized basically.
hmm Dude, because like there's videos on YouTube that's like 20 years old, like there's like super relics, and it's
Yeah,
like this stuff that we make right now could be like one of those relics in 20 years.
I know. I know. You never think you're living in the past. Like you never, you always are on the cutting edge of the future, and like you never realize, like just the fact that you've had, like, I mean, you've been streaming for what, since 2015?
2015, yeah, or 2013, I guess, yeah, because of the pre-OC and all that.
Yeah, think about that. You've
Or
been streaming for a decade.
Yeah.
Decade, like, and you probably thought at the time, like, I don't know if you actually thought you were late to the game, but everybody that tends to start streaming thinks they're late to the game.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you don't start when it was just in TV, then you feel like it's late.
You know, and people that are starting, I'm like, okay, I'm definitely late now, right? 2023, I'm definitely like, dude, it's gonna be 2040 one day, and people are gonna look back and like, you started streaming in 2023, you were one of the pioneers, like, holy shit, you know.
I feel like if anything, it might be a really good time to start right now, because then you have a different platform that you could that you get paid more on, and maybe try to grow on it at least.
It's true. No, and I think that I like that Kick's the thing, because it's giving competition. That when there isn't that competition, it ends up being worse for everybody. Well, worse for the creators and the viewers.
We used to say this all the time though. We used to be like, oh yeah, like Facebook gaming and YouTube gaming, like it's gonna give Twitch competition, and it might. I don't think it really never made big strides to do that, right? Maybe YouTube, I don't know. Mixer, I don't think so. I think more Mixer just copying mostly Twitch.
Yeah.
But Kick might be like the first. I might be wrong. It might be the first or not. But like a platform like that dangerous to have Twitch actually go back on things they said were going to be permanent. Like 50-50. Like they were like, nope, it doesn't seem like it's going to be viable in the future. I'm sorry, guys. And then I think 1 year later, we're like, well, now there's partner premium where like if you get 350 subs, like the fact that they just went back on their word like that as quick, and like they're making all these changes, and
that's the healthy, like, exciting thing you see from this competition is like people like, okay, like, we need to make this better for people, because we're not just the monopoly. We actually,
Well, I mean, it's like the conglomerate of it, but it's just nice that it's finally getting challenged to have decent updates.
That's what's nice.
Yeah. But would you, I mean, there's obviously the conversation of like, would you stream on Kick? Would you be like dual streamer on both platforms? Would you not even touch it? Thoughts on gambling, all that?
I was listening to the Based After Dark cast that they just had, like their season 2, episode 1. And I think Zoe brought up a good point. It's like, even though they might not claim it, it feels as though Aiden Ross is like the face of Kick.
Or a Trains.
I
thought it was Trains.
I mean, he might be like involved in like making it or founding it or whatever. But like the idea that you have like the most popular streamer on there, but I guess XQC moved over. But like, I think, and again, it's not like I'm on Kick all the time, but it seems to be that Aiden Ross pulls the most amount of viewers, and he's like, Jesus, that's just not a good look. It's not a good look. And the streams I've like seen on there when I was kind of exploring it, because I made an account on it because I was like, okay, like I want to secure my name or whatever.
Oh yeah, same.
And I just explored it for a little bit, and it was like, obviously these were like kind of like the earlier days, but it just felt very unmoderated, very like wild west of just, weird inappropriate stuff going on. So it's like, and I know it takes time to fix those things, but it's like, so just right now, even if that wasn't a factor, but it is, so it stacks onto it. But like, even if that wasn't in play, I still wouldn't go over, simply because of the culture and the community I've built on Twitch, and the fact that I don't know how many of my followers or whatever would just move over to Kick simply because I'm streaming there. But generally speaking, like, people don't just go over to a new platform because one of their or two of their favorite streamers went over there. It's like, it would have to be like a mass exodus, or like,
it'd be like a big migration for that to happen. And and I was like really, I don't know, like conflicted. I was like, I don't know. And but then we started like just talking a lot, and like talking like with your like my own like community and stuff. And it got to a point where I was like, well, you have to be like again, like realistic and not optimistic, and be like, okay, well, there might be some people that might follow you into a different platform. But there's really no guarantee. Like, Kick is primarily just sub money. Like, there's not, you're not getting, unless you get a contract, like, it's just sub money, which is might be even more stressful. Like, you might get a bigger cut, but it's like there's no guarantee you're gonna keep your same sub count.
Yep.
Or have more. You might have less.
Yep.
And then what? You just kind of like already um you already tainted your reputation of like
Oh,
of
you'll
changing
just move
platforms
over
and
to
stuff.
anything,
Yeah,
You'll
move over
just,
to anything just for that.
yeah.
And I think like with Twitch, like even though it's 50-50, you still make other incomes of like running ads or taking like sponsorships where like you show like an overlay or whatever, and you do like the Factor, or you do the HelloFresh and things like, or like you play like like tutorial games. There's different avenues of income that can give you like peace of mind if you do have a low sub count that month,
Hmm.
you know? So
Yeah, totally.
that's definitely eye opening. It's like, wow, like, okay, like
and
it's not,
and Prime subs. I mean, like that
yeah.
alone, like there's no such thing as Prime over there, and
Hmm.
just
My
the,
thing was
yeah.
like, there's like a couple issues. Is like one, if I did switch over there, it had to be the identical reflection of what I have on Twitch. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
like, I mean, it's like the emote culture. I would want it to like mimic that. So 7TV better be enabled. Better TV be like enabled, like all of it. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And what else? Like channel points. Like, because I spin the wheel on channel points. Like if there's nothing to give to someone by watching me, like there's no like, virtual currency or points, something like that they can use to have different content or anything fun. That's lame. Like it would be a
See,
negative thing.
that's the reason why, like, just move, like the fact that you value those things that Twitch offers. It's like there's so
Yeah.
much more. There's so much more of a good experience on Twitch that just overrides the extra money that you could make. It's not even guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean, like, so it's like, Kick loves to advertise like 90-10 is like such a big deal, and like you could, quit your day job, and like it's like not really. I mean, they showcase like the people who have like bigger communities and like people that that would get, like Oda Block and Alpha, like yeah, they have a bigger community that they'll follow mostly. But I mean, I feel like I might get like, I don't know, 10 people or 20 people that might just follow, but it's still way different. It's not like an authentic or accurate representation of what would happen to every streamer, you
Exactly.
know? But
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
and the other thing too is that like the last issue is, besides emotes and channel points, is that the platform is like you have like like, so when the big streamers like Oda and Alfie are not live, like the directory is just 100 viewers.
Yeah,
So
it's
like,
not looking.
yeah, you're on the top page, but like there is no, like, I think Twitch has such a like nice ecosystem of viewers where they're always moving. It's like this ongoing moving like cycle of people that are like, you know, surfing through different streamers, or some are like staying there. A streamer might end and then those viewers might go somewhere else. But you don't really have that on Kick. Like it's just
Yeah.
like if that streamer is gone, like you either have to change the schedule to match Oda Block and Alfie, or that's it. Like there really is, there's no fluctuation, there's no like, you know,
Yeah. No,
cycle of
it's
viewers.
tough. Like I would say the people it probably best helps or maybe new creators. I don't really know the like people tell me like, you know, discoverability is better on Kick. I don't know. I mean, I would assume so just because there's less people there, but
Hmm.
I mean, yeah, I would think that was a good thing. If you've never streamed before, building something maybe on Kick might be worth it. But again, we've seen what Mixer did and
Yeah.
signed some big contracts and just done. It's like, oh, this isn't working. Like this isn't what we, this isn't working according to our plan. So we're just gonna.
Yeah. I feel like
That would, dude. When Mixer died,
that was
like the
crazy.
streamers that literally put in all their eggs into that and were like, you know what, Mixer's a
Yeah.
new thing. I'm gonna go for that, and then it's just gone.
Hmm.
No, your followers are gone. Your money's
Yeah.
gone. Like it's just that is fucked up.
Dude,
Like that is horrible.
when I grew up with like my best friend, like he was my next door neighbor, and like we grew up playing street hockey, and like he started streaming and he was on Mixer. And when it went down, like he just had to just stop streaming like completely. Like it wasn't the same if he tried going back on Twitch and stuff. I was like, wow. Um I think like if someone was to start streaming, I think it should be the other way around. Instead of starting on Twitch and then going to Kick, it should be maybe starting on Kick, maybe build, build like a small community then, and then move to Twitch. So, instead of you starting at Twitch with one viewer being Nightbot, at least you start on Twitch with like maybe 20 viewers that came from Kick.
Hmm.
So then at least you're somewhere on the board, and I don't know. But then there's the whole thing about like the whole gambling thing. But then I just found out that like Twitch has gambling. They have slots. So
I
I'm
know.
like,
The
what the heck?
the thing that worries me is where is this money coming from for like Kick, like just the fact that they can afford 95.5, like
Yeah.
and I'm not going to get into the whole like gambling, because yeah, both sites are fine having gambling when it is giving them money. Like I have my own views on gambling, which is it's horrible. Literally, like, nothing good comes from gambling, like truly. Like you can do whatever
Yeah.
you want in your life. If you want to gamble, like go for it, whatever, but like I'm never going to say gambling is a good like thing to get into. It literally
Yeah.
ruins people's.
Yeah.
It's addicting, incredibly addicting, and it turns like the people I've associated with. It's like people that are addicted to gambling become literal chronic liars. Like they become
Mhm.
liars. They become disingenuous. Just
Well,
not people you want to be around.
yeah, it affects not just them, but also like anyone in their life, like their friends or family too. Like there's all that drama, remember, like on Twitch about people like stealing money and like about gambling. I think it was about gambling because like some big streamer had a gambling issue and then they just ended up borrowing money from other big
Oh
streamers and
yeah, it was
never paid them back.
Slicker.
Yeah. And so like stuff like that too.
No, it's horrible. And the thing is like it's an addiction. It's like it's not even, I mean, you would treat it as any other addiction. Like this person literally got into this horrible habit and now has lost control. Like he's literally lost control. Like he is compulsively just needs to gamble, and he needs to find any way to get his fix, which is, steal or lie or cheat or just, it's horrible. It's just like a horrible habit to form. And again, it's not like every single person that gambles becomes an addict, but becoming an addict from gambling is very common. And especially when when people are promoting gambling without any precautions whatsoever of like, hey, just to let you know, this can ruin your life completely. No, there's none of that. It's all just propaganda for like you could win big, all this shit. It's like, dude, this is horrible for people.
Yeah.
Horrible for people. And you're not even giving them like the actual information about this. It's all just like, oh, fun. Like, dude, like people's lives get absolutely ruined over this shit.
I learned that I thought you have to, if you join Kick, you have to like accept a contract where you have to do one gambling stream a month. And I thought that was like how they're making like their money for 95.5. But I learned that I don't know if Oda got signed a contract. Oh no, I think he got a contract. I don't know if Alfie did. But the contract doesn't say you have to gamble, which I was like, "Oh, okay. Like that is good, I guess." But people are still saying that like they're still gambling when they open up that website. But I feel like once you use the website on a daily basis and you start following old school streamers, then on the left panel that shows the gambling stuff, the gambling recommended streamers, you're gonna have your follow list like Twitch, which is gonna be
Oh
all
yeah, no,
RuneScape.
and I'm not
Like,
trying to claim like, Kick, their whole agenda conspiracy is to get people addicted to gambling. Like I'm not even saying like Kick necessarily is about. I don't know anything about the contracts that are being signed. I don't know anything about
yeah, I don't know either.
much. That is just my views on gambling, and Twitch has it still. Like in fact, people have said that there's literally a larger audience on Twitch in the gambling section than there is on Kick. So it's like,
Yeah. And that's the thing, like people are like, because Twitch is such a big website, like the gambling part is just so like buried. And obviously Kick is like just starting out with gambling, so like it's going to take years to develop a huge community to like with other categories to kind of bury the gambling.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and
It's just
that's again what kind of Zoe was talking about with like her view on it is like is as soon as there's more moderation, as soon as there's
yeah.
more like wholesome streamers, because the thing is you go on Twitch and there's a lot of just really just you I don't know, it feels like there's established streamers that have been there that have built incredible communities, which Kick just doesn't have yet, because you can't have like a really big strong community when it's a very relatively new site. So like as soon as there is that and you can go and feel comfortable and safe at Kick, and there's moderation and there's people actually getting banned for just hateful shit, just spamming it and just like, yeah, that would be a bigger reason to go over there.
I think the moderation, I don't know, people like talk about moderation a lot, but I feel like it just comes down to the streamer. Like, I don't know.
No, it does. Yeah, you're right, but
like,
that's part of the problem is people don't want to go over to Kick when there aren't those established wholesome streams that you can just go into. It's like those can build. It's not like there's anything.
Yeah.
But it's just such a new platform.
True. Like, well, because we also need the tools, the right tools to moderate. Like, we need Nightbot integration to like have blacklisted words and phrases and things like that. Because if that's not there, then yeah, anyone can just show up and just kill the vibe. But there's also Twitch too that has like just people that don't have as much moderation and they just like kind of like let chat go wild, and then it's like a sexist and racist kind of environment. And
yeah. And it happens in both. Just the pros. So just like, I guess my view is the pros of being on Twitch 100% way just outweigh the cons.
Yeah, same. I agree.
Or like outweigh the pros of going over to Kick.
Like, if we're gonna, I'd rather get butchered 50-50 than go through like the struggle and like just the issues with like Kick, and it's just, I don't know.
Twitch could do so much better when it comes to like revenue splits. Like just the fact that they're doing like the 350, 70-30, like that's a great start. But like, what if it was 60-40 at, 150 or 200? Like something where you can build your way up and there's like, goals to achieve.
Tier list. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Like, I actually have like ongoing goals. So
yeah, like that is helpful for everybody. It gives the streamer like, okay, like I'm not just permanently capped at 50-50. I can start pushing my way upward. Like that'd be cool.
Because it felt like getting partnership was like a finale kind of thing. It's like, oh, like I made it now. Like I can not relax, but I didn't have to feel the stress of like, okay, I got to stream at this schedule, this window, because it was like the highest, and like keep these numbers high for like 3 months. And now that once you get it, it's like, okay, well, first, like once you get it, now there's like not really that many perks besides Twitch support actually responds to you in emails versus like an affiliate or. But I mean, I don't know the perks is like, there's really no perks of being a partner.
Yeah,
besides
it's minimal.
Twitch kind of party. Like, okay.
Yeah.
But
I guess I
don't know.
Ad revenue incentive is pretty nice. I don't know if affiliates are given that.
Oh, true.
I know they're given money for ads. I don't know if they get the 55 split though.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure either. But I do remember a lot of affiliates were getting a lot of what. I mean, partners would get it first for a portion of the time, and then affiliates would eventually get it too. So I was like, oh. But I think even though Kick is still in beta, I don't think it's a platform. I don't think it should be or it will be a platform to use, more like a weapon to use against Twitch. To get to actually have the platform that we deserve.
Yeah.
I think Kick is just a tool and not something that is worth putting all your eggs in a basket or like switching to.
Yeah, at least for those that are on Twitch and have established communities. That's what I
Yeah. Because I mean it's kind of working a little bit like with like the updates that Twitch is going back on and like readjusting things. Oh,
yeah. Okay, I'm seeing you're gonna have to explain this. Petty Name says ask him about his late great cat. That's always a fun conversation.
Oh yeah, so I was in Seattle. I was dating a girl for about 2 years, and she had this cat named Scooter. And this cat was like probably like this cat liked guys more than girls. So I think my ex is a little salty that the cat kind of like liked me more. But it was weird because so first this cat is like he was born with like a defect. Like his back legs were still there, but he was born with like 3 toes for his back legs. So like he couldn't use his back legs, but like he just had to like just drag them, or he'll like scoot everywhere. And so his name was Scooter, and it was just absolutely adorable. And this cat was like spoiled too. Like he like was just built like just 4 arms, and like he would get on the bed and he would get on like the couch, like, but he's spoiled, and so he started just meowing just to get picked up and like just be lazy. But oh yeah, this cat was awesome. Like I never thought I'd be a cat person until Scooter, and like he would like lift up his back legs and like gallop, like I don't know, like a kangaroo, just gallop through the, and you go
Aw.
fast. Like he's like galloping through the rooms, and like he's a fast little guy.
See, that's what you. I mean, as horrible as it is, like a cat with a disability, at least they're gonna want your like attention and stuff more
Oh
than just
yeah,
being like a recluse. Just like I don't care
or like
about
just
you.
like having like yeah exactly, or having to like just really take care of them. Like they're already like 80
Like
years old,
they're gonna
but
be wanting your affection and attention a lot more if
oh
they need to
yeah.
be picked up and stuff. Yeah.
Exactly. And it was also kind of nice because it's like, like I guess a lot of cats, they have the issue of getting on top of counters and like eating and like throwing things.
Mm,
But since he couldn't get on counters, it was like easy to live with a cat.
dang.
Yeah. But the weird thing was, is that when we broke up, like we shared an apartment, right?
Hmm.
And like she moved to her mom's, and her mom had this orange cat, which we almost like we found this orange cat and we almost brought him in, but Scooter was very like just a one man, a one cat kind of room, kind of like family hold, a household. So he didn't like any other cats to like, I guess he'd get jealous, or he wants all the attention, right? So he wouldn't get along with the orange cat. So her mom like took him. So when she moved back to her mom's, she said that she couldn't really take Scooter because then Scooter wouldn't really be happy with both cats. So she left the cat with me for like a year. And I was like so weirded out by this. And I got to a point where like the lease was ending, and I was like, all right, well, I'm gonna like probably like move out. I'm gonna like, and I was like paying for like the food and like the litter and everything. And I was like, well, like, I mean, this is like a cat that she grew up with. Like, this cat has been with her through different apartments, through different life, like throughout high school. You know what I mean? Like, just this cat's like 8 years old, and this is like her cat. It's not like a pet that we got together. If it was a pet that we got together and she wanted to give it to me, then sure. But it didn't feel right for me to like yoink a cat. Like when you break up with someone, that ex is like turns into nobody.
Yeah,
They turn
yeah.
into like just like any like I'm like just some other guy at that point, you know? So how could you leave like your all your lifetime like pet with some
Yeah.
random guy, you know? It's just kind of weird. But I mean, besides that, she would leave her like in the bathroom, leave all her makeup, and like she left some jewelry behind, and I was like, I don't know why she didn't clean this up, and I think maybe low key she wanted to like leave residue
Remnants.
behind. So
Yeah.
if I brought a girl over,
Jeez
she'd be like,
Louise.
dude. I mean, I was also lazy. I didn't put anything in a box. I didn't really care. I just kind of did my thing. But if I did have a girl over and she's like, wow, there's a lot of girl stuff in here. I was like, I swear I'm single. I'm not married. I should put all this away. And there's been a couple times where I had to explain to them, and they were cool. Like they were like, oh, okay, like she's weird. Like she's trying to own you and like control you and like control like who you have in your life. And I was like, yeah, probably, but yeah, that
Damn.
was the story of Scooter. And so yeah, eventually, I ended up giving Scooter back because I was moving back to Arizona, and I was like, well, I mean, I don't know. And this is the cat where I had to like brush his teeth because his teeth were decaying, and like it's a lot of maintenance, and I didn't mind, but I just didn't feel like I didn't want to take that cat away from her and like enjoy the last few years of Scooter, like I didn't feel right. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, she did ask me too. She was like, "Well, do you want him or not?" And I was like, "What the heck? Like, how can you put this choice on me right now? Like, it's so weird." I mean, at the end of the day, I probably should have taken him, but I don't know. So back to the feeling of regret. I regret not taking Scooter.
Yeah. Damn.
Yeah, yep, yep.
That's a big regret.
There we go. We found it.
Yeah.
I actually miss Scooter, and he's currently at the mom's house, and she moved out and has an apartment with a black kitty. So Scooter's not even in her life, and I was kind of salty about that, but yeah,
Damn.
I know.
Yeah, I've always
But
wanted to have like a little cat or a little like snuggle pet.
have you ever had a dog? Or are you like a dog or cat person?
Thing is, I'm allergic to both. Like I'm really
Oh,
allergic to
jeez.
cats and I'm slightly allergic to dogs. It like if I get like an all hair dog or all hair cat, like I won't have as bad of allergies, but I'll still have allergies.
I'm like that. I'm like that too. Where if the cat is like in my face, like sits on my face, and the hair gets like at my eyes or nose, like I'll have a reaction. Like yeah, I have a pretty bad reaction.
If I were to put a cat in my face, like I have to go to the freaking hospital. Like
Really?
like I
Oh,
probably
jeez.
I wouldn't. I mean, if I didn't take an allergy medicine, oh dude, I would like freaking like the breathing where you're like like just like
Really?
can barely breathe. Yeah. Listen, dude, when I was like 15. I went over to this cat lady's house with my friend because like my friend was like babysitting her cats or something like that. And I didn't really even know what allergies were really because I'd never really suffered with allergies before because I never had a cat or dog at home. And so I was playing with these cute cats that were they had like 4 cats or something. I was snuggling up with these cats, like just like they were in my face and stuff. And I didn't even know what I was doing hardly. And then I went over to sleep over at my friend's house later. And I was already just sneezing and sneezing and sneezing. My eyes were watering. I'm like, whoa, like what is happening? Like, is this weird?
No.
Like, must just be like allergies outside or something. I have no idea. And I went over to my friend's house and I was like struggling to breathe. I was like
That's
just
scary.
getting the wheezing. And then I was like, we were out in the living room and my friend's mom was in her room and we were both like trying to sleep. Dude, I was just having the most miserable time. And then I was like, dude, I think like I remember thinking like if I go to sleep, like if I end up falling asleep, I might die. Like I might like actually die. And so
Well, have you seen those?
What?
Keep going, keep going.
No, I was just gonna say like I don't know what would have happened. I don't know how severe my allergies really are, but like I went into his mom's room and I was just like help. Like,
Oh no.
and like
What
she
the
just
heck?
immediately gave me some like allergy medicine and stuff and called my parents and like I got like I went home and stuff to like recover, but it was bad, dude. Like I get fucked up by cats.
Really? Have
Yeah.
you seen those videos where like the cat like when the guy's like passed out at night, like the cat just sits on the guy and like he wakes up to like almost suffocating. Like it's like scary. Like that could happen to you, dude.
Yeah, like I was like it's not like if a cat was just in the house, but I was like really up in front of these cats without like, washing my face afterward or anything. I just thought it was like fine just to play with a cat.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean naturally, right? Like
Yeah.
oh,
Like
little tail.
if I take an allergy pill and I'm at a friend's house, like I'm still going to suffer slightly. Like I'm going to be sneezing and stuff, but it's not going to be like horrible, but I can't live with a cat. Like there's no way. Lose my mind.
What about the dog? Dog, same reaction if
Dog
he's like in your face.
Dog wouldn't be as bad, to be honest. Cats, I'm way more allergic to, but I still sneeze around dogs all the time, and I'd have to live constantly with allergies. And the thing that this is the problem is like people judge me for not being like a dog person or something. It's like I didn't grow up with a dog. Like my first experiences with dogs weren't even overwhelmingly positive either. It's like just big dogs barking and just, running all over you when you're a kid, when you go to like people's houses. And it's like, I'm just not a dog person. I don't have the affection that most people that grew up with a dog or, had a lot of good experiences as a child growing up with dogs had. It's like, I just don't care. I don't need a dog in my life. I don't need this. Like if I wasn't allergic, I would love to have a cat just because I think they're actually just freaking adorable.
Oh, okay. What was your first pet then? If you never had
I had
cat?
a hamster.
Yep, same.
I had a hamster. I actually think I had 2 hamsters, and I had a mouse as well, which is basically like a hamster. It was in the same like cage. And then I've had fish. I had a little water frog thing that committed suicide in the tank. It was horrible. It was horrible. I got this little water frog from Walmart with like some goldfish, and the water frog was just there with like 2 other fish. And like just one morning I woke up and he had like swam underneath the rocks and like I think he just killed himself.
Dude, that's what happened. I had a what do you call it? A bearded dragon. And I wanted it to I took it out to the backyard to kind of explore and then go on an adventure, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I couldn't find it at one point, and we like I don't know, like weeks later or a month later, we were like trying to plant like a new fruit tree or a new plant, and we were digging up the dirt, and we see like just bones of this lizard. I guess this lizard just went underground, like in the sand, and just committed suicide. I don't know.
Oh no.
Or maybe it was like too hot out, so it went under in the sand to cool off, but it couldn't, and it just like died. I don't know,
Dude.
but yeah.
Speaking of suicide, sorry,
Jesus.
so you know how I was saying yesterday I went camping.
Yeah.
Barely, not even camping, but we made a little fire and we were roasting marshmallows. And dude, there were like a million like little like moth things like flying around.
Yeah.
And I think it was like the first time they've ever seen fire before, because just we probably saw like 100 suicide bombers just like fly into the fire, just instantly just fly into the fire and just completely died, just turned to ash. Then there was one that like flew into the corner of the fire pit, and it was alive for like a minute, just baking in the heat of that thing. I was like, dude, this is actually like horrifying to watch like right now. Like this is brutal. There was so many of them, because like when it's pitch black out and you have a fire and there's a bunch of moths, they all gather to it.
Whoa.
Yeah, it was brutal.
That we had something similar. So like Florida has insane bugs right now. Like my uncle has like this zapper, and we were just, so I guess Florida, like the meta is like you need this like this covered net and not caged, I guess, in your backyard with a pool. Like that's like you gotta have it. Like there's no matter what. And even in this sheltered like backyard, there were still like somehow bugs. And the zapper, like we were having a conversation, but we couldn't even continue talking because the zapper was like interrupting us like every other second. And we're like, Jesus. And they're just suiciding into the zapper, like, wow.
Yeah.
Like I'm just waiting for like the Halo, like, you know, like kill, tackle, just cue in any second.
Those little zapper things are crazy. I remember setting up a fruit fly trap at my last apartment in Alabama. Which was like, I set up like a little paper cone that was like a funnel, basically, and then I put plastic wrap around this cup, and so in the cup is a little bit of vinegar and just a super ripe banana, and that really that smell like really attracts fruit flies, and then you put a cone in there, but it's like a little funnel, and so the flies like can have this huge opening to get in there, and then they fly down, and then they can't get out. Like they're too stupid to like find the tiny little hole to fly out, so they just get stuck. And dude, we put that thing overnight by the kitchen sink, and there was like 50 or 60 fruit flies that were just in there flying around. I was like, Jesus, dude, like. Yeah, that's what we did. That's what we did. A super deep clean of our apartment. We're like, what is happening? It was moist in that kitchen.
What's worse, fruit flies or flies?
Flies, 100%. Flies are.
Yeah. I feel like flies, they just really don't care. Like,
dude, flies
they're ready to die. You know,
they're so big and they actually make noise. Fruit flies are like hella annoying. Don't get me wrong, but like. An actual fly is disgusting. Like it's just like, oh my God, like get out of here. Like if you're at a picnic and there's a big fat fly flying around your food, get away.
Oh no way. Like that's not gonna happen. Like that's just terrible. And then if it does land on it, then like you're not eating it. Like
it's just like
every time a fly lands, like you see the scientific of like there's some video of like when a fly lands, it like drops like a bunch of bad like
bacteria
and
just whatever the hell it's been carrying for its whole life.
But I was gonna say, the whole pet thing. So when I had the 2 hamsters, right? We went through phases of like hamsters, but not because of me, but because of my mom. So me and my sister would have a hamster each, right? And we're in Arizona. It's like summer. It's a garage sale, and my mom wanted to like take out the cage with the hamsters in it to have some fresh air, or whatever. But she forgot to bring it back in after the garage sale.
Oh no.
And this is like mid Arizona summer, 110 degrees outside. And we're like, where's the hamsters? Like, oh my gosh, like, Mom, you forgot it outside. You didn't bring it back in. And so we went back outside and they were like skewers, dude. Like they were just fried on this metal cage. And I was like, what the heck, Mom? And she was just panicking. She's like, oh my gosh, like I totally forgot. I'm so sorry. She brings the hamsters to the kitchen, takes out a straw and starts CPR. She blows in the straw and then tries to use her finger to push their chest. I was like, Mom,
What?
This is mortifying. Like this is not helping. Like they're
Oh
they're
my
to a crisp.
God.
Like there's no way.
Dude,
It's like, what the heck, man?
the saddest thing ever. It's almost the exact same story. I've even told this on like a couple Sae Bae casts. We had a hamster. This is my sister's hamster. It was in a ball, and we had a storage room in our first home, and it led to the garage. And you know how garages just get boiling hot.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, this hamster found its way into the storage room, just running around, the ball just around the house.
Yeah.
And then it went down into the garage, and apparently like somebody closed the garage door, and the hamster died of heat exhaustion in the hamster ball. Dude, it to this day it will bring me to tears because of just how helpless and sad and tragic it is. Just healthy, cute little hamster just unknowingly just went into the garage. We had no idea. We completely forgot it was running around, and for hours just in a garage baked to death.
Jesus.
It literally makes me so sad. And my mom and my sister were just bawling.
Yeah.
Bawling. Like, oh
yeah, same with like just the hamster like just being cooked in the garage.
I can just imagine it rolling around like just begging for water and air. Just like, oh my God, dude. It's like the most horrific thing to think about.
Mm-hmm. And so we're like trying to like mend our wounds, right? And so naturally, when you lose a pet, you have to get another one when you're a kid. Yeah. So we got 2 more hamsters, but this time in the winter, my mom was wanting to clean the cages or wash the cages, so she put the cage in the backyard, but then forgot
Not again. Oh my
night.
Oh.
And they were frozen to the cage, and I was like,
Jesus Christ,
we're not even getting any more hamsters at this point. Like,
just
like we can't, we literally can't. Yeah, just murder. Oh, I'm -4 hamsters now.
Oh
like,
my God.
on.
Yeah, it's.
Oh yeah.
It's so. The worst part is just like.
Just picturing the misery and like the torture that they're going through. Like,
it's just absolute neglect, just complete forgetfulness. Just that literally like just with that. I mean, it's a hamster. I mean, who's to say whose life's more valuable? I guess, but it's like I've like a dog. Like I would argue a dog or a cat, but like it's the same. It's still a life. It's just like the saddest thing to think about, and it. Oh my God. Like
XUC would still just call it a rat, but
yeah, it's so sad. I mean, I still like I'm about to freaking start crying thinking about a little hamster just baking, just helpless. Because they're so cute in the ball, like they're just running around having a good time
with their cheeks. They just stuff their cheeks.
Oh God, yeah, that's horrific.
But that's kind of crazy. Like I feel like you got to go through like that phase of like having a dog being like like a man's best friend, where you just have like just a dog. Just I don't know. I just watched this video about this video about this dog helping bring in the groceries, and this dog would like go to the car, grab a bag, and like waddle its way to the house and drop it off. I'm like, oh
dude.
Man.
Don't get me wrong. Like I would love to have that connection with an animal, like a dog. If I had that, if I didn't have allergies, if I had that connection as a kid where I really loved like a dog that we had or something, like I would love to be able to feel that like attachment to like an animal. And the thing is, I wouldn't even know how to take care of a dog. Like I'd have to learn as an adult. Like I'd never had one. So
I feel like it's probably way easier to take care of it now than when you were a kid and not realizing like you actually gotta take this dog on walks. But as you're older, it's like, oh, this is great exercise. Like, okay, I'll do it.
Yeah. That's like, a good point. But like
my parents never really like thought about taking dogs for a walk, or I never thought about it, or my sister like growing up, it was kind of like, oh, we have a backyard, like they'll run around. But I mean, obviously, like for mental health, like taking a dog for a walk just is way better. And then they don't want it. They don't want to feel the need to run away because they're already out. And they already know what it's like outside and all that. But yeah, I guess that's one little regret. It's like I wish. I mean, my dogs probably had a good life, but I feel like I could have given them even a better life by just I don't know, for walks or whatever. But
Yeah, I don't know. I've been thinking of getting like some sort. I mean, I would love to get like a hamster again, but
Really?
then I remember the smell. And I'm like,
The little pellets,
just like the hamster bedding smell, just
Uh,
just that whole thing. I just remember our room smelling like hamster. And when you're
really?
living in a tiny apartment and you have a hamster, like your whole place is gonna smell like hamster. Like
Yeah.
it's gonna, yeah. You
I
know
used to
what
have a
would be
snake
cool?
too. The snake was gross.
Oh,
Like the
really?
cage of it. Yeah.
Really?
I also had the ducks. Ducks at one point and a rabbit.
Mm.
Oh yeah.
I think it
What were
would
you, what
be.
were you asking?
I think it would be cool to have like an exotic fish tank, just like
Oh,
one of
what kind
those
of fish though?
glowy ones with a bunch of different little fish in there floating around. And like at night, you could just go and it's dark in your place, and you just see this like glowing fish tank. Like
Oh,
that'd be sick. That'd be
yeah.
cool background for like a stream as well.
My uncle has two of those like kind of like those big aquariums,
Hmm.
but after the last hurricane that hit Florida, like his kind of house got flooded and so like they were like empty, but yeah. You didn't need like you'd have to get like exotic fish that like I don't know like the what's it called? Is it koi fish with like the the majestic tails?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, that'd be cool. Should we go over with the what second base was talking about? The Ruinous powers?
yeah. What were
What do
your
you think?
thoughts on Ruinous powers? He asks, if they weren't scrapped, how would Ruinous powers have changed your experience as a pure? Were
Mm,
you looking
I,
forward to that, by the way?
yeah, I mean, I was already like, so I was going for Void Waker, right? So I was like, okay, well, this is good. I mean, I should be focusing on like getting, T-Bow and Shadow, but then I started getting burnt out from raids. So I was like, if I get a Void Waker, it'd be like a fun weapon to play with while I get more raids and stuff, right? And so, and while I get Void Waker, I get Bones, and Bones be for prayer. So this is great. So I'm like, I was already planning on it. I think I have like, let me see, like 2.6k Dragon Bones. I think I had 70 prayer banked. I think I needed like to get like maybe 86 or even 90 if it's not 92 prayer if it's not behind defense.
Hmm.
The goal was 86 prayer for 6.8k bones. But yeah, I mean, I feel like the dawn of the pure is kind of maybe over. Like the original type of pure. You know what I mean? Like ever since Fang got released. Like back then, a pure like I don't know. I mean, more. I guess a PK pure is like 50 attack, 60 attack, 75 attack, and like if you want to be PVM pure, like 75 attack was fine because you can still PK AGS and all that, and still use those the 75 tier weapons. But then Fang got released, and then it like made pures get 82 attack, which like looks weird, and
Hmm.
it's like different, and we're like, oh, I would have never thought I would get more attack levels. But yeah, so I ended up getting like, 82, 83 because 83 is the same brag combat level. But
Would you
because
ever
of the Fang, I don't mind more prey levels because the Fang already pushed me to extra attack levels, you know.
would you ever
So
consider getting 99 attack?
yeah. Oh well, like I would. I feel like I like to go for a level if there's an unlock behind it.
Mm,
So maybe down the road, if I need to get 85 attack for a new weapon, okay, boom. And then 90 attack, new weapon, okay. 95 attack, new weapon, all right. And then if I'm at 95, all right, I go all the way to 99.
yeah,
Because at that point, I mean, I'm
might
like
as well.
90
And it'll
combat.
look
Yeah,
clean too.
yeah. And like right now, I'm 90 combat, and so especially with Wildy, like returning back to the Wildy, which I haven't done since Revs, and I got out pretty fast. Um, the PKers it was pretty nice because like in solo, like only like 119 could attack me, and then multi 125 could attack me. And there was like a lot of maxed out PKers that would show up and like they couldn't even poke because like I'm like one level off, right?
Hmm.
So, but once I get more prey levels or more attack levels, if I'm like in the 80s or 90s, or if I get like 70 prayer, the combat level wouldn't even matter at that point where I just might as well go 99 attack, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
But I would feel more motivated to like grind it out if like there was like a weapon to unlock.
That's
'Cause
true.
it does feel
Yeah.
it feels nice to be as low as possible, right? Unless there's an upgrade to make the account better.
And there's 100% going to be new weapons in the future, right?
Oh yeah,
Going to be higher
in a few
level.
years. Yeah, I think so too. At least there's gonna be like a 90 attack because like there was like I think there's been like a 90 strength requirement for something. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's 85.
Yeah.
But I think there's gonna be like 85 attack or 90 attack requirement like down the road.
Very soon. Yeah.
But
I wonder
no,
what
that'd
they're.
be really interesting. Like it'd be cool to do it. Did you see the soul mission video on the prayers and how they're kind of like similar on some of the old ones, but the you kind of have to keep some of the old iconic ones because like you need overheads, and it would have been a nice like accuracy buff, to be honest. Like
Yeah,
that would have been
I
sweet.
wasn't like the changes they had made would have made Ruinous powers better. Like it would have like I wouldn't have been as like scared of it coming into the game. I'm glad they just scrapped it because like we could. I'm okay with having a prayer book eventually, but it's just like it's so hard without making basically just a direct replica. It's almost like why even have an entirely new prayer book when all that was really happening was just better offensive prayers. Like that's
Yeah.
really what it was with some,
But
downsides to it.
does it feel weird that the prayers got delayed and it's not with Desert Treasure? Because like Desert Treasure, when you do the first one, like you get the new spell book, right? And so like, you have Ancients, and then like it makes sense that Desert Treasure 2 should give you a
Oh,
new book.
don't get me wrong. Like I think there should be more rewards from Desert Treasure 2. There's 4 bosses coming out, and there's like 4 rings and like an
In
outfit
and
and an
out.
axe
Yeah,
or something.
yeah.
It's like
Like if they're gonna delay the prayers, they might as well delay DT, like Desert
that's what
Treasure as
I was
well.
thinking. I was thinking like maybe delay this and maybe propose different rewards, like some different
Yeah.
ones. Overall, though, I
Yeah.
think it's like, yeah, I don't know. It worries me about the boss drop tables because if there's not enough uniques, then it ends up just being like a Vorkath that just shits out GP constantly and alkables, and
Yep.
it's like,
Or it's like yeah, like Vorkath or like Muspa, where it just
exactly. It's
that's
just
it. Like you get the drop and or
yeah,
either you get the drop and then like you leave it forever, or you go do it for GP.
yeah. We'll see though. Who knows?
Yeah.
But yeah, I wish there had been new rewards they would have proposed because it seems like they're just like really trying to bring it out as fast as possible for the summer. Just like we got to get this out.
Oh yeah. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, they've been very busy lately. Like they got their bounty hunter. They got Wildy bosses. They did bounty hunter. They did forestry. Um,
Sailing,
like
working
it.
on.
Oh yeah, and the sailing is coming up. Like
Yeah, I don't know when sailing's coming out. Probably late next year, earliest. That's what I would guess. I'd be
yeah.
so surprised if it's in the next year, like the next 12 months. Like there's no way.
With the stuff that they posted and like the amount of reading that they put in the video, like you saw like the different there's just so much text and like stuff on sailing. I was like, wow, this is very in depth.
Yeah.
Um that just by looking at like the Twitter posts that they were doing, like it's gonna take a while. Like this
Yep.
is pretty
Yep.
big. But I mean it is a new skill, which it kind of should be a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Like would you say a new skill is bigger than a new raid? Or
Oh
are they
yeah.
both?
I would.
Yeah.
I would. I mean, it depends on the scope of the skill, but yeah, sailing coming out has a bigger impact entirely,
Yeah.
and it's just way more dev time. I would argue,
Yep.
and yeah, just overall changes the game so much more than one raid.
Yeah, because then it's like there's different ways of leveling it up too, and then they can make a mini game out of it. Like they could do a lot. Like
Yeah, there's gonna be a ton that comes from sailing. Are you excited for it if it does come out?
I'm excited to unlock 2.2K worlds. Because like right now I'm limited on like 2K worlds, and so
Yeah.
now a new skill, free levels,
I
and
wonder. Oh wait, so you can get. What would your total level be if you had 99 sailing? Do you know?
I'm 2062 right now, but I
Okay.
have. I mean, I'm missing like I've signed up for rune crafting, so like
Mm.
that's another several levels.
I was wondering, like,
Maybe prayer.
would it be possible for you to get to
2.2K right
2050?
now.
Or no, sorry. Would it be possible for you to get to 2250?
Uh,
The only reason I
I don't
ask
think.
that is because I feel like if they come out with a new skill, they might be okay. So here's my OCD problem: is there's total level worlds for 1250, 1500, 1750, 2000, and then 2200. It should be 2250 because that would be 250 like added. So I
Oh,
wonder if
so
they.
is it every 250? Is that what
That's
you're
what it
saying?
should be, but then they go up by
Oh,
200 for 2200 just because that just makes a little bit more. It's just like more feasible for people to get in there. But I wonder if they came out with a new skill and now the new total level is 2376, if they would make it so that total world's actually 2250 now. Just to who knows?
So they would so they would just increase the current
2200s. Yeah,
okay. They wouldn't add new worlds.
Yeah, they would just make that. They probably won't even touch it. Like, they don't care about my OCD. They really don't. In fact, there's a lot of things.
But dude, I mean, I have OCD too, and so like it kind of makes more sense that way.
One of the most bothersome things they do is like that when the Ruinous Powers was in beta, like they're just complete disregard for putting the prayers in their proper order. Like, not even like they need to be in order, but like the sizes were different slightly. Yeah. It's like, can you please understand that people have insanely just in-depth muscle memory with this game? And dude, one of the biggest annoyances, which is literally means nothing to almost everybody, was when they added a pixel after every single skill in the skill tab, just lower. Like they dropped everything by 1 pixel on each line. And that one singular pixel that they did, this was back in like 2017 or 2018. They added a pixel in between every single one. Because if you look at old videos and stuff, or old RuneScape screenshots of the skill tab, where it says total level and construction and hunter, those were all like up by like 6 or 7 pixels. Like they're just, everything was like a little bit higher.
Wow!
And that simple change. It was so obnoxious for me. It was an eyesore. It was literally an eyesore for months looking at the skill tab. I was just like, oh my God, like, what is going on here? Like, what?
It seems like, yeah.
I don't even have OCD, but like those simple graphical changes, stop it. Like, just, oh my God. I'm gonna lose my mind.
What it is, like the new prayers seem way more chaotic than like the old prayers.
They do.
Like I know they're kind of
there's too much going on.
Yeah, and they kind of make it more simplified. But I mean, for example, the Arceus spells, those are different. But I mean, like,
well, to be honest,
they're simple, they're cleaner, like they're nice. Like they did a really good job with Arceus spell icons.
And I mean, to be fair, the standard spellbook is just a total. I mean, just like if this were to be, if you look at the standard spellbook and were to see all the symbols there, you'd be like, "What the fuck, Jag?" It's like, what is this? Like, this is just a mess. It's just like,
I think it's because we're just used to it.
Oh yeah, like, totally. There's got to be so much nostalgia to the standard prayer book and just everything we're used to. But
what drove me crazy too with like OCD is the Fang requirement. Like 82, like come on, like make it 80 or 85. Like 82 is so, I just like, ugh.
Yeah.
But at least,
I don't really, I mean, that doesn't bother me as much, to be honest. As long as you have the 99 strength and the 1 defense, any attack level I think looks solid. I don't know. 82 actually doesn't.
It kind of like just like 2 extra levels. I don't know.
You're right. 80 would look cleaner and 85 would look cleaner. But
okay, think about this: when you're watching something on TV and you gotta adjust the volume, do you change it to any number, or do you go down every 5 or up every 5?
Yeah, I'm kind of like that. Okay, so it depends because I don't really watch TV much, but I do remember if it had an actual number on it, it would have to be even. It would have to be like I could see, it would depend on my mindset. It would be like I can go to 16 because that seems like a solid number, but it would have to be like, it depends on like where that volume sits. Because if 16 is a good volume, then I would think, okay, 16 or 20 is a good range. But I couldn't just go 17 or 19. It would like 19 is an abomination. You don't just stop at 19. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Like if someone changes the volume and they stop at 49. Like I will kind of sit
it's
there.
Like, what are you doing?
I would like sit there and start like slowly start seething, and then I would just start looking at them, and I'll be like, man, like I can't really hear. Can you like increase the volume? And if they go to 51, then I'm like, oh man, it's really loud. Can you, like, just praying that they would just get it and just put it at 50 because like holy shit.
Yeah, I don't get it horribly. One thing I do have a problem is with my iPhone is like, I need to know what the volume is if I have my AirPods in. Like if I have my AirPods in, what I always do is like if I'm going on a walk or run and I'm listening to like music or something, I will crank up the volume all the way and then go 2 notches down. That is like I love that volume. Like that is like my go-to. But because you don't have a visual cue of where your volume's at, I always have to crank it all the way up first and then lower it by 2. Because
Interesting.
if it's just at a normal volume, it could just sound totally fine, but I need that like awareness of like, where is my volume at? Because I want it to be at a spot so I'm not thinking about it.
Yeah.
Like,
So I'm the same way too. Like in the car with like Bluetooth, I'll crank up my phone to full volume.
Yep.
So then my car has all the control of the volume.
Yes. You got to do that.
Yeah.
That's important.
Yeah.
That's important. Yeah. What I have some weird stuff I have problems with.
But so like that's not really OCD because it doesn't affect our everyday life, but it's like a level of OCD that's like
just particularness.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's some other things probably. Let me ask you this. This is a good one actually. Are you one of those people that sets the microwave for a certain time and then waits for it to run all the way down, or do you just crank up the microwave to whatever and watch it and just keep opening it and just checking on your food?
Oh God, I'm never checking on the food. I either ruined it or I did it perfectly. Like
so you will literally set a timer and let it run all the way down and then go and get it.
Yep.
Nope, I am not that way.
You check the food?
I am. If I'm ever microwaving something, it is me clicking 30 seconds until it's at like I'll just crank the plus 30 seconds. I'll just go plus 30, plus 30, plus 30, plus 30, and I'll go up to like, if it's about 2 minutes, I'll just go up to 2 minutes, and then I'll just look at it. I'll sit there by the microwave and just look inside, and I'll just, because most things that I'm microwaving don't go even past 3 minutes ever. So I will just wait there because I'm starving, and I'll just check on it. And I will never let it even hit the 0 seconds, because then it beeps 5 times without you being able to control it. So I have to stop it before a second ends, like before the last second.
Oh, I mean, okay, when it comes to microwave, like either at work or at home, it will never hit 0. Like it'd be 1 and that's it.
Yeah,
and
you have to stop because you don't want to hear that obnoxious beeping that can't be stopped.
But so if it's like a short time, like if it's like usually a lot of things just take like a minute or so, a minute and a half, maybe 2. I will just push 30 seconds to do that. But if it's something that requires 4 to 5 minutes, then I'll push 4 and the 0.
Okay, yeah. But when do you like? Okay, I guess I don't microwave stuff for over 3 minutes ever. It's always heating up leftovers is what I use microwave for.
So heating up leftovers, usually I do a minute, but I feel like a lot of times it needs that extra 30. So I do a minute 30.
Yeah. I'll do like a minute and then I'll mix it.
Okay, so I will check on a minute and then I might do 30.
Yeah.
But
that's
okay. Another one.
Yeah, go for it.
Do you water your toothbrush before brushing?
Yes, that's just sane.
Thank you.
Anybody that doesn't do that is just a psychopath.
Yes, exactly. Like, what the heck? It's a huge difference too. It feels way too dry in your mouth. Like, but if you water your toothbrush and like, it's just way better. It's just, I don't know.
Oh yeah, you gotta water it and then put the toothpaste on, then water it again.
Do you use your hands to collect the water after after you brush your teeth, or do you like go from mouth to faucet?
I used to do mouth to faucet until I was about 16, and then I started doing the cup method.
Yeah, I've never met anyone that didn't do the cup method until my Seattle ex. Like she goes straight bare mouth to faucet. I'm like,
the problem is like you can do it when you're younger, when your neck is more like you're not gonna fucking like sprain your neck just diving under there. And the thing is like when you're young, you don't care about the cleanliness of where you're shoving your entire face. But the older you get,
the faucet, like this metallic faucet, you're just putting your mouth on. Like, I could not even.
Whoa. Okay, wait. Are we talking about the same thing right now? Are we talking?
Yeah, like.
Are we talking about like you're cupping with your hand, or you have a cup?
No, cupping with your hand.
Okay.
Your hand with water.
What are you talking about? The metallic.
Like she would put her mouth like right at the.
Oh Jesus! Like she's touching her lips to it.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ! Yeah, that's gross.
And like like the what's it called? The calcium buildup like around the faucet.
Yeah, that is just brown.
That's like it's either white or brown, like around the rim of things. I'm like, oh, dude. Like if it's one thing if you're gonna do like mouth to water, like if it's already like waterfall and like you just put your mouth like in the water.
Yeah.
But if you're putting your mouth like at the exit of the faucet, like the entry of the faucet, like that's gross.
I am 100% through and through cup method everywhere now.
Yeah.
I used to go full on head under. I wouldn't put my lip on the thing. It'd always be at least an inch lower than where it's pouring.
Okay.
Never am I touching my lips to anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
And obviously, like, no socks in bed, right? No socks while sleeping.
Yeah, well, how do you even sleep with socks on? That's horrible.
No, bro, people that live in cold places, I would
It makes
assume.
your
I don't know.
feet colder. Like,
Really?
literally, if I have my socks on in bed, my feet actually get colder.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's like there's, I don't know what it is, but it's like you're not collecting all that heat and warmth from your whole body. Like, because I'll sleep in just my underwear, like just my
Yeah. I mean,
boxer
I
briefs.
either get too hot too quickly, or yeah, I get too hot too quickly. That's what it
Yeah,
is.
I do too. I think part of the problem is my comforter. My comforter, I got it on Amazon. The thing is just a heat magnet. Like, it'll be
Oh,
really
really?
nice for the first 5 minutes, and then I'm just instantly sweating. I'm like, Jesus Christ! Like, I gotta get a new blanket.
Dang. Like, I'm someone, like, when I cuddle, it's like I'll cuddle for a good chunk of time, but eventually, if I need to pass out, I'm turning over.
Yeah,
Unless I'm
yeah,
like absolutely exhausted from like activities, like playing board games, then I'll pass out.
yeah. Um, yeah. I'm trying to think if there's any other like weird shit I do. Oh, do you ever have like water next to your bed, or are you one of those psychos that has to get up every single morning or get up whenever you are thirsty? And
Depending on how I feel the night before, if I'm like, man, like I have a feeling I'm gonna be really thirsty tomorrow, I'll put my water next to me, but not usually.
I
Usually,
always have water next to
yeah.
me.
But I think that's a good habit. I think I need to do that more because then I might drink more water at night or drink more water in the morning, which is
Hmm.
like, especially in the morning, is like the most important time.
Yeah, yeah, I gotta have that.
I just bought a new one. It's 1 gallon, and it has like measurements every 2 hours. So there's like 7 a.m., 9 a.m., 11 a.m., like
Oh
1
shit!
p.m.,
So it
all the way
tries.
down to 9 p.m. Yeah, it's like a chart of how much water you should be at throughout the day.
Mm, see,
And what?
I could do that. I like the it depends on like what phase I am in life. Like right now I'm at the phase where I'm good putting ice cube trays in the freezer. So now I like cold water.
Oh yeah.
So having like a full jug by the end of the day, it's kind of like lukewarm. Like I'd rather just have a fresh, like I have my metal tin where I always like fill it up with ice and water. I'll just chug that.
I feel like you end up drinking more water when it's like cold versus like if it's lukewarm or whatever. But your body actually uses up more energy with cold water than normal water.
But it's like
Because
so minuscule that it's
oh
like,
really? Oh.
yeah. That's what I've heard. It's like your body, no matter what you're doing, you're burning calories. Like just your
Mhm.
body functioning. Like there's so many processes going on all the time, and like that simple like just your body heating up a little bit of water is like so minuscule. It's like an extra calorie. It's like okay. So technically it's like yeah, but
Wow.
oh, have you ever heard of those they're talking about like, you know, if you were to do a bunch of cardio every day, then you wouldn't do as much neat, which neat is like the non-exercise activity you do throughout the day, like flinching or not flinching, but like kind of like moving like jittering your legs and like just moving your arm, just doing things where like you just feel a little bit restless. Like that kind of stuff
Ooh.
burns calories over time. But if you were to do excess amount of like cardio, then your body naturally won't do as much neat, which is like
Wow.
so you're not burning as many calories just sitting and kind of like being a little bit more jittery and stuff and getting up more often. It's like it's interesting because like your body kind of burns the calories it needs kind of subconsciously. Not obviously there's a huge difference of like getting out and getting exercise versus, but like it's
I
weird. Like
think
it, yeah.
I think that makes a lot of sense because when I have like restless nights
Mm-hmm.
of tossing and turning, I think I could have avoided that if I had like like if it was like a day of like pickleball
Yeah,
or
like if you went for a
a
run or something.
workout.
Yeah, or
Yeah,
biked.
anything.
Yeah,
It
just
would have I think it would have just fixed it right there.
it totally does. And that's like literally the benefits of exercise. It's not even just like losing weight or like weight management. It's like better sleep, better mental because you're like sleep is where it all stems down from. It's like
Oh yeah.
You're getting good sleep, you're getting a good day. And the way
Mm-hmm.
you get good
Well,
sleep is by
and
having
water
a good
too.
day. Yeah, yeah. Like all those factors equate to however good your sleep is, which is hydration, exercise, all this stuff.
I think those are the two
Nutrition.
hardest. Those are the two hardest ones because like on a day-to-day life with like work or whatever, it can be hard to like remind yourself to like keep drinking more water. Because I just learned like like guys need a gallon a day,
Hmm.
which is 3.7, 3.8 liters, and then the sleep too. It's like you need like what like seven, and it's like man, it's that same thing that I was saying earlier, like that zombie mode, depression mode of like, oh, like I'm putting in 8 hours every day into this job, right? But like I will I'll fight going to bed because like I want to enjoy my off time longer. So I go to bed like late at night, and then I'm like, oh, I gotta wake up in like 6 hours to like
Hmm.
zombie again. And so you go wake up, do your 8 hours, and then you get off work. You're like, okay, finally, I have like just 5 hours to like enjoy this day before I have to go back to work. It's like
Yeah.
so that actually so getting enough sleep it can be really hard.
Dude, it's weird when you hear of people that like normally get like 4 or 5 hours of sleep a night. Like that's it. Like,
When I was like when I was like grind time, like I was like when I went full degen mode,
mhm.
I went like yeah 4 hours.
A day, like just like
Like
that's it. Like
it
four
was like
hours of
four.
sleep a night.
It was like 4 or 5. It was like 4 or 5 hours. But I would take naps though, so I don't know.
Okay,
Like what
so
so I was working from home in Seattle, and like I like literally um I exploited work from home to like crazy depths. Like it's so OP. Like I was at my happiest because I could work out, cook, clean, do everything I wanted to do, and like still work, get my deadlines done. I would like page layout like the newspaper. Like it was, we had deadlines, so I never was never late, right? So I would do it. I would finish early, like by like 12. Two different paginations were already laid out, like the front page, the back page, all of it. And then I would have like 4 more hours to just be chilling. And there's some days out of the week that I don't paginate. Like I just like the days I lay out would be like Tuesday, Monday, Tuesday, maybe Wednesday. So then like Tuesday and Thursday or whatever, um, I'm just like I just be napping the whole day, or I like take a nap. Like it's always 1 hour because that's when my computer goes to sleep, and then it shows that I'm idle.
hmm.
But so I was like going like hard like with streams, and so I'd like do 8, 10 hour streams, go to bed at 4 a.m., sleep for 4 hours, wake up at 8, clock in, take a nap because like my editors don't send me stuff till 9. So I take a 1 hour nap, wake up at 9, do the work, finish the work by noon, take another 1 hour nap, and then start like skilling or like or working out or cooking or anything.
Hmm.
It was crazy. But so I don't know if you count like 4 to 5 like actual just hours for the whole day. Like there's no way.
It
Like you need a
yeah.
nap in there.
Yeah, it's like what I hear of people that literally get 4 or 5 hours of sleep a night, and like that's like the average of their week. It's like I can
Oh
understand if
yeah.
you're getting 5 hours and then like on the weekend you sleep for like 13 hours, like because that'll eventually kind of balance out. It's still not good for you, but
hmm
like
What,
how
what's
that? Yeah,
Yeah, but the crazy thing is that the older you get, the less you sleep. Like my dad's in his 60s and he gets 4 hours of sleep. I'm like,
really,
what? Or maybe five? Like he like
Jesus.
his Apple Watch would tell him like his rest time, which obviously is always less than when your eyes are closed. Like your eyes are closed longer than when you're like actually like in deep sleep,
Mm,
like REM cycle and all that.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
So I mean, I think he might be getting 8 hours, but he tells me he gets like 4 or 5,
yeah.
like maybe
No, and
REMs.
I'm not
I don't
saying
know.
like you can't like survive and have like fine life, but like I think yeah, it's just not optimally healthy for you to be just skipping out on sleep.
The older you get, I think the less sleep your body needs
Yeah,
versus when you're younger, you need the most.
I could agree with that. Yeah.
But I mean, that's so weird because I feel like don't you need the same amount of hours no matter how old you are because you still need that amount of time for your body to reset the code and like like it just needs
I
to
don't
go through
know
its
because
maintenance.
I've always heard like when you're a kid, when you're like a child, get 8 hours or whatever. And when you're a teenager going through puberty and like growth and all this. I mean, I think when you're a child, you should get probably like 8 or 9 as well. But like when you hit your 20s, like you can really just be just fine with like 7.
Yeah, I'd say 7 is
But
like.
when you're like teenage, like they really recommend you get 8 or 9. Like
Mhm.
really recommend it because it's just so good for you.
Yeah.
And yeah, probably by the time you're like 50, 60, it's like 5, 6 hours. Maybe that's fine.
Yeah. The other thing I heard, back to the water part, the hydration part, I learned, I mean, from like some like article, that milk is actually more hydrating than water. At first I saw a billboard. I saw a billboard that was like, drink milk, it's better than water. And I was like, what the fuck? Like this false advertising, like this is bullshit. Like I got triggered. But then I stumbled upon like an article online. I started reading about it, and it was about the same topic, and I was like, this is kind of crazy. I got to read all of it. And I guess water just goes through your body like really fast, so it doesn't stay in your body long enough to hydrate yourself.
Hmm.
But milk has nutrients, and has a lot actually has a lot of water in milk,
Well,
and the
yeah.
nutrients helps it stay in your body longer. So that's why you'll feel less dehydrated, um, drinking milk than drinking a glass of water. Just it's crazy.
Interesting.
Yeah. But if you drink too much milk, then there's the negatives, like like the too much calcium and all that. That could be bad.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Interesting.
So yeah. So I guess if you're really parched and you were like on a hike in the desert and you really wanted to get hydrated, drinking a glass of milk could could speed it up faster than drinking a glass of like cold
Wow.
water.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
I know. I was like, milk, huh? Like that's and milk is one of those things where it's like we're the only species that drinks like milk from like another animal, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, huh.
Still
I
getting
thought I
flashbacks from
thought
my
milk
cereal episodes. Drink all that
yeah,
milk.
I thought milk was just something weird that us humans did, but I mean it kind of has its own like little benefit, but
Interesting.
yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean,
I mean, I hope that's right. Like, I better
yeah.
not be reading
No,
this
I
article
mean,
and it's all
I'm,
bullshit
I'll,
because I mean,
I'm,
it kind of made sense.
yeah. I mean, that's what babies drink. Like babies just drink their, mother's breast milk. It's like,
Yeah, yeah.
um, all right, Olive. I'm gonna ask you now for 3 shout outs from the
Three shout
community.
outs.
Just 3 people you think deserve one.
Like a podcast?
No, no, just no. Sorry, 3 shout outs of just people in the community that you like, or just people that you want to give a shout out to for being an awesome person.
Mm,
Not shout outs to be on any podcast.
yeah,
Just
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Okay, 3 shout outs.
yeah.
Let's see. Recently I stumbled upon Donator, which I didn't know him until like very recently, and I was like, wow, this guy has like really just huge positive vibes with like I rate him as the same level of like just positivity and like optimistic with me, Ian, Jake C, and him, like just based on what he talks about, like with his community and chat. And he, besides that, obviously having like good content with like PKing and like being really good at PKing, he kind of just has some good like deep talks.
Mm.
And one thing that really stood out to me and that like really hit home was he was talking about like when you have like your bad days, to to not seek to not seek out anyone to like help you out during those times, or to not seek out someone to be your hero. Sometimes you have to be your own hero, and that like struck me like really hard, and I was like, dang, because I feel like a lot of times like people like want to like look up to someone like as a role model, like, or all the time they might be dependent on that. But then there's times where like that streamer is offline, and then what do you do? And then like what? Like you're just gonna be depressed? Like no, like sometimes you gotta be your own hero those days, and like pick yourself back up. And I was like, wow, I really fuck with that like a lot, you know.
Yeah, damn.
So that he really put a really good impression like on me, and like I really like the guy a lot. So I would say him. I my second shout out would go to Jake C. I think this guy is like underrated in terms of support as a friend, as a streamer, as like a gamer. Like this guy, I don't know, like he really goes above and beyond to like do the littlest things, like either as like your friend, whether like we're in a raid, and like he's always thinking about the extra step, and he does like the littlest things to like make you have a good time in the raid. And you don't like, and you might not notice it, but sometimes I did notice it. Like he'll do like little things. I can't remember right now, but I was at 2A, and he would, let's say I'm like killing like the range crab, right? And we obviously have to go to the mage crab. But instead of me like forgetting to run back over to the arcane mage to get ready for it to spawn, he's already running over there so I could stay at the ranger and like just
legend
be more chill. It's like the littlest minuscule
just
things
courteous
that yeah, courteous, but like it's not being even courteous. It's the littlest things that no one would even do or think about, but he'll do it because like, he's just such a nice guy, and like he just makes raiding with him like so pleasant. And the fact that like he dedicated so many hours to help me with the Fane kit and the pet transmogs, and he not only that, but he helps everyone else on Twitch with transmogs. Like that's just that I think that deserves to go to gnome for being a community like that the community gnome. You know what I mean? I'm not sure what it's called, but that award,
yeah,
like I think he deserves that because that's huge.
let me just interrupt real quick. Jake C is also a legend when I met him in real life. Like he's fun. He is so funny. Yeah. Just
he's like my little like ride or die, you know. Like we would go on these adventures at this dispensary in Vegas. And, like it's just I really fuck with him. Like there's not like when it comes to like making friends, like it's always kind of hard, right? And like I mean, I always see when I make friends or when I meet people, like I'm okay with like being friends with them, but if we grow up and we drift apart, like I'm okay with that too. Like I don't need to have every friend in my life 24/7. So like I don't know who's sticking, who's not sticking, you know what I mean? So it's like kind of weird. But like dude, like there's a few people that I'm like, dude, I would like fly out to help Jake C or just to visit. Like I would, you know what I mean? I would like, he really stands out from like, you know, from that. But no, he's a good guy. Third shout out, I would say Rice Cup. Rice Cup, he's just kind of always been around, like helping me with just a little bit of anything, always there to talk, always there to like watch shows. We would have like a weekly, or we still have like weekly like get-togethers to watch like anime and like catch up on life and things like that. So I really don't want to take that for granted, and I really appreciate that friendship and yeah, another ride or die right there.
Hell yeah. All of this was nice. This was a fun little evening sesh. I
was like, dude, it's kind of longer than 2 hours. I was like, man, I really enjoyed the talk. Like, I really enjoyed like the depth and like the variety of the conversation. I was like, oh, this is good.
Yeah, no, I knew just the fact that we talked for a half hour beforehand. I was like, this is going to go pretty long. I feel like.
Bro, but even dude, I knew it from Tennessee. Like that morning we talked about bikes. I was like, man, he really gets me talking. Like it's great. Because like there's not a lot of people have that effect on me, right? Sometimes like there's like a brick wall that might eventually hit, and I'm like, oh, like this beyond this point, I don't want to be disingenuous and then be like, what's your favorite color? Like that's sort of bullshitting. You know what I mean? Yeah. But like with you is like it's just very, very easygoing, very natural, and I was like, wow, I could really he pokes my butt he pushes my buttons to like really share a lot. And so I really appreciate that. Like it feels like I'm on a first date with a girl and I'm like sharing so much shit that I wouldn't normally share. But we talked about all kinds of stuff, dude. We talked about post-life, like relationship stuff, like
this was literally this felt good. Like this is just fun. This is fun, man. See, this is really where like Sae Bae Cast peaks, is just like when I get lost in the conversation and we're just having a good time. And I hope the viewers, like the listeners, enjoy it as well.
I think they kind of do, because some like the fans, I think they might look. I don't know if they look at the Twitter and that they look at the questions first and see like, ooh, like okay, that's what they're gonna talk about. But then like we don't even get into that until later on, or like we have different tangents that aren't even related to the questions, and then it's like extra content. It's like extra questions or more stuff that we share. Yeah, it's special. I like how it just blossoms that way. Like. Yeah.
I'm glad
you've been doing this. 123 episodes now.
Yeah, dude. You know, it's crazy because like I remember hitting 50 and I was like, whew, like okay, like this is getting somewhere. Literally the next 50 just flew by, and now, you know, we're already on to like halfway from 100 to 150, and it's like it's fun. It's cool, like seeing the category grow too, like my catalog. You know, the catalog of guests. And I just go back people, and I'm like, this is cool,
dude. You at this point gonna interview like every single like RuneScape streamer.
Dude, I hope so. Like it's just I gotta. It's just, you know, I want to start maybe going like 2 a week, It's just I'm still on the fence about it all. Like I've just pretty much been doing one guest a week because I feel like it's a good time.
I feel like there's pretty good pacing.
That's what I think too. And so I get worried about like maybe pushing that like too far. But who knows? Maybe I want to get through some more people as well. And I always feel like just the fact that like 12 guests from now is 3 months away. It's like, oh, that's a while. So,
but I mean, yeah, like 2 hours could go by really fast too. Like, I mean, maybe the average like 2 to 4, but it's a nice little like break from the usual. Like, I don't really throughout my day or throughout like I don't know. Like, actually, I don't really have these moments of having these deep conversations besides either like watching shows with the RuneScape and Verf. Like we'll go deep sometimes, or when we go on trips. I mean, even Tennessee, like there wasn't really any opportunity to like sit down and like I don't know, like just kind of like get to know people. Yeah, you know, like maybe I get to know a little bit, but it's not like on this level.
Yeah.
So, and I feel like I have to like catch up not only on base podcasts, but like on yours too, and like then I could actually learn so much about so many people. Once I catch up, because I mean everyone is like 2 hour plus long. So it's like I gotta be like in the either a road trip. Like road trip be perfect.
But, there's a lot of people with like commutes and stuff that have said they really enjoy. Like I can't listen to my own podcast. I can't stand my own voice.
Well, I guess you already know what it's.
I know, and like
about.
when you already live it, it's just like okay.
Yeah.
I used to premiere these live like on the first like 30 episodes or so. I used to record them offline, and then I would premiere them on Twitch, but I'd have to listen to the whole thing, and I'm like, I would start cringing over parts. I'm like, why did I say that way?
But didn't you already listen to? You have to listen to the whole recording though with the editing, right?
Oh no! Like I'll be writing notes during the like the cast, and I'll just like I'll write it like okay if we have a break. But no, I mean most of these are pretty unedited. Besides just like taking out bathroom breaks and stuff.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I get like PTSD from when I export a video and it's like if something happens, the transition either from the recording software to when it exports or from the transition from it uploading to YouTube. But if sometimes I'll catch like a video and it just has like a volume spike, it's like a ding! It's like super.
Ooh.
I think if I spike like my voice like will say like. Let's say I'm saying like cha-ching, right? If I say cha-ching, like just when the volume spikes like that, then it's like an obnoxious like super spike. And so then I have to go back, maybe mute it or edit it out, just like literally like a second, and it's like super annoying. But I don't know. I think that's just Windows Movie Maker. I haven't had that issue with Filmora. I think I'm using an outdated program all my life, but
it might just be because it doesn't. I think like in the editing software itself, I think sometimes it'll have those big loud peaks, but then when you actually have rendered it and everything, they're out of it without you having to have actually edited it. So that might be the case, but I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I've had to always rewatch my videos just to triple check. Case, yeah. But dude, having to rewatch like a 2, 4, or 6 hour like conversation.
Yeah. No, that's never the case. But I mean, people, I really hate to do this, but like I can't be just constantly writing down like timestamps for everything. So a lot of the casts don't have timestamps because it's like that would involve me literally going back and trying to figure, because it's not just like I have the whole conversation planned out and this is what we're going to talk about at this time. It's like I literally have to go back and listen and create a topic. It's like, what are we talking about here? And then kind of broaden it of like every 5-10 minutes.
A timestamp for every topic. That's kind of insane.
It's really tough. Like the ones I have manually timestamped, it literally takes like an hour or two sometimes. Like I'll be just going through it and I'll even like make revision. Like it actually takes time because I have to listen to the conversation again.
Oh yeah. But then like what's the whole point of like I mean in my eyes it's like, well, if I'm gonna sit down for a long time and watch or listen to a podcast, I might as well listen to it all. Like why would I want to skip sections?
It's just because like people will they see Bodhi on the cast and or like some guests they're interested in, but they're interested in their take on this topic on RuneScape or this thing. And if you have a list of timestamps, it's like, oh, I don't have 4 hours right now, so let me just skip to the sections I want, which optimally would be nice. It's just like, I mean, it's literally pure laziness and just the cringing of me having to listen back to my conversation just right after I just did it, which is selfish of me, but.
but that's valid. No, it's valid. Like,
who knows? Maybe in the future I'll just have I'll just pay a person to do it. And just I've had some people in the comments just do it for free here and there, and I'm like, okay.
That's actually not a bad idea. Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
Yeah. Anyway, Olive, I really appreciate your time tonight. Down in the description, everybody, we'll have Olive's Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. So go follow him there for me. And let's think. Okay, so next week, I'm still in the process of getting the next guest on. It's a little bit of scheduling issues, but rest assured there'll be a cast next week. And also, if you guys want to support the cast, down in the description, there's a Patreon link if you guys want to support it. And yeah, that's it for me. Olive, any last words?
I'm good. I mean, I really got a lot to talk about, and it was good talks. It's been an absolute pleasure. And yeah, I hope they enjoy it.
Likewise. All right. Thank you very much, Olive. Guys, we'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
Bye.